quickly, sweeping into the bomb site to deal with the hut. And it all falls onto the shoulders of Shush. Backside player swings, and he's gonna land it. If not those MP9s, it's a deep peek, denied. Dexter trying to thrive here. He's not working with that off. Knows that the retake from Khan's getting closer. Fast moves, Dexter presenting a chance, a clutch in hand, and he tracks him down. Dexter! All you need, but it's also an invitation for that top ticket fee. MOUZ doing everything he can.
Dexter getting hunted down, falling back, missing.
Into the corner he'll go. MOUZ has him locked in.
And here comes Kickstand.
Kickstand for the back row. Oh!
Now he knows.
He's gonna put that smoke on bomb. And as he anticipates,
he's going to bomb.
Off the top rope, kills Nico. Onto the bomb with the fake tap. MOUZ started this, can he end it? There it is! Slowly denied. Kid picked up, and Heroic arrived. It is m0NESY and Nico ahead of him, and as m0NESY turns attention, it's good, but now they get cleared back. Snack looking to add another clutch to his record. Damage is good with the Glocks out, and as that CT crosses, jumping on both sides, it's down to desperation.
No!
The third piece of this success story from G2.
And MOUZ has a chance now with Nerds going down. First tap comes through, double push happening. He's gonna hear this 12 seconds.
They're gonna
Get out, I will fight!
Most certainly can.
They know that it's gonna be the B site.
One lurk out jungle, that's all that Heroic have towards A. We get this off taken off the angle, but it's kills yet again to come out from the Kovac. It starts to fall apart again. Hunter, he's got it in him, and Dexter doesn't. The G2 dynasty in Shanghai shall not be denied.
Three through the heavens, they're gonna swing through in unison, and just like that, it flames with three. It looks so tight right now, Vitality ready, regress here from Spinks. Disgusting from Spinks! Straight into the loving embraces of Vitality, but here we go, it's Rob's moment! Frozen is gonna have to hit this headshot, a hard fight from the vent, but Rob's and Brokey providing support, but it's Sidewoo left, Rob delivers! That smoke might get them scared. Carrigan does hit the first. He's got more bullets. Spamming away. One single headshot, all he needs. Sliced it and diced it. He, Ray punishes ahead of the flashbang.
They're taking the B space.
Oh, that gets a lot of information and a headshot too. Rain spots it out. The setup's potent. Frozen is two. Breaks in. To the site! Double headshot, double trouble, Frozen another! Timing, everything, they're pushing in, it's gonna P9 work, Incendiary isolates the duel, Sidewoo brought down. Rain and Frozen passing this test with flying colors and headshots are galore, it's another one on the floor, Frozen with four! Robs is coming, Brokey's fragging. Another multi-kill round for FaZe Clan Zorpa. Not absent, but present. And in the moment, seizing a sick FaZe Clan. Carrigan, just a pistol. It will have to be Brokey with no Kevlar either. It's set for Vitality, but what's that? Sidewoo's flying, pushes through regardless. And it's up to Brokey, can't do it, Sidewoo! Delivers! FaZe Clan 2 frags away from knocking out Vitality, who up until today no time, no hope! FaZe Clan, truly miracle!
I can smile through an interview.
All cry as I lift the trophy.
ובנימוס ארשום GG.
Or shout out the effort in celebration. Someone asked me.
Миний амьдралын хамгийн сайхан мотивашн
Why not here? Why not now?
This is the major.
This is the major. This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
The a major.
This is the major.
C'est le major.
This is a major.
This is the Perfect World Shanghai Major, and we are moving into the semi-finals today. My name is Tech Girl. I'll be keeping you company alongside Blair and Maui Snake. You saw all the frags. You would have been just as hyped as me. If we take a look back at what happened yesterday in the quarterfinals, the favorites are down. Vitality is out. And let's just paint that picture about FaZe, because we got to talk about it before we start. It's the Cinderella story, right? They've had a pretty rubbish year for FaZe at their standards. The RMR looked a little bit shaky. Carrigan, in his own right, he loses his brother, which is a huge thing for anyone. They come in, they've not looked good the whole way through. Everyone writes them off. And then yesterday, they just do FaZe things, man.
You know why I'm nervous and a little sad today? I just don't know if you can get what we got yesterday. The upsets, the caliber of upsets and the storylines written right there. It just stuff you can't even script. You wrote this in a movie script, Maui. You'd give him a low rating on IMDb because, like, that's unbelievable. That's BS.
I will say the first day of the quarterfinals more or less went according to plan, but as of yesterday, completely throwing our expectations out the window, especially with that last game, and also just how close Heroic took G2 as well. That game had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. FaZe, they're reaching another level, but I am also thoroughly impressed with Heroic even in their loss.
Oh, for sure. I think that the map on Mirage was the map of the playoffs we've had so far.
Might be the map of the tournament for me.
Could easily be, especially considering it's a playoffs. But for me, the FaZe game, the reverse sweep coming in, that for me so far is a match of the playoffs.
I'm not one for superstitions, but I'll sow some now because it's fun. When we came into the major, Na'Vi was the favorites. Heroic knocks them out. Then Vitality were the favorites. FaZe knocks them out. The favorites now are G2.
Yep.
And they are going up against FaZe later today. We could very well find ourselves in a situation where the grand finals have none of the favorites and none of the players in contention.
But it'll have the fan favorites, because everybody that loves Counter-Strike loves FaZe Clan, what they do over and over again, constantly just taking what we are thinking in terms of, yeah, Vitality's in good form. Oh, yeah, G2's on a nice streak right now. Oh, Na'Vi are the hottest team in CS with 6 grand finals in a row. What is it? And then FaZe is like, we don't care about your streaks. Yeah. We don't care about your form. We got Kerrigan. We got Robs. We got Rain. Tail is old as time. FaZe Clan is going to mess people up.
It's my favorite. Everyone's like, oh, this lineup has to disband. They have to change. I'm like, do they? Did you see what they did yesterday? Do they?
That's the thing with this team, but we've been saying that, well, not me, but a lot of people have been saying that for years now, right? Every time you count them out, every time you're on the desk over here, map one's an absolute blunder. You're like, here we go, delivering the eulogy of FaZe.
Yep.
And then Rob's is like, we're not done yet. We're not done yet, MFs. We're not done yet. Brokey woke up as well. That's why we love FaZe. That's why I love FaZe in playoffs. That's why I love FaZe in majors.
And we get a chance to see FaZe. If you want to take the schedule today, the 2 semifinals, they will be playing up against G2 a little later, which is going to be a fun one to watch, I think, for sure. And the other fun one, of course, the first event and matchup, the first semi-final.
It's an event.
MOUZ versus Spirit, the youngsters, all going to be descending on the stage. And of course, one of those players in contention for Player of the Year, he's there as well. That's going to be an interesting matchup, I think, boys, and it's the one we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, I feel like for the fans of the race for #1, you're rooting for G2, you're rooting for Spirit, so that Donk, Monacy clash in those grand finals. Everything's on the line. Everybody's all in completely. And real chance that whoever wins that one has a great chance of snagging that award.
But for me, again, you have to look at the other 2 teams, right? You're looking at a MOUZ who finally want to shake the shackles of being called choke merchants. Finally, getting to the final level, winning that major. Can they do it? I think they're looking pretty locked in right now. And again, as we said, FaZe in playoffs, baby, you can never ever count them out.
You can't count them out. So both of these games are going to be a lot of fun. We're getting ready now to start the show. We're going to have an awesome opening ceremony for you. You'll get to see the teams walk on the stage. And of course, these 2 gents will be breaking down a little bit about what to expect. Very quickly though, let's sow some teasers. MOUZ versus Spirit. What are we looking for?
Oh, high-octane Counter-Strike. That's what I'm looking for here.
I'm saying team play versus star power. That's my brief summary of it all.
There we go. Let's get into it now. It is the major. when you're watching something like that and you're a fan and you see the lights and the music, you do, the hair raises and you feel it inside. And I just want you to take a moment to think about this, the way you felt about that and the excitement that you were feeling. Imagine that you're 17, 18 years old, 19, hell, and you are standing just behind the stage, waiting to go on and play, and you are standing across from your opposition. MOUZ, Spirit, these youngsters, that's where they are right now. Take what you're feeling and just elevate that by 100.
Oh, man. I mean, a lot of Chinese rituals and songs, and this is not trolling, by the way, are meant to ward off evil spirits. Why do you laugh when I say it's not trolling? It's not trolling. A lot of these kind of Chinese rituals, like lion dancing, for example, are meant to ward off evil spirits. Yeah. And so I know my prediction today, MOUZ 2-0.
Okay. Well, there we go.
All right, you had that in pocket.
I'm trying to have like a heartfelt moment here about these young boys behind the stage. My heart goes out to them.
You're right. It actually scared MOUZ. It actually did scare MOUZ. Yeah, that was enough of stage nerves for them right there, built up.
I feel I have to agree with Maui in a way where, like, in Spirit, obviously the Donk story comes to mind, right? Like, look how great they've looked so far, but it's always been with Donk. But we have a lot of criticism for this team. When you look at MOUZ, though, I feel like today's the day. I feel like today's the day when they're like, all right, all these little stumbles we've had, it leads to this. It's peaking at the right time, learning from your mistakes. As Techno said, man can be defeated but not destroyed. And today, MOUZ, they're going to do the destroying.
We speak a lot about MOUZ having stage nerves. That is a big stage, and that's an experience that you've just had to sit through just behind the stage waiting to walk on. That's going to be playing pretty heavily on this team.
I don't know if Yimpat's ever heard that kind of music before.
I don't think he listens to any music. He has like nothing there. He's like a robot.
he is a Finn after all. But he does have his brother with him. That's really cool to see.
That's true.
Love to see Sergey coming in all the way. I'm not sure what he's doing right now, but the fact it's flown in all the way from Finland to China, which is a pretty long flight.
He actually drove a truck.
He drove a truck.
He's a truck driver now. He's a truck driver now, yeah.
That's true. Not even joking.
Okay, boys, let's be serious now.
I've been serious this whole time.
We've been literally serious all this while time. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's concerning.
Yeah.
Spirit has relied very heavily on Donk throughout the major.
Yes.
And I do think that he's kind of dragged them kicking and screaming to the point they're at. And they're very lucky that they have him. I am worried that if Donk so much as just has a little bit of an off day or sneezes, we have a problem.
Here's the thing. 1.57 rating, you're looking at that, you're like, holy hell, that's crazy, right? This is the second highest rating we've seen from Donk in his debut year. The first was IEM Katowice, where he broke all records with the most, not just the most impressive debut performance for a new kid on the block, but also the craziest event performance we've seen from him. And he's had an incredible year so far. And now in the final event of the year, trying to make it full circle, he's trying to match that performance in Kato. He is on a streak, and if he's able to pull Spirit to the grand finals and make it there, for me, he would be the undeniable first best player in the world.
Oh, he's already there for me. There is a case that m0NESY comes back into it, of course. But even if you just ended the event today and he had that 1.57 rating, that would be better than Nico's best CS2 event in his career. That would be better than m0NESY's best CS2 event in his career. It'd be better than ZywOo's best CS2 big event in his career. And so right now, Donk is just doing things that are completely unprecedented in World Counter-Strike right now. And of course, a lot of it is carrying Spirit. And so if he's human, even mortal, there's no question for
Let's get the teams on the stage.
Fans. Exertion, MOUZ CS has brought you and the team to the semi-finals. How will it help you overcome Team Spirit?
Yeah, I mean, it's the way we play. We play confident, we play aggressive. So, yeah, I think that it will be good for us to do the same here. And hope we can do the same, yeah.
那想问一下 Exertion MOUZ 的 CS 一路打到了现在，今天要怎么帮助你们来战胜对手？那他说到，我们就一如既往的打出自信，打出我们的侵略性，然后希望今天我们也能顺利的拿下比赛。
Magix, the team looked comfortable in the quarterfinal, but are you prepared for the in-your-face style of MOUZ CS?
Oh, we'll find out in 10 minutes or 20 or 30 minutes. We'll find out.
问了 Magix， 就是你们今天有没有做好准备来面对 MOUZ 的进攻 ？Magix 说我们会发现的，我们等着瞧吧，一会儿比赛就见分晓。
And Exertion and Magix, are both of you and your teams looking forward to and excited to head onto that stage and meet the Shanghai fans once again?
Yeah, of course. I think it's one of the best crowds I've played with. So, yeah, I'm just really excited to go up there again, and we're going to put on a good show, both of us. And, yeah, let's see what happens.
大家问到两支队伍有没有做好准备来登上舞台，为我们现场的观众朋友们奉上精彩的比赛。Exertion 也说他已经完全做好了准备，这里的粉丝非常热情，他已经迫不及待的想在大家面前打比赛了。
Magics, yourself.
好的，感谢两支队伍，我们把剩下的时间交给我们的舞台。
美好的周末还有什么比打开直播来到现场看一些 CS 的比赛更完美的呢？你们说对不对？
Ni hao Shanghai and hello to the global Counter-Strike world. As yesterday we got a massive treat. The games were epic, they went the distance, we saw FaZe manage to rise up and we were treated to beautiful Counter-Strike, which I expect throughout these semi-finals. And MOUZ versus Spirit is up next.
没有错，那我们现场的观众朋友们，你们准备好了吗？你们准备好了吗？让我们有请两支战队登场。最后一遍，准备好了吗？好的，那我们有请 Team Spirit。2年前的 Donk 在青训队里是 MOUZ 3人熟悉的老对手，现在他们在上海 Major 的半决相遇，势必要一较高下。在场上他们绝不手软，是对手；在场下他们一路见证彼此的成长，是朋友。Team Spirit 究竟能不能够在半决里战胜老对手呢？
A double donking with double aces for the young superstar of Spirit in the quarters against Liquid. The full team performance was shown as they unleashed their dragon's wrath. It only gets tougher from here. Their opponent is a familiar one they've battled back and forth with all year. This one will require their flames to burn higher than before in order to reach the major grand final. It's Team Spirit!
接下来，让我们有请 MOUZ。靠近奖杯的路上，击败蒙古队晋级4强，无疑是给他们打了一针强心剂。如果说 MOUZ 的 RMR 是简单开局，淘汰赛是浅中求胜，那么现在的他们在难度更高的对手面前也毫不逊色，稳住脚步，他们离突破自己只剩一条防线了。
Resilience and brilliance shown against the Mongolian side, where Yimfat and Brolan stood to the show, took to the stage and made it theirs. The stage jitters are no more, and this is exactly the place to show it. Show their development, show what they've been working on all year long, and end the year with going to the major grand final. It's MOUZ!
两支战队的队长请来到我们舞台中央。看来，经过了之前的比赛，双方都已经轻车熟路了。来，我们有请Shuhei。
Now these two teams have battled against each other all year. How confident do you feel going into this game, knowing that MOUZ can be quite a tough opponent for you, Chopper?
I don't know. I think games let's show how we're confident. Let's see.
刚刚半次问他说：“你们两支战队在过去的1年当中多次交手，今天在这个舞台上，你有没有信心去击败他们？”然后他说：“我不知道，但是让游戏来说话吧。”我们来问一下Shuhei，How much confidence you have to take them down?
I mean, we're coming into this game very hot. This crowd deserves an amazing game. We're here to play.
Shuhei 说：“我们其实经历了很多困难，才能够打到今天这一步，所以我们一定会更加努力，我们会奉献一场精彩的比赛，给所有支持我们的粉丝。”好的，让我们把掌声送给两支战队。
So the stage is set, but Shanghai, where are we going today? We like Spirit? MOUZ? Spirit? MOUZ? It seems pretty even, so are you ready?
我可以感受到现场所有观众的热情，相信两支队伍也能够感受到。让我们把掌声、欢呼声留给他们。Team Spirit, MOUZ.
The child prodigy of Counter-Strike is what Team Spirit has. It's what they're bringing to the stage. So the question is, does MOUZ's magic of team cohesion working together, is that going to be enough to take down that team?
I think it's going to be enough this time around. I feel like just having watched this MOUZ lineup play, sure, they've had a couple of slip-ups here and there, so to speak, but they're able to fix it up. The way to approach a Mongols game in the playoffs, it comes to mind where you had all the pressure on MOUZ considering they were the favorites over there. But the way they handle the Mongolians, I think, for me, it's them heading in the right direction.
And Shuhei's talked about it before, that they like playing teams like Vitality, teams like Spirit before them today. The fact that they feel that they're very strong at neutralizing superstars. And they've honestly done a pretty solid job at taking down Donk in the past. They've beaten him a couple times this year. I think the record is actually 2-2 overall in series from the back all the way in January at the RMR. And right now, with MOUZ and just their teamwork, the way it flows, I feel like they have all the pieces they need in order to dispatch of him.
They also, he talks about superstars. They might not have a superstar player like Donk, but this isn't Na'Vi where we're questioning the players. The MOUZ lineup is literally there for the taking. All the top teams are constantly talking about how they want to grab those pieces. So they have something strong. The veto's coming in though, so we can touch on that a little bit later. Let's focus on this now.
Yeah, for me, the big question is which map Spirit and MOUZ are going to go for. I think MOUZ, the nuke pick is likely. It's what I'm thinking here. Spirit have a couple of options.
Yep, you're right.
Dust 2 or Ancient. Yeah. I'm leaning Ancient as a punish.
As am I.
There
okay, all right. I think it's a very
shake hands in Mirage.
Should be. I feel like this has been the most straightforward veto we've gotten of the playoffs so far. Everybody should be completely prepared.
Yes.
And one other thing, just kind of as looking at the map veto as a whole, this is where I put MOUZ as the favorites, because I have seen more from Shuhei and Cyclone as a duo when it comes to game planning. If they have ideas of how they want to take down their opponents, avoid superstars, or find ways to neutralize them, I've seen them do it to ZywOo, I've seen them do it to Donk. Donk's got a 1.5 something rating at this tournament. Throughout the year, versus MOUZ, only a 1.2. Sure, it's still a great number for a star player, but it's not that supernova, unbelievable, just blistering star that Donk is known to be.
And that's when we start talking about the supporting cast of the Spirit team. So when Donk's going to be slightly neutered, when he's not going to be finding the impact that Spirit are setting up to be. For example, you watch him on Ancient, the amount of utility setup that Chopper does for this demonic little imp, it's insane. And he is using him as the tip of that spear, right? But once that fails, I'm looking at Magic's. I'm looking at how much of a liability he's been for Spirit so far at this event, and even in the past month or so, if you ask me. Zontics actually saving them an Ancient in the game. They had a very close affair they had earlier as well. I'm looking at everyone else. Shiro, he's been pretty solid so far, but Magic's and Zontics, if Donk gets neutered, can Spirit rely on those two? I think no.
It brings me back to the question I wanted to ask as the veto popped up, which is the MOUZ individual pieces. Maybe not Donk level superstars, but damn good all around. Shui's working with a very good unit of players, and if they come together, it is relatively easy to make sure that the tip of the spear is blunt.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just have to look at Nuke. You just have to look at the way they play Nuke. When they went up against the Mongols right there, the way they just work in tandem, a little bit reminiscent, if you ask me, of a hive mind. Everyone knows exactly what to do at what point, and there never seems to be this kind of like, you know, kind of caught in the middle where they don't know what to do. No matter what the situation is, even if they lose or win the round, there is a lot of, you know, there's a lot of very clear vision as to how they want to finish it. Or even if they lose, it doesn't really matter, right? And that for me is the difference between Spirit and MOUZ. Because Spirit, I look at Donk just popping off, Zontics pulling off a clutch, or Shiro pulling off some massive play right there. MOUZ have a very different style in that manner.
And when it comes to even just, again, looking at how the teams are just structured, I mean, MOUZ 1 to 5 are simply stronger as a unit, whereas Spirit is so top heavy. When looking at how MOUZ are probably going to game plan for Nuke, all you have to do is try to avoid Donk. Easier said than done, of course, but places like ramp will be more vulnerable. Sight hits on the A bomb site are going to be more vulnerable. Just trying not to fight him in his comfort zone, that's where you're going to find the most success as MOUZ. And MOUZ are a team that love a ramp hit. They love to send Brolin on an entry path towards that area. And so if Brolin's able to get activated, just like he did against the Mongols, and just like he has for the past 6 months on Nuke, being one of the best Nuke players in the world in terms of overall rating, then I feel like they have a clear win condition before them.
And let's not forget about Exertion. Right now, the highest rated player for the side of MOUZ, and he hasn't dipped. He hasn't dipped. He's been having so much of impact. You're talking about Brolan being one of the highest rated players on Nuke. Absolutely, and alongside him is Exertion for me. He has been such a nuisance just being that outside player on the T or the CT side. I think Spirit are going to have a very rough time because it's not just about the one player you got to worry about. You got Brolan, you got him, and let's not forget Jimmy as well, man. He's been very quietly just doing his job. He's the guy, he's driving the truck. You know, no one's really looking at him, but just quietly driving the truck along. He's going to be lurking, cutting off any rotations, and I just feel like piece for piece, they just look so much better individually compared to Spirit, apart from obviously Donk.
What sort of play style are we getting when we jump into Nuke?
Well, given that MOUZ are going to be starting on the T side, again, they're probably going to be going for a lot of ramp hits early on. Yep. That's really their bread and butter on this one. Exertion does tend to test outside. I feel like MOUZ, if they want to win this one, though, have to move away from that a little bit, because when Donk's in that main garage area, his timings for blowing open the smoke, spamming people through the smoke, it is next level. It's like he has a sixth sense for when people are behind it. What he did at Katowice, that is what etched his name into the history books of Counter-Strike. The way he was able to just dispatch of so many players. Seemingly, it sometimes looks like Donk legitimately just has no smoke. Like he doesn't see it.
It was cheating.
Yeah, it legitimately sometimes looks like he's cheating over there. And I think some people even said, is it possible? Could you sneak it into a LAN environment? No, he's done it over and over and over again. And so when it comes to MOUZ, it's going to come down to teamwork. That is really the main point of this. We are talking about the individual, sure, of MOUZ, but when I look at them, it is more as a unit than even just who is going to step up today.
Just highlighting the number here, 1.17, not as impressive as Donk numbers, obviously, but no one's really is. But I want to take a look at the T-side opening attempts. 33% is quite gargantuan, even for an aggressive entry. And then you look at success rate, it's not the best, but that's okay. He is still playing his role. And for me, the way you counter Donk, because MOUZ are going to be starting on the T-side here in Nuke, is going to be Exertion towards outside poking and prodding, but you know he's got who's giving him Overwatch, Maui? You know this is Brolan.
Yeah.
Many of the times from above. And I feel like just the veterancy and the skill that Brolan possesses, along with the role-specific play that Exertion provides, I think that could be enough to counter Donk here.
There is another conversation that has to happen, and it is the conversation that happens online around MOUZ. We call them chokers on stage. We say that they struggle in the playoffs. Yes, we saw them play extremely well in their quarterfinals to get here, But have we washed that rumor away?
MOUZ are in the middle of a redemption story. They, at the beginning of the year, did look like the biggest stage chokers. They've talked about it in the past when losing out at the major before. They were worried about different aspects. Let's not forget that people did run on the stage when they were playing against G2 in the quarterfinals. Don't think that's going to happen today, so they don't have to worry about that one. I think security's a little bit better over there in Shanghai. But at the same time, I have seen enough lately from MOUZ that actually is shedding that narrative. I've seen Exertion play a little bit better on stage. I've seen people like Brolin play a little bit better on stages. Shuhei seems to not get as perturbed because the other people on his team do seem to be a bit more nervous. And Torzy has just been a stalwart on stage. His depreciation in rating from studio environments to stage environments is minuscule. It's barely even noticeable when you're watching via the eye test. And so overall, MOUZ, they've gotten more comfortable. They've been with as a roster now for a year. Almost exactly a year is when Brolin first stood in for them at the World Finals. Now they finally have that comfort. They aren't looking side by side saying who's going to step up because they know as a collective unit, they all will.
Let's remember for these two teams, no one, apart from Shuhei, but as an organizations, no one's reached the grand finals here. This is going to be the first time either MOUZ, a storied organization, which is as old as Counter-Strike, all the way to 2002, will have a chance to make it to the major playoffs alongside Shuhei, obviously, who had his major final run. And for Spirit, man, you got to remember the heartbreak they had in Copenhagen. It was FaZe, where Spirit were the favorites, and it took them down. So a lot on the line here for these two teams. Yes, there's still a lot of years ahead for each of these individuals. You look at how young Donk is, you look at how young the MOUZ players are. But obviously, as a five-man unit, you want to make this happen. There's so much on the line here, Sam.
For Spirit, there is the benefit that they've lifted a big trophy this year. They lifted that Kato trophy. Do you think that that gives them the upper hand? I want to specifically focus in on the IGL and the coach, because I think they play a huge role in these moments, in controlling their team, keeping their emotions down, but also adapting on the fly. Was Kato enough to elevate Spirit to the level where they can handle these big match pressure?
I think Kato is just way in the past. It's a whole different thing right now. Don came in just being like, I don't even understand what I'm achieving, what I'm doing here. He was just there playing Counter-Strike. Now he knows what he achieved back in Kato. It's a whole different mindset altogether.
Donk's demeanor has completely changed from Katowice. At Katowice, the few detractors from Donk's campaign as a professional player were upset about the fact that he was yelling, screaming, talking trash across the stadium to his opponents. Nowadays, you look at him, it's like this guy has aged 10 years in 12 months. That's what playing with Magix does to a guy, okay? That's what playing with chopper calling does to a guy. And there were points for both of these teams actually in the middle of the year where there was a little bit of strife, I would say. During ESL Pro League, some of the listen-ins, you could hear Exertion was talking to somebody on the team saying they need to step up, that they need to talk more. And on the flip side, in Russian, translated by Jerry on his stream, they talked about how Donk was actually a little bit upset with the calling at times with this team. So both of these teams had to work through adversity in the middle of this year to try to figure out how to synchronize their movements, their motions. And I'm going to say, I think MOUZ came out better from that. I think MOUZ have actually looked back at themselves. People are playing more as a unit. They trust each other more. And it comes because they selected Brolin, handpicked him to be that fifth member of their team because of the lack of an age difference. They're all around the same exact age, all around 20 years old, 21 years old. And so they all feel like they're coming from the same place. There's no seniority. There's no discrepancy in just who's going to be the big voice in these moments. They have a clear hierarchical structure that comes from the coach in Cyclone, is then Shuhei, and then everybody else has a say. It's almost democratic.
And what worries me for the Spirit team is also an interview that Zontex gave after the Liquid win they had, where it's like, sometimes we seem to get our own heads and we seem to be manifesting ways in which we could lose. And we saw that in the Liquid game. We saw Liquid come back into the game. And I feel like, I think it's a great statement he makes here, because I believe it is absolutely so very true. And I've seen this in Magix. I've seen it in big games. I've seen this in Chopper and some of the calls that come out from him. Heck, I've even seen it in Shiro, even though he's been having a hell of a season thus far. The only one that doesn't seem to feel the pressure has to be Donk. And I feel like for Spirit, just the fact that when the pressure's really on, when you know that you're the favorites, when you know you just have one more step remaining, they seem to crumble. Despite the fact they won Kato, despite the fact they won last spring final, when it comes to the big ones, they have struggled.
And can we just talk about Shiro for a second? Feel like we've completely glossed over the secondary star that has vaulted Spirit into the conversation as consistent contenders. There were no expectations for Spirit going into this year if they had Art Frost, if they had a rookie Opper, but now they have Shiro, one of the most clutch players, and I would say arguably the most clutch player of the year. This guy has been absurd in games that are just with top 10 teams at LAN. Shiro has more clutches, like a higher percentage of clutches on maps than anybody else in the world. Like, that's absurd. You think of people that are the best clutchers out there. You think of m0NESY because they're flashy. You think of ZywOo because he's so consistent in those kinds of situations. But when you really boil down the numbers, Shiro has won a higher percentage of clutches on the maps that he's played this year. Like, this guy has been incredible, and yet we don't ever give him his due because he is a bit more passive. If there is a secondary, second most passive Opper in the world, it would be him behind James. But at the same time, when he is in those kinds of moments, that's where he thrives.
Absolutely does. But for me, again, like Shiro, he's shown enough so far. Donk is donk. For me, I'm going to again reiterate for Magix. I've said this in the past as well. If Spirit don't win the major right here, Magix is on his way out. He has just been a very obvious liability so far for the team. So if there was ever a time for Boris to become the butcher, it is today and it is tomorrow.
Why do you think he's a liability?
Sometimes you just need to shoot heads. I'm watching Magix play at times. I'm watching the way he's taking some of the fights. I'm like, how are you in the same team as Donk? How are we not watching how this kid plays, how Shiro plays, how even Zontix plays at times, and how are he struggling here? I feel like just overall, he just feels like an ill fit to the team. I don't think he does enough. I'll bring up Ancient, for example. If you're a team playing Ancient against Spirit, which MOUZ are going to be doing today, you're hitting that B bomb site, man. You're attacking Chopper and Magix. You're going to abuse that time and time again, and you can't allow that to happen if you're Spirit.
Magix has unfortunately lost his identity in the heliocentric system that Chopper and Holly have devised. When everything is centered around activating Donk, and even to an extent activating Shiro, Magix gets lost in the weeds. He has really fallen off as that once great player on the precipice of maybe taking an HLTV top 20 spot, because what he did at Antwerp in 2022, that will not be forgotten. The clutch he had against FaZe Clan there, I have seen nothing remotely close to that since Donk arrived, since Shiro arrived. And now he's trying to play third fiddle, fourth fiddle even, to these guys who are rookies, who are still young in themselves. And so it is up to every individual to chime in. You are trying to support your star players, but it's Counter-Strike. Everybody has a gun. You need to get yours too.
And it's a very simple thing to say, you know, as a great Mr. Darwin said, you adapt or you die. And Magix, unfortunately, with this new system, and I'm not saying the system is wrong. Hey, if you have someone like Donk, you activate him, you activate Shiro, but if you're not able to adapt to the system, mold yourself to fit what your leader and your coach wants it to be, then unfortunately your days will be numbered. And Magix, he just hasn't adapted so far.
We're having a small PC issue, but it seems that all the players are in. So here we go. The youngest teams in the major are ready to face off in the semi-finals. A spot in the grand finals remains. It is MOUZ up against Spirit. What an incredible opportunity we have to watch history be made on this stage. Machine and Sponge are getting ready to take us into game. Let's head to Nuke.
Thank you very much. Yes, major playoff stocked full of next-gen names, fighting to forge their legacy, and this is where it really gets to the nitty-gritty, Chad. Spirit starting on the CT, MOUZ T-start. This is a MOUZ pick.
Yeah, I liked Maui's headline team play versus Star Power. Plenty of both on display today. Squeaky blown off. Is there pace behind this? Smoke dropped as well as pressure felt on towards ramp. They gave it that squeaky door being blown open with a smoke of their own, and they're just pivoting. They're pushing into Zontix domain.
Lots of deception. They show face, they back away. Zontix does the same. Tucks into the B site, concedes that ramp control. Oh, Exertion was trying to get cheeky around the smoke. Goes down to Magix. Good awareness there. Roland, lucky to be alive. Saved by Torji. Not the best weapon for the job. Magix gets his bell rung, converted by Torji. A second now for the Hungarian. Problems for Shiro. He's ran out of bullets, forced away. An audible descent in the vent, and now Torji, is he going to just be the gatekeeper of that single door? Ready to stand and deliver as the bomb is planted by Jimmy. A comfortable retake by any stretch. Yeah, it's going to be the flash, and Donk is a demon with this block. He's trying to track him. Shiro's actually paired up A lovely double, and oh my god! Spirit take the round!
Number disadvantage retake there, and they're able to pull that one off. Massive work.
I was convinced they had everything they needed. Good setup, double doors, man advantage, no kit for your retake, and never mind. Never mind, it's Shiro with a very quick double, despite the absence of donks after the first.
Yeah, this was discussing Shiro in clutches. This is impact late on the retake, so massive work from him. Just coming out that single door and nobody looking. That's how the double up was made possible. Just drawn into the fight by Donk and Chopper. And Shiro doesn't miss. And MOUZ, with the bomb going down, have actually been able to get themselves a tidy looking force. The bigger issue is the lack of head armor on Brolin and Exertion behind the Galils. Torji, Jimmy, not the same problem, and Shui into a Mac 10. Light on nades. We expended their smokes early. It feels like you're going to have to use these to try and take some territory.
Oh, early wall erected.
Yeah, big three-man pack as well with the bomb. As the first clear comes in, Chopper will poke his head up secret. Donk will try and contribute from main.
Top of red looks like it could be a headshot. Oh, just times to perfection on the retreat.
Down with the bomb, Chopper scampers back, so information definitely being found as ramp has been lost.
Off flash and pressure, Shiro has to get away with that scout. Wow, falls to a flying Mac 10, so pressure all over the shop. Now Zontics uncrouches into Jimmy. MOUZ, this is taking shape, it's taking bodies. Just Magix and Chopper left, and lobby has been taken short, but the site is lost.
The beauty of that is the way they exploited those rotations. Chopper says the info, Zontics drops down to bolster the B site. They're able to get out towards ramp. They harass the rotating player that is going to be Shiro. Scout, he gets hunted down by the Mac 10. Jimmy ready for Zontic to try and get that trade, take the territory back so they have some information, poking his head up ramp, and bang. Well, guess what? We're not in secret anymore. We're coming through main. This is a top split. And from MOUZ, that is very well handled. Sure, you lose the pistol that you probably should have won, but this might taste even better. Chopper will hold on to the FAMAS, the MP9 for Magix, and the two of them saving over towards T-spawn, enemy territory. History will be made today, Alex. One of these two teams, these organizations looking to put themselves into a major grand final. MOUZ, or MOUZ Sports as they once were, been in the major circuit since 2014. The furthest they've ever gone was a semi-final. That was at Rio, where they lost to Outsiders, the eventual winners. Spirit had Antwerp. They lost to FaZe, the eventual winners. So both of them being held at the door by the bigger names.
Game that was in Antwerp.
And that roster seems quite different today. Obviously, the headline is Donk. And do we have another ticket to the Donk show? That's the question. Can he continue to offer these next-level performances? Have a bit of a PC problem just being reported in the server by MOUZ. And we had a slight delay at the start of the game. There was also a PC issue on that side of the server. So hopefully we can get this sorted ASAP. So you also have FaZe versus G2 to look forward to this afternoon. And they are two of the absolute most fan-favorite teams. The energy will definitely be a whole lot more electric.
Well, there's a whole contrast as well with what you were just discussing. You know, you talk about major legacy and getting to those grand finals, perhaps one exception, but the other side, I mean, I'm sure it's numerous. So many players have been in pursuit of that trophy, some closer than others.
Well, that's where all the major winners still reside. Snacks and Taz representing the G2 side of the server. Snacks looking to make it a 10-year hiatus between major trophy lifts.
That is gangster. That is gangster.
And
the fact
FaZe,
he's still going.
4 out of the 5. It's Frozen, the newest to don the jersey. After Twist parted ways and headed to Liquid, which, hey, the start of the year wasn't great. The end probably felt a little bit better. Major playoff, sure, and oh, that's a thumbs up from Exertion. Does that mean we're good to go?
I think that means quite the opposite. Just trying to win over the crowd a little bit. Of course, he knows that on those walkouts, the star power of Donk, it is crazy how, you know, what is this, a 17-year-old?
Must feel like a dream.
Just walking out in Shanghai.
You wonder what the rest of life could be like, or how long can he really push the career?
Yeah, I mean, crazy. Just 10,000 people excited to see a 17-year-old kid from Russia just walking into the stadium.
Another young gun story. We just had Jimmy on screen for a moment. His brother, Sergey. He was 16 years of age back at Katowice 2019. He turned 17 throughout that major run. It was in March. His birthday was on, I think, the 1st of March, and the major final was on the 3rd of March. So he turned 17 going into that major grand final. And unfortunately for them, unable to lift the trophy, but here to support his brother. And that's the thing. Sergey was so young when he was there. Sergey's only 22. But we haven't seen Sergey in the server for, I think, 3 years.
Yeah.
Apparently he's driving trucks in Finland. That's a bit of a meme. I think it's maybe more than a bit of a meme, but...
we might get to see him back in the server. Sergey was such a promising young Finn.
It might be a longer fill than anticipated, everybody. Just seeing Torji disconnect and looking to change the PC. So we'll keep the reports flowing thick and fast, but that's the info that we have currently.
But, you know, the desk has discussed it, but this idea of the next generation, it kind of felt like that, right? When we started Katowice and Donk just shows up, and we know the Katowice Spirit story. I mean, that was just ungodly. I think the words I used at the time were like an extinction level event. It felt like, you know, this was where we start saying goodbye to some of the older names, whereas the newer names have kind of risen to the ranks and gotten into the jersey. I imagine it's only going to get more. It's only going to be more of that coming into this.
I think this is the thing. We are 10 years deep into CSGO/CS2 at this point. You obviously have the previous generations from 1.6 Source.
Still floating about occasionally.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's still people who are part of teams or still kicking around doing different things in the space who were involved in the very early echelons, and they're all inspiring the next generation. I think there was questions regarding Donk because CS2 had really just come out, right? It was late in 2023. They were transitioning. It was like, oh, okay, well, is he getting these advantages because, you know, the peakers are buffed in CS2? But he's been able to carry through as the game's developed and evolved. And, well, I think most would say it's at its best state so far, and it should only keep getting better, and he's still delivering.
Yeah.
I think it was unquestionable when you see a level of performance in Katowice to go, oh, yeah, he's going to do that again. Oh, he's going to pop off to that. Like, no, guys, like, what are we talking about? Like, that was insane, and he's not just going to be able to carry that from event to event to event. You had the fact that you were not the favorite, and then you decided to be this terrorizing force. You put a target on your back. The rest of the year, hey, they still have more trophies to their cabinet, right? It wasn't just that win.
Yeah, sure. But the big win, you know, I mean, you know, the major, it's tantalizingly close.
Well, this would be such a huge feat for them because I feel that we've had one of our most competitive years of Counter-Strike in an extremely long time. You look at all the different names that have been in contention. We started the year with FaZe at the tippy top of the tongue coming out of 2023, coming into 2024. Spirit put their name in the hat early. MOUZ have been good in the environments that aren't the arenas, and that started to change a little bit too. They've been getting wins in arenas. They made 2 arena finals, Chengdu as well as Rio, unable to lift those trophies, but they're doing their best to shake the title of just being studio merchants because EPL, that's not a problem for them. You know, the Dacha events, yeah, they could definitely show up there. But it's these big trophies, these big titles, and that was the difference that Sam was pointing out on the desk is Spirit have lifted a massive trophy in an arena. It was Katowice, so they're looking to bookend the year.
Yeah.
Katowice and the Major in Donk's real first year of top-tier play. That's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, it does speak to the competitive field of play, doesn't it? I mean, you've also had Vitality Cologne, of course, no more Vitality. We witnessed their departure yesterday, which was, I mean, breathtaking to witness. Truly did not see that one coming after the first map and even the start of the second. So yeah, you've got a nice smorgasbord of top-tier Counter-Strike teams, and MOUZ one of them. And I can't help but explore that, you know, disappearing in the playoff stages conversation. I think that's an interesting one and a conundrum, and I can't help but attribute it to that nice, vague word, pressure.
Yeah, look, I think that both of these teams, after their quarterfinal victories, did interviews with HLTV. It was Zontix for Spirit, it was Brolin for that of MOUZ, and they both referenced, well, stress and nerves, and they're symptoms of pressure, right? So pressure is a tough one. We see it go, yeah, it's the pressure of the arena, but essentially it's just creating a tension, and that tension is going to create the fatigue that is going to cause mistakes. Either physically, you're going to miss shots, mentally, you're going to make mistakes, you're not going to rotate, you're going to forget strategies, you're going to miss smokes, and they can really plague you. And we have seen it previously when these guys are playing in the big arenas. Zontix early on in the year in Copenhagen had a tough time in some clutches. Now, they weren't easy clutches by any stretch, but back then he was running with the fact that, hey, we don't feel pressure. But I think, you know, the more that you do this, the more that you see this, the more that you feel it. Neither of you have been in a major grand final before. Shui's the only one. That is the goal. The goal is to lift that trophy, and you have to go step by step, and you're in uncharted territory right now. Last time Spirit only made it to the quarterfinals. This time they're in the semifinals. Coming into this matchup, I think most people would have them as the favorite over MOUZ. But with the head-to-head in the year, they played 4 times, and we're split 2-2. So we found the decider in their best of 5. Just checking out a bit of chit-chat between the two of them in I
can see Donk just smiling ear to ear. They're having a whole chit-chat.
Yeah, so Shui's a bit of a character if people haven't been able to really get that from his interviews. At breakfast or at lunch when they're in the catering area, you know, he's running around, he's asking all these questions. I heard him the other day asking about Element. The Norwegian legend.
Not periodic table.
No.
Okay.
And then he started asking, he said to Zip when we were getting a coffee, he said, what's the capital of Australia? And Zip's just sitting there looking. He tried to give him some hints. Most people will get that one wrong. It's Canberra. Then he asked me, what's the capital of New Zealand? I tried to trick him, make him think it was Auckland. It's Wellington. He likes his trivia, does Shuey?
Okay. Well, you know, maybe once he's had a long tenured career in Counter-Strike, we'll see him on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I can see him being well suited to the task.
He's asked, what's the capital of South Africa? Cape Town.
Cape Town. Not familiar with Chinese gang signs. Don't know what he's throwing up there.
Well, I think that could be we are almost ready to go sign, because I can see that we do have all 10 servers, all 10 players on the server. 10 servers playing their own game.
Everyone's top fragging.
It looks good. Freeze time ticking on down. Need a restore. And we should be good to go. They have called the tech, but that's because they need to get the admins to give it a quick little restart. So don't worry. It'll be sorted out. No dramas whatsoever. Okay.
Okay, Shuey, next question. What do you call after winning a second round force buy with some fantastic manipulations of rotation? Something that Chad has often talked about is the recipe for success on T-side nuke is forcing the CT side to acknowledge rotations and to manipulate them to your will and whimsy.
Well, one of the keys right here is they have saved the Famous an MP9, but they've even been able to get an M4 in the hands of Donk. So if he wants to get in their face, could try and unravel some of this chessboard that is nuke. Jimmy applying pressure over towards ramp early. Does look like Donk has dropped down towards the lower side, so he's doing what Chopper attempted in the previous. We'll see if he can be so more successful.
Like, not scared. Flash comes in, Peak comes out, no one's home, but there's a nice lot of damage. Donk forced away. Ducks down at 50 HP.
I will just note something that could be a bit of an issue, potentially because of the pause that we just had in the restore. Exertion hasn't brought into head armor, which is a key issue against MP9s, Famouses, M4s.
Yeah, it could become problematic. Brolin has closed the gap on this lock of smoke. Shiro can now acknowledge that potential. Just dipped back to ramp safe haven for him. With Zontix starting to get a bit activated towards Trophy and lobby.
A lot of territory to work with right now.
Being held by Chopper, a head-to-head duel, and FAMAS versus Galil. Brolin prevails. Lobby held very passively here by Jimmy. A head-to-head he has versus Zontix. Looks like Zontix should have had that. Shuey, though, down clean. Nice work from Magix. Flashed off and long-range burst. Could have been good. Wow, Brolin. Instant headshot. Falls apart for Spirit, and looks like preserving the guns is their call. I say that, Donk is looking at the ladder, but that's a death sentence, and he knows it.
He's in a bit of a danger zone right now. He might get caught here, Donk. And if he gives over the... the fact that he had the M4, they might have hunted him down. Jimmy at range with the MAC-10 will delete him. And that's just going to leave Shiro with this scout. Again, saving over towards T-spawn. So MOUZ grabbing a lot of space in these back-to-back rounds. In the previous, able to get down secret, force the rotations. This time, suffocating towards Heaven and Hell. And a great second shot there from Brolin. Always going to be a bit tentative coming out of Heaven like that. He was going out first, so he was traded. He got so low from that dink from Chopper. But really well handled. Brolin staying alive with 4 points of health, and this is great signs. You've got 4 rifles, sure 2 of them are Galil's. But you're building a bit of a bank right now with 4 players staying alive.
Brolin representing Sweden. Formerly one of the more dominant regions and countries of Counter-Strike.
Not only that, he was part of Fnatic alongside of the JWs and Flushes, and for his age, it's kind of crazy to think he played with those absolute legends once upon a time. I think the story goes his time in NIP didn't count, but his time in MOUZ definitely does.
Yeah, some high praise as well from Exertion in his interview, saying that Brolin's game versus MIBR, the Elimination Stage, was the best game he's played in a MOUZ jersey. Referring to Brolin, who has had a rough start in the Shanghai Major.
I guess we have a good time to talk about that headline. Is a bit of a tag from Shiro. We'll need to hit a bunch more of those if these pistols want to be able to convert. Into the line, he was ready, but just unscoped. Again, they're just clamping down on Heaven and Hell, suffocating any of the rotation points as they're going to flood out of Heaven.
Yeah, that's actually potentially going to go awry? They handle it very well so far. Something's going to be overlooked for a moment. Brolin adjusts and cleans up. Donk's D does nothing.
And then Shiro with the scout deleted as well.
Right.
Another round with 4 players staying alive. Residual cash is flowing. Torji 9.4, 9.5 for Jimmy. Heaps of cash. Now, does Torji want to drop that Galil over to Exertion? They bring out the AWP. It doesn't look like it, but Hallie wants to get on the mic and stem the bleed immediately. This is the CT side of Nuke. You won the pistol, you lost the force, you're 3-1 in the hole, but now the rifles are out to put up a bit of a fight because there hasn't been a lot of kills to report over that little spread that MOUZ just went on. We have their map choice of Ancient up next, Mirage in the third and Decider if we need to get there.
The 30-second window has elapsed. Ali barks his orders.
So they've shown they're able to surge around towards Heaven and Hell. They're able to get down Secret, and there's no Shiro AWP. So you try and continue with a similar game plan. There is the Torji AWP, so the 30 seconds allowed them to rejig the purchases. Exertion sold back his AK, got dropped the M4. This is just fast. This is ballsy.
Yeah, and they know they've been occupying Secret.
Just cross dry.
Just straight dry across, and yeah, Shiro. It's not going to be Shiro. It is. Down there early. Chopper in support. A block smoke seems good. Well placed. Now the bomb is on the back of Torji, so use his positioning as an indication of the finish. Zontic's very passive at the back of the garage.
Yeah, that's key. Zontic is the ramp holder. There's nobody ramp. They're playing nobody over towards ramp whatsoever. Shiro down B Shore, the canary in the coal mine, but that's very late info. Drop in, first kill, Donk down.
Flash. And they clear him out as well, despite his passive nature. Zontic's empty-handed, Donk the same. Magic's forced into the fight by the Flames. And he's done well with the first. Chopper swings through, delivers a headshot, removes Torji. They can pivot. Sound cues are heard. Brolin from Heaven as well. Magic's just distracted by this sound cue. Lovely team play. Team play is the name of the game for MOUZ, isn't it?
I think that they have individuals who can deliver, but the way that they play off of each other, the way that they approach the game, it can be a beauty to watch. And I think some of their shortcomings a little bit earlier in the year was maybe too much confidence, too much getting into fights as opposed to playing out the rounds. And right now they are poised. It's telling when you're playing the push and pull of Nuke that communication has to be an all-time high. You can't be stressed. You can't just be running around. You need to understand what's open, what's not. That appears to be the case so far as MOUZ looking to post their fourth. We'll now note the position of Shiro. Looking to save something yet again, Spirit, but right now just making a dent within these rounds. It really not looking good in the hood as Jimmy will back off to save and preserve that AWP to give it to Torji. Loss bonus. It's going to put an interesting discussion on the table for Spirit. I think they should just partially invest behind this A1S and then try and bring out the full buy with the AWP in Shiro's hands for the next.
It has been very yard-centric so far.
And I thought potentially they might want to try and head over towards this A site and exploit Magix and Chopper, right? Chopper's your doorman. Magix will be anchoring the back of the site. Zontic's over towards ramp, and it's the combination of Shiro and Donk dealing with the outside.
But they just decide to take a fight with Donk every round.
They didn't take the save. They've actually shoved all in here. They've brought out MP9s. Just another M4 and another entry. This is looking way too easy, way too clean and concise for MOUZ right now. This is beautiful.
You have to respect that. The Molotov thrown by Brolin buys them full ramp control. A wall of smokes as well. They have no idea how many numbers have taken ramp, never mind outside, and so Chopper will dip down.
Spirit are just chasing their tail.
They really are concerned about B.
I just think with this much ramp space and all the utility you have, you're in such a strong position to execute towards the lower side. Chopper has to play forward and try and cause some chaos. Has support of Magix. The two of them can unleash these MP9s in the choke point. This could still pay off, but we need a multi-kill from one of the two.
Magix has used his MP9 to great success in their quarterfinal, and Chopper goes ahead. Isolated now. Magix knows what he's got to do. A sound cue given, and not the headshot initially. Good work, finds Brolin. Shui trades. 2 remain. Shiro is down here. And now forced into the fight. He delivers! Gets away with murder. Exertion's having none of that, though. Returns fire. Nice late arrival through Secret. He bided his time throughout the entirety of that round to find that double to finish. But yeah, threatening from Shiro. He's shooting hard. But that force by force flat, Chad, and I can't help but feel this T-side haul from MOUZ is starting to swell. 5-1.
This is already out of control. Obviously, the max loss bonus coming into play again once these saves gives them a slight buffer, so they have been able to bring out the Shiro AWP, but it's never really been a full buy, has it? There's always been some form of ambition, whether it's utility or firepower, now Shiro's AWP, but there's nothing really around it.
Okay, late main smoke. Shiro's AWP gonna be hard to hit shots with the wall erected. Donk spotted.
And called an AWP. That's great information. With how the buys have been going, you don't really know what Spirit are going to be throwing your way, so exertion.
He's cooking. Is he going to go through? Suspects Donk's committed to yard, and now he just walks through, and now all onto Magix. Jump scare from behind, and just onto Donk. It falls apart for Spirit once more. So well structured, exploiting these gaps they manufacture.
And a save again. Right now for MOUZ, it literally feels like there's nothing they can do wrong. They are playing such a clean game of Counter-Strike at this point. There's just been so few fights. Zontic sitting at 0-6. Donk, we said, do we have a ticket to the Donk show? Well, not yet. He's 1-7. 2 kills for Chopper, 4 for Magix, and 6 for Shiro at the tippy top, but looking to get more exits next to his name. Donk is not present just yet. And that has been an unfamiliar flavor in Shanghai. That's the first move that you might want to question. Give over a AK. So Chopper will upgrade that. Get an opportunity. They are going to see him slink down the ladder, and silently as they were heading on back to spawn, Brolin will make sure that doesn't get out of control. So no AK after all. At this point, I'm really questioning the approach from Spirit. It doesn't feel they've come in ready to go with full guns. Maybe they're, I don't want to say there's lack of respect for MOUZ, but just not seeing a full buy by my category of that terminology in play, and we're about to head into round number 8. It's very worrying.
Especially because now it's too far gone to kind of sit there and go, yeah, we've got to eco, give them 7. You know, you kind of you're in a box now.
Yeah, and because they save that AWP, you think, okay, well, we probably should buy behind this. And that's exactly what they're starting to do off the back of this 30-second conversation with Halley. But right now, my question is, okay, well, they're taking all the space. How do you negate that aggression? So do we want to go for the AWP with an MP9 on a ramp push? Do we want to do yard control where Shiro posts up, watch top silo? Does he get behind red? Does Donk push up close under silo? What type of fights are we looking for? And now, Shui, well, he's just had 30 seconds with Cyclone. What are we going to change? Is the game plan working to the point where we don't need to stress? Because right now, everything is picture perfect. This is stunning from MOUZ.
So Incendiary to stop their crawl. Main smoke obscures, same wall. Donk, he is going to be proactive on this. He has that vision over the top of this wall if he chooses to mantle up. He's not.
But what are you lacking when you don't have a full buy? HEs to clear smokes. You don't know what's across. You have to respect this.
Ooh, spots it out the shoulder of Shiro, breaks the smoke regardless. Minimal HGs, yes, but Shiro's put his to good use. Finds an opening kill for Spirit, a much-needed opening kill on this semi-final stage. More available for Shiro. Zorping prowess on display. Finding that impact his other teammates have been unable to provide. Bomb slips lower, though, and this could be a heartbreaker if you concede.
It's Zontic's from range with an MP9, so he's going to have to try and get up close and personal on the sound cue.
Break of the glass, not yet committed to. Zontic's walking in, does catch Exertion off guard. An important trade found by Brolin, but a 2 versus 4. Oh, and Brolin catches Chopper on the ladder. Did he catch a whiff of Magix? I think he did. He certainly did now. Loud about this, very loud about this. MP9 versus AK, and Brolin dips off the vent. Donk from heaven should have him. Nade thrown out. Limit Donk's contribution so he can pick up that bomb. It's Jimmy in the clutch. Known to be no slouch in these kind of situations. Knows where Donk was. Starts to maneuver away. Shiro and Donk, after such a strong start, could lose this. If, oh, he only found one more bullet onto Shiro. Asked him to delay the defuse to recover the AWP. But that's Shiro's round. And Spirit's second.
Yeah, first that showed a little bit of wobbles. But great impact there from Shiro, finding the first rating towards ramp. Really good work from him. Does get the AWP back in time. Defuse comes through. Donk gets an AK-47. Here's the clear just in time.
Good shots.
Chewy trying to take some space, but one step ahead. I think Zontix was very lucky there because the timing worked for him perfectly. Exertion was already clearing, holding, waiting, nothing came, and Zontix walked down like he wasn't expecting anybody to be that close, so fortunate. Now it's about doubling up, going on consecutive round run to try and close out this half. 6 is still available. That would mean 5 on the trot, and that would shift momentum going into the second half of play.
Shoulder spotted, one shot hit. Wow, brave from Jimmy to go crouch peeking into the AWP.
It's very confident stuff from Jimmy there, especially after the spray at range in the previous in that 1-on-2.
Torchy's head was spotted at the top of the smoke. Donk communicating, and they are once again occupying his domain. Break of the smoke, delays. Shiro trying to provide support, because Donk's dead. Just like that, Brolin backing his individual prowess. 14 frags for the Swede, and more not available this round. Shiro makes sure of it. It's his AWP shot, brings us back into a 4v4, but Chopper and Shiro are bleeding out.
Yeah, Chopper's in a lot of trouble when this smoke fades. You can see he's worried about Jimmy, who will be able to punish this time round. There's a second available, but
Nice.
Magix makes sure it doesn't get too out of control. 3v3, 55 seconds.
Shiro very concerned about this lost space on Yard. He is just holding this close angle.
Gonna have to worry about lower, and well, Zontix has just rotated down there, so gonna be split on the defense, our Spirit.
Just as he tried to clear the walk up, Shui nails him. Now it is all onto that Magic's top site hold, as you just highlighted. Zontix is nowhere near. Starting to investigate the A site. Swings through, straight into the AWP. Again, there's just always, it feels like they're traveling in pairs.
Good trade work, good teamwork. And again, it just shows that the communication for MOUZ. The last round was where it looked a little bit skittish, right? It was Brolin in a desperate scenario trying to rotate up the vent, getting caught throwing nades. But they were in, what was it, I believe, a 2v4 situation, so still able to try and draw that one back. But you can see what MOUZ were hoping for there, and they got delivered. It was too quiet. There was seeds of doubt for Spirit. They had no information. They were just worried that they'd be crept upon. MOUZ were waiting for the reaggress. They caught a perfect timing. Shui with the knockout blow onto Shiro's AWP there in lockers. And Zontix would try and scavenge this back if he could. 2900 into the next, so Shiro should be able to bring out an AWP, but it's the rest of them that you have to question in the buy department, and now the half has been won. 7-2.
It's their pick for a reason.
It's a masterclass on this T side so far. You have to be so happy as the coach standing behind watching this play out, because you haven't been brought into the mud. You're not playing a brawly game. It wasn't back and forth with the force buys. You won your force buy, they couldn't do the same, so now we're looking clean and easy. And sure, there's been saves, but you've never really found yourself in any scenarios that are causing too much concern. As I've called another technical, so I'll take a moment to glance over and see what's being addressed.
I mean, they are genuinely just all holding their pieces of paper. I can see Zontix taking a look at his notes.
Well, no communication allowed during the technical. Coach can't chip in, players can't talk to each other, communicate any way, shape or form. So right now, for Spirit, it's about trying to find yourself center stage here in Shanghai. These first 9 rounds of play probably feeling blisteringly fast, even though you were going for the saves, because for the individuals, you get a duel, you're dead. And we haven't really had a lot of action. Nothing that you can be proud of for most of the players, other than Shiro, really. Zontix is on the board now. Donk's up to 2, but it's unusual to see him this quiet.
Desk highlighting Donk's shift of demeanor from the one we met at the start of this year to the one we see on our screens now. Attributing it to age, I suspect it's also just a question of remaining composed. It can be easy to get a bit volatile with your emotions running so high, so hot. But he still stays focused on the task at hand. You can recover this CT half, albeit, as Chad put it, a masterclass from MOUZ. It has to start now.
Buy's not bad. MP9, the weakest of the weapons for Chopper, but he can wield that. Smoke's being donated to the Grenadier himself, Shui, to set them up with the smoke wall once more. Hey, future pros, you can all take some tips off that. Nice little diagonal with 3. And they have been using it to great success. This time a faster, well, was looking like a faster pacing. I think Exertion was trying to play ahead, and I'm not sure, just over the tippy top. Exertion well aware of this, clear of the smoke, and takes the fight. Donk down, Exertion winning out that head-to-head.
Missed shot from Shiro. Donk again just can't seem to win a duel. MOUZ can shoot, they shoot hard. Exertion demonstrates. Problems now. Chopper down on the low side. Magic's got so much work to do, and Brolin's already beneath him. Jimmy lingers lobby. Brolin's coming for you, and Exertion will be in a position to trade as well. On the railing, fun from Zontix. Shui does fall elsewhere. Magic's anticipating this hunt occupation. Zontix has his 6. Magic staying dynamic, a wall bang just through the corner, finds the headshot, removes Magic's topside vulnerable. Zontix 1 is not going to be enough. He's trying to pivot to a higher vantage point, but Exertion ready. It just goes from bad to worse. Exertion has a field day on yard.
Yeah, beautiful work from him. As soon as Donk got killed there, he typed tech and disconnected from the server. So maybe he's having a couple of issues as well that need to be sorted. Hopefully those are more game-related than mental, because they're going to need him to wake up and shake things up. MOUZ up to 8. Right now, this is the composure that you're looking for. You don't need to be getting fired up about these rounds if you're MOUZ. You're playing them perfectly. This is the type of Counter-Strike that after you finish the round, yeah, good stuff, boys. Yeah. Let's keep going. Let's go again.
More of that.
You are playing by the book. Everything that you've discussed, everything you've planned for this very moment is coming to fruition. And you're on an easy streak. It's just about getting this job done, moving on to Ancient. Their match against MOUZ, it didn't start anywhere near as confidently as this. They had to really build back into that game. Finding their feet, finding some comfort on the stage right now against a big name like Spirit. This is where they've really had a tough time, MOUZ, throughout the year. They've slowly been able to chip in with a few more arena wins on the Cologne stage, the finals of Rio and Chengdu. Now, this is looking like a strong contender for a grand final showing. This could just be one of those series where both teams really just go to town on their own map picks, and then we get to the third and it really delivers with some of those fireworks.
Look at that, the auto shotgun has been brought out. Sign of the times. Will there be any aggression behind it, or is it just going to be on top of the HUD? Seems that's where Magix was heading.
Honestly, not a bad weapon for the job, but if they don't head A, might have trouble using that. Chopper aggressive.
Mind games being played. Donk and Chopper tasked with yard control.
They've gone for this red boost so often for Torji to look around the gaps of their own smokes.
Chopper shut down, but always in trouble. Brolin's down, the bomb is lost. Shiro, long-range FAMAS taps away. Builds a round out of this one. Shiro gets that info. Tries to limit their options, maybe overlooking the potential for Shui. Timing,
will do.
Caught, timing has been perfect. Donk just returning, looks away, should be a clean one. Shui gets it done. Costs him a great deal of health. Donk gets his crosshair there in time. Shiro distracted, destroyed by Jimmy, still takes one with him.
Well, he couldn't win the 1v2. How about a 1v3? Knows where the bomb is, has plenty of time to sort this one out, but isn't going to be able to do it silently. He's running into Zontix.
Yeah, there's no way. He's got his knife out. Zontix should have a freebie here. Gets it done. Spirit get their third. And success in the yard. Shiro, such a condition for the win through the fence.
Had those bolt cutters out, didn't he? That'll be a nice little boon for Shiro for this final round of the first half. And we have been quite stop-start in this, so we'll be heading into another minute break between the halves.
I mean, that's only been Shiro. You think about it, pistol, USP, multi-kill.
He's showing impact.
Or 3K, and this one right here with the FAMAS. Certainly showing impact in the absence of others. In the absence of Donk, a rough first half on this semi-final stage. Exertion though. Oh, Donk's not ready! Charges off the main with a pace change out of MOUZ to end the half. This could be cheeky. Chopper is good and ready for the first. Molly forces the fight for Chopper. Low HP from exertion. And he goes down. Shui's back, exposed to the Shiro AWP, and this pace change has come to a rather swift halt. In the smoke, Torji gets a faceful of Chopper, pulls the trigger just in time. A triple kill from Torji, and a fourth required. Knows what he is, playing in the smoke, down to 25, still got one-shot headshot available. Picks up the bomb, and uses that smoke to get out of there. Shiro, how are you playing this? Does drop in the vent. Extinguish, pressure on to Torji now, knows it. Shiro's ahead of the play. This is Spirit's chance for a fourth again, demanding Shiro to step up, to be the start, to give them something to work with into this next half of play. It's Shiro again! Spirit can count on Shiro, takes a moment to engage in Shanghai, get the attention, let him know he's here. And his gameplay's certainly doing that. MOUZ's pick, and they recover 4 meager rounds on their CT half.
Yeah, no shame for Shiro in that first half. He did everything he could there. You think about how late when the AWP came into play, and then he found impact with it. Just question the buying patterns of Team Spirit early on, winning the pistol, losing the force, and then after that, the first gun round felt like it was miles down the track. This is where we started to heat up a little bit, but Shiro showing some poise, showing some class, and able to get them something to work with. Magix, he wants his fist bump. Shiro wants his applause. You wonder for MOUZ. Now the CT side, your players are online. Brolin, definitely 15 kills for him. Are they just going to be able to shut this down, or will it become a bit of an issue?
And that's the question. What's your professional opinion on the T sides of Spirit?
They can be hit and miss. Sometimes they look great, and sometimes they look very, very rough. And I think you get two types of those T-halves. One could be where you're getting the Donk and Shiro show, and they're able to find their contributions. But other games we've done, Chopper's been getting space, getting entry kills. You think of some Mirage matches earlier on in the tournament, really able to call a good game. But it can be a bit hit and miss. And Nuke being so technical and Donk not being online, if they're looking to rely on the individual to crack things open, they might have to turn to Shiro a little bit more so right now. But you want to get Donk activated for map number 2. Even if you lose this one, you need him to be in the game. So Shiro with 14 kills at the tippy top of the scoreboard. P250 for Chopper. Flashing his hands as well. Your body's going up towards Silo immediately. Bit of a waterfall technique.
Okay, I love it. Georgie knows what's up. Over the waterfall smoke and pressures immediately towards that hell position. Georgie flirting with the idea of pushing the smoke. It's a death wish if you do. Donk flies around the corner. Tries to pull the crosshair, still goes down to Shui. Traded by Magix. Zontic's coming in from the elevation. Shui not looking. Needed a clean headshot. Needed a clean headshot. Messy from Spirit here. The toes are spotted, distracting Shui further. Can he really adjust again? Shiro makes it look easy. As it should have been. Easy to lose track of that Glock.
Action on Torji poking his head up secret.
Yeah.
Might catch them back turn. Magix is trying to deal with this.
Ooh, it's all about the timing here. Does Magix get cover in time? It looks like he has. So yeah, Heaven. And Exertion's opted for this hot angle. Maintains that lobby control as the round takes a bit of a standstill. Silent drop from Magix. Covered by that USP, recovered off of Shui's corpse. And force Shiro in Heaven. Torji main. Xertion distracts. Gets the headshot. Shiro tapping heads. It's more Shiro show. Torji left in the 1 versus 2. Shiro feeling himself in Shanghai, pulling Spirit back into this game. But Torji, he's hitting headshots of his own. Shiro called the bluff. Torji backs away, trying to catch the tip of the head. And that's another clutch. Torji pulls it off with a second to spare, and he loves the way that one feels.
All right, giving Shiro a taste of his own medicine there. A 1v1 to end the half as the defuse is going to be real damn close. But guess what, Torji, he didn't celebrate too early. He knew he had that one covered and played it to perfection. Just more bodies than Shui was expecting coming through the heavens here, but some great shooting from Shiro. But the way that Torji plays this, he taps the bomb, he tucks behind the box. So if you're looking for just a little cue, a little indicator, maybe a leg, maybe an arm, or out of position, pops up, not only out of his chair, but into Shiro's face and secures the pistol round for MOUZ. We've split the pistols in map number 1, but the bomb goes down and Spirit are going to attempt to win a force fight, just like MOUZ did in the first half of play. the most energetic we've seen MOUZ so far off the back of that clutch. They know what that means. They deal with this one. It's down to Spirit likely on the eco, and we can say good night to Nuke and hello to Ancient.
If they win this one, Tech9's can be oh so threatening. The Mac 10 yard, not always ideal. Donk's going to throw out the smoke wall from behind the red container, and Exertion can be very disruptive here, at least get answers.
Playing ahead of it into main.
Torji, an opportunity to try and isolate these duels. It's clean, it's comfortable, it's perfect from MOUZ. Nothing for Spirit here, apart from a Shiro constellation frag. He falls finally. And just as you highlighted, that essentially signals a very quick second half.
And well, with the type of buy decisions that Spirit have gone for, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them just shove again.
At this point.
I think that was so well handled from Brolin in that A defense because, look, there was that gap of timing that they were able to peer through. They throw the smokes, they say, hey, we're trying to go down secret. Guess what? No, we're exploding in through main, trying to open up A from multiple different angles, and Brolin defending Squeaky has to flick around. So really, really good work there from MOUZ.
Oh, hello.
A little bit of a knife out of spawn. That's a love tap. Some light pistol upgrades. Starting to get the energy flowing and going as Chopper will be the first death this time round. And opening kills for Spirit just feels so few and far between. We'll check in on the stat line and see how dire it is.
Returning to that pressure conversation for a moment, you highlighted it can lead to tension and fatigue. But the pressure also comes from other places. It can come from yourself, but it can come from external factors as well.
Yeah, Blair was bringing that up on the desk with the Zontics interview, saying that they were starting to manifest in their head ways that they could lose the round as Liquid was starting to make their comeback known on Dust 2.
Yeah, just that, like, the little thought in the back of your mind.
What if?
What if I can't hit a headshot today? He certainly can. Removes Donk. Jimmy's there. M4. Oh, he takes a heavy headshot. Goes down to that Shiro T.
Shiro's got 19 kills.
He's doing everything. Is he top frag in the server? He is. He is. 18 from Brawler. Exertion finds his 9th, but yeah, I mean, what a crazy discrepancy to have. It's like Shiro's certainly got more experience than some of the other names.
Oh, for sure. Look, you've got 4 opening kills in total for Spirit over the course of this game so far. 2 of them, Shiro's been able to manifest for them. He has 6 multi-kills. He's got a clutch to his name. Shiro's doing it all at the moment.
I can't help but feel like knowing Shiro or knowing Counter-Strike players, you're going to be sitting there going, oh, if I win that clutch, you know, oh, if I just won the pistol.
Yeah, Brolin's been having a great game as well, 5-0 as far as opening is concerned. So everybody finding contributions. It's Jimmy who's been in clutches, who, look, they were pretty tough clutches to win. So no harm, no foul for him not converting those. But this is just a formality now. Is this all for show from Team Spirit?
Damn, that spam does find Chopper. Brolin gets him low. Shui ready to receive. Bad tracking. Good flashes. Shiro opens it up. Donk and Zontics breaking down the front door. Topside falls for MOUZ.
How's that? The first Donk opening kill. And we're 16 rounds deep.
More required. A whole lot more. If there is to be a conversation about Nuke. Shiro's ready for Exertion Yard, and regardless, Exertion finds that headshot quickly. Well-placed utility, can throw a smoke on top of that after recovering it.
Yeah, you want to hold on to these guns. Oh. It's a little bit light on with the cash for a few of the members of MOUZ, so they should be able to get the buy going forward as long as these 3 stay alive. No dramas whatsoever. Now, look, I don't know if this is going to be over just yet. We might see one of the greatest Counter-Strike comebacks in history, but if the game does end in a few rounds' time, I wouldn't put this down to pressure for Team Spirit. I don't think they set themselves up in the first half of play to actually contest. I think with the way that they were buying, the type of buys that they brought to the table, the fact that we didn't really see full investment, which limits your options.
Yeah.
Right, not only on Nuke are we looking for the HEs to clear the smoke walls, you're also looking for your Molotovs to make sure they can't be pacey. Right, you want to block them from the potential to go fast down secret. And there was rounds where they were just lacking everything that they possibly required to be competitive. Now, sure, that does start with losing the force. Your coach can't make you do that, but he can definitely get on the mic and say, hey, boys, what's going on with these buys? Last round of top pop on a delayed tempo. This time more investigation towards Yard. And Donk starting to work himself back into the game. That's the question. All the ruse. Drop the smoke wall, imply pressure with the incendiaries that you're going to comb forward and take more of this control. And having to acknowledge the rotations are MOUZ, but nobody's dipped down towards B just yet. Torji coming over to bolster ramp. That might free up Jimmy to rotate lower. I'm now back in lobby, and well, they're trying to exploit rotations in the same way that MOUZ did, but this is more lobby heavy as opposed to yard centric. Not worried about B whatsoever, MOUZ.
Yeah, it feels like their prep may be paying off here. Good understanding of what to expect. Torji confirms ramp is there. Zertion, though, does go down, overextends into Zontix. Here comes the finish. That Molotov forces the fight. Brolin off of Hut. Now Shui burning. Swings. Level C guard. He gets two. Massive from Shui. Still Spirit have the advantage. Torji's AWP is dangerous, though. Deadly. But no with Magic's in the server. Shuts it down. Converts the round. A must-win round for Spirit. As you discussed, the idea of a comeback, they've taken 2 steps in that direction.
Oh, Stack was in the right place there for MOUZ. Felt like they had a good understanding of the situation, ready to lock down Shui with a fortunate double, but everybody else a little bit shy of these shots. Saw Torji hit through the corner of the wall, the spam from heaven. I think Jimmy, out of everybody, his aim has probably looked the shakiest in certain situations, going for these sprays. MOUZ have been humbled with the finances. First time they're really having to feel this in map number 1 of the series. I said the pressure conversation, I wouldn't put that on Spirit for the reason that the game is looking as it is. But for MOUZ, if this does slip and start to be a bit of a comeback, then yeah, definitely that could be the chit-chat. Brolin over his head.
They've run past him. He's now slipping in towards lobby where Shiro is completely unprepared. He missed the headshot, still gets the kill.
That's the bomb.
Awkward, recovered by Chopper, gets away. USB from Jimmy does betray. Top side is theirs. Trading places. Both low. Hail Mary wallbang from Brolin does not connect. Post plant set up. Feels unlosable.
Sweet already backing off for the save towards T-Spawn. Sure, we're going to hang around to look for a little bit more damage, maybe of a better upgrade. Just make sure that the T-side economy isn't being built too much. And there was a moment of chaos there. As Brolin dips into lobby, players come screaming out of heaven. They're just unable to hit the shots with those pistols. Spirit will make it a 7th.
That's what Shui was waiting for. Donk is very aware of the possibility. Nothing.
Cheeky. Something down to the bomb. So yeah, it's not a complete waste from Shui there, but 1 AK saved. We'll be able to get a buy going. Question about a drop across to Torji if they want to operate with that AWP. Has been facilitated with that. So this is going to be the first tactical timeout called from Cycler, and the first moment where things are starting to heat up, starting to get a bit hot under the collar, the sweat on the brow. And this is the defense of their map choice. This is where you would assume that they should just be able to shut down shop. Now it was team contributions, it was good macro work, forcing rotations, really just handling business in that first half of play. But now the individuals need to rock up with multi-kills, right? Yeah. They need to hit that first shot on the way in on the entry. Shiro's searching, or Donk as well. You can't be giving over free kills. Chance to settle and center themselves. Torji will have a defuse kit for this, so if we find ourselves in a post plant, give them something to work with, cutting that time in half. Everybody else with the rifles in hand, and Brolin getting to hold on to that saved AK-47. So 1 more round, 5 more kills. MOUZ will secure overtime. Starting yard.
Oh, and an opening provided.
It's another Donk opening death. I think he's 0 and 7 in that department now.
0 and 7, that's rough.
Sorry, 1 and 7. He's got one.
He did get his one. He did get one out of the hut. Torji's still on the warpath. He's actually actively searching despite the man advantage, and it's punished. A massive headshot. Chopper levels us back into the 4v4. An early rotation from Exertion to acknowledge the potential slip down secret.
And now this can go wrong. Number advantage no longer.
He's just playing for the info.
He's worried about vent too.
Oh, wow, gets caught out. Timing as he was moving forward, still manages to hit crouch, hit the body shots onto Magic's, down the vent, another drops. And that was, Zontix tested.
Vent to top, that's your door player.
That's the play, that's the call. Shui. It's in, gets them both! Again, double from the CT vent. Shui down, Chopper to come up clutch. This would be a magical clutch from Chopper. He's got the time to work with. And a good idea as to where they were, but committed to it. Oh, can't get his hands off the bomb. A sticky bomb. 12th is found off the back of Torshi's opening.
Yeah, nice work there from Shui with the double necessary, right? They know that they take down Brolin. He's the door player. It was a crazy rotation from him in the first place, trying to back up exertion. Looked like he was worried about the vent for some reason. This one right here is kind of exactly what I was talking about, finding the opening, but then trying to make sure you don't hemorrhage too much. Torshi giving one back. It does make this round interesting, but a double from Shui, both headshots, beautiful work, and all Chopper can do is sit and watch his exertion comes up that ladder and takes the 12th round.
Chopper's planting there. I assume he's just gambling that he's going secret or he's going slow.
It's also crazy to be coming up the vent when your rotator is still on his way.
Yeah.
Right? So, you know, potentially offering up a 1v1 in that environment.
Yeah.
Some money for the Spirit buy. Khalil for Magic's full util. CT is making sure Torshi's AWP. And now 2 AK-47s for good luck. Well, it has been a very convincing map from MOUZ. Sure, a couple rounds back to inspire a little bit of confidence in Spirit's individuals, but really it's been Shiro, the one-man army this time round.
Oh, he loves this. This is the Torshi special. Once or twice a half. Gets given the green light to go aggressive, and it's not worked out for him. Avoids the spam, gets away with his life. Low HP and an AWP, not always a condemnation of a quiet round for him. Could still pop off late. What is going on? Shui's got the smoke vision. Don can't catch a break. Shui catches him this time.
What a rough half. What a rough map of Counter-Strike for Don.
Haven't seen one of these. Consistently strong ratings in his pursuit of this run at the major. It's MOUZ that hand him a rough one. A rough go of things. Audible on the descent. Brolin spams away with that A4. And Chopper just walks to it like a moth to the flame. He's looking for him, wants to try and catch him on the fade. On the edge of that smoke, starts to spam, traces, exposes position. Brolin dancing with him. Who takes this kill? It's massive from Brolin. Out of bullets, under pressure, needs help from the heavens, and it's exertion that provides. A small glimmer of hope perhaps for Spirit. It's Shiro, and he can't get it done. 13 to 7, their map pick.
An absolute clinic from MOUZ on their map choice. That is a T-half to be proud of. You go outside for the chat before Ancient, and you can reflect on the team game that is MOUZ. This young unit led by the Pole, looking to take him back to another major grand final. Well, he's been there with Gamer Legion before, MOUZ never, and that's since 2014. They're just one map away from eliminating Spirit, and this kid on your screen who had the toughest half of Counter-Strike I've seen in a while. I think he went 1-8, maybe 1-9 in opening duels.
Unheard of. Unheard of. MOUZ have put him down. We'll see if he can get back up.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
major has never been just a major.
Комета, преследованию которой я посвятил жизнь.
The mission I'm willing to dedicate my entire existence to.
When I leave, I want nothing else.
Only the major trophy.
This is the major.
Это major.
Ovo je major.
This is the major.
This is the major.
This is major.
Det her er major. Dette er major.
Altså major.
Well, Donk got donked on. Sharo tried to carry this team on the back of his shoulders, but the point that we got to see there, and it was one that the analyst desk made on Nuke, MOUZ was always going to shut down the firepower, and then they can run circles around Spirits.
It's like we know a thing or two, huh, Blah?
Who'd have thunk, right? Who'd have thunk, right?
I did not believe, but there you go. Now I know.
Now you do. Here's the thing. Nuke was the operating table right there. All right? Spirit was the patient. MOUZ with Ted Bundy. With a scalp.
Wow.
They completely, that is the most clinical dissection of a CT defense. One of the best T sides I've seen this major on Nuke thus far. MOUZ came in with a game plan. The individuals, they didn't look shaky. And boy, oh boy, did they handle Donk.
That was neuroscience from MOUZ.
Yep.
Such a great job picking them apart in so many different ways. The variety of looks that MOUZ had in this game based off of the setups from the smokes outside, the utility towards inner. I was also preempting the fact that MOUZ loves to go ramp. They barely had to go ramp in this game. It was actually just a complete demolition of that outside yard. People better go check up on this map, load it up again after this one happened, because I feel like it's going to be a construction zone.
Absolutely. No, listen, the layering of the outside takes, the multiple faces that we saw from MOUZ, that's textbook CS. They were so good. It made Spirit look lost. And by the way, this is a map that they're okay playing, right? It's a map that they should be more comfortable in all honesty. And sure, a couple of clutches from Torji was good, a couple of huge moments from Shuhei, but that map was won in that first half. That T-side was a masterclass of calling from Shuhei, and also shout out to Cyclone Pro setting up, building a beautiful playbook here on this map.
We're going to talk about the map. We're going to talk about what we've seen, but I just very quickly want to touch on this. The story of MOUZ choking on a big stage as of now. This is a semi-final for a major. They had a delay coming on where the PC wasn't working. They were expected to sit there in front of that crowd. They had a delay into the map. They are a young team. They had to wait for that whole performance to get on the stage. The story, the narrative that they're chokers, I think we can honestly say now is done, because chokers and nerves would have not allowed for the performance we saw on you.
Let's see them win the series first before we start to change how we tell the tale of MOUZ,
No,
okay?
it's also
I have a lot of faith in them moving forward, don't get me wrong. Like, that game planning was phenomenal, but they could be in a position that's 12-7 up on map 3. We see them lose all the way into overtime. The narrative sticks.
So meet me in the middle. If that happens, let's talk about what they did wrong in the server and stop blaming stage nerves.
No, it could be stage nerves as well.
Could be both. It could be both.
100% be both.
Multi-factor analysis.
You're talking about young players in the server in the form of MOUZ. Look at how the young players on the side of Spirit performed, right? And they have actually the older players in the form of Chopper, for example, on that team, and they really struggle. I feel for MOUZ, the real test is going to be when can they come back from behind. We saw it against the Mongols. That being said, Mongols showed a lot of nerves as well. But the key difference here in this opening map between MOUZ playing against Spirit and as opposed to the quarterfinals matchup against Mongols, they showed nerves initially against Mongols. They were afraid to take fights. They were looking a little shaky. Then they woke up into this. This is a MOUZ. It looked like they spent like a couple of hours just DMing, playing aimbots today.
That looked like a studio environment. That looked like telepathic connections between the MOUZ players as they were actually playing through that game. They looked completely on top of each other, traded out kills beautifully. Everything was working out, and I think we have some rounds to even demonstrate that.
I think round 3 for me, just is when I knew, all right, I love this one where
it's highlights of Brolin actually, because he did have one hell of a map, right? So
I mean, we said it. We said this guy is going to be a problem now. You preface the entire game here.
Oh, yeah.
And from Silo, outside, he was everywhere, dude.
I mean, Brolin is just a Swiss Army knife on this map for MOUZ. He is so excellent in such a variety of situations, from top silo to being the ramp entry to being a great player in lower. On the defensive side, he switches over, fights around the A position, the outside position in general, and every situation I see this guy comfortable in. And let's talk about Brolin for just a second. This guy was discarded, felt like he was used up, felt like he was a washed up Swedish player, overhyped by that community entirely. but that's just NIP. That's what NIP does to you, okay? One whiff of ninjas in pajamas, but now that he's back on MOUZ, on a team that is actually going to believe in him, work around him, play to his strengths, he has blossomed beautifully.
I mean, you could just make up with a smile on his face. I never saw Brolan smile in his entire tenure NIP. Now he's just happy.
Even with Fnatic, I mean, he was playing with Smooya. Not much to smile about there.
That's
okay.
also true, yeah.
Okay, let's go all the way back to the beginning. That MOUZ T side, which was just a beautiful...
Just never necessary.
I am moving on. Concentrate, boys. It's a semi-final.
Okay, yes.
All right. We're talking about that T side. It was clinical. It was beautifully done. MOUZ was... Stop giggling at me, Maui. MOUZ was just incredible. What were they doing right?
Round number 3. Let's take a look at it. Just roll the tape right now. It's going to be a force fight coming out from MOUZ, right? And we kept saying Donk's going to be outside. How are they going to be handling this? I love this. Clinical. We saw Brolan providing Overwatch. This is exactly what happens. They send Donk because the smoke wall comes in. Donk's going to peek from secret and immediately going to be like, Brolan, go back to your hole, little imp, go back. He's going to get forced back right now. And then what did it do? Shiro's outside with a scout towards Hell. The flash layering. Look at the amount of flashes just coming in. And Brolan dropping down from Silo. Now he's going to be wrapping all the way towards Heaven. They're not getting given an opportunity to take a single shot. Brolan's going to sneak his way all the way up towards Heaven, and he knows the chopper's going to be playing towards Rafters because there's no one towards Heaven right there. He's going to just peek out wide, gets the kill, and then they all pounce together. They coalesce on this side together. This is such a textbook way to approach an anti-force spy, and I don't think many teams could have done this any better. Jimmy, we said it's going to be the road towards lobby. What does he do? He finds Zontix pushing in from Ram for space, and then by that point, the round's pretty much done. You couldn't have planned this better.
Oh, yeah, you actually could have. We got round 5. We got more rounds. So many gun rounds as well, where MOUZ are just able to put the pieces together. Again, another type of outside play, but they're a little bit faster this time. It's a full gun round. They're making their way outside with a dry swing towards outside, testing the waters to see what's there. And look at that. Brolan jumps down immediately. And the way that they're so procedural with their angle clearing, with the way that they're able to attack so many spaces at the same time. We got Shuhei right there. Right behind him is Yimpat right there. Or at least there's a player right behind him that's able to trade all of these kills out. Brolan's coming in from top. When there's pressure low, they strikes from above as well. There are so many moving pieces. Like, Spirit were in the blender at that point. That became a dragon smoothie by the end of things. And honestly, Shuhei drank it all up. He drank his milkshake.
Listen, one of my favorite albums of all time is Metallica's Master of Puppets. And I'll tell you why the MOUZ are the Master of Puppets in the server right now. Take a look at the next round. Take a look at how they're going to be adapting to what MOUZ are going to be throwing to the outside position. Right? It's going to be round 6 or 7, I believe it's going to be. And they're like, all right, Zontix, play outside, play towards secret. Donk, you're going to be play outside as well. So they need to counter this outside takes coming in. Shiro's going to be holding towards ramp with the AWP. Look at what Exertion does. What a rat. What a lovely little rat. Sneaks in through the smoke, whiffs the initial spray. Now Donk's like, something's happening here. Spins around, deletes Donk. Round's done. Round's over right there. They were just toying with Spirit. They were 3 steps ahead, Maui.
I mean, the thing that we wanted to highlight with all of these moments with MOUZ is that it wasn't just pure brute force. It wasn't just individuals that were making ridiculous plays. They were set up due to layered utility, to staging in the rounds, to conditioning. That's everything we prefaced in the pregame. Just the way that they're going to be able to manipulate the Spirit defense and understand how things are going to look before it even happens, because they are thinking 3 steps ahead. Spirit are thinking, don't go kill. Well, MOUZ know that. They know that that's really one of the singular strategies. They know the little adaptations that they're likely to make, and they're just toying with them.
Look, all these buzzwords to use on the desk, right? Like Maui pointed out, rotations, manipulating rotations, adaptations, and just conditioning, all of that. Everything was done there by MOUZ. And when we said they're going to counter Donk, I didn't think they were going to neuter him this hard. Donk looked lost. And it looked like he even lost his mojo at the end over there. He was also losing a lot of 50-50 duels coming in and just getting absolutely hammered by everyone and every gun seemingly in the game.
The thing is that this is a collection of kills onto Donk, and it's just the variety of looks. And I want you to just look at how many times Donk is even looking the wrong way.
Yep.
Like that's what's so crazy about this. These aren't just 50-50 aim duels. There are some nice shots, don't get me wrong, but look at blowing open the smoke, jumping down on him, getting a flank on him right there like Shuhei did to Donk. Like, they even played with Exertion, getting that kill dropping. That's supposed to be a flash setup. Donk was playing anti-flash in that position.
Yep.
He knew what was supposed to be coming, and then MOUZ keep rewriting the script. They keep flipping the script. It's like M. Night Shyamalan. You have no idea what's coming next.
Except it's better than most of his movies. Way better. Oh my God. That's... We kept saying he is the best opener in the world, and rightfully so, but that is such an ugly picture for Donk. By the way, this map is the second worst map all year. The other one was when they lost to G2 in Cologne, where he got only 4 kills. This is second worst rated map in perhaps the most important match of his life.
Here's the problem with Spirit is if Donk gets shut down, we always say that the other members have to step up. In this case, they did. Shiro did step up, and it still wasn't enough.
But only Shiro stepped up, and Shiro's the one guy we said, you know, he's always going to be reliable, and he was Mr. Reliable. I tweeted out a picture of him crying when he was playing for Cloud9 his final game. It felt like that. He was trying his very best. He was finding impact on a lot of the rounds they won is because of him. Where's Magix and Zontix, by the way? Where are they? Again, we keep harping on the supporting cast to step up, and when Donk's not there, it lays bare the weakness of the supporting cast. There was no one there once again.
But hear me out. This was MOUZ's map pick. We know that they play Nuke well. We know that they're very well prepared. They are a nice, cohesive unit. Does the same apply on Ancients?
We haven't seen enough of MOUZ and Ancient. That's the unfortunate part here. But we have seen enough of Spirit, and I'll tell you this. Once again, the game they had the last time they played on this very map, they were bailed out by Heroics. They were bailed out by Zontix having a good game. So I don't think, I don't think Spirit necessarily have the edge here when it comes to this map.
I don't necessarily believe that Spirit are picking this map because they have some sort of tactical edge, but it's just how active Donk is on the middle of the map. The fact that he's fighting it on both sides, the fact that he's always in the fray, that so much of Ancient relies on mid-rounding once you get that kind of control. And honestly, mid-rounding on Ancient is much more simplistic than a map like Nuke, where Shuhei was putting Chopper and Spirit in the blender. Unfortunately, for Spirit, all he has to do is really say, okay, Donk, take that middle space for us. We can then poke and prod on the extremities a little bit. And if worse comes to worse, we're just going to come through the middle of the map, just like you paved the way for us. So as long as Donk is able to regain some of that form, and I want to remind everybody here, like, Donk had an awful map here. He did disconnect in this game. He was having tech issues. And yes, he could be having a bad game. He could be anti-stratted, but it's not any easier when your computer is the one that's crashing throughout this one. So I'm going to give Donk, who I still have as the player of the year, the benefit of the doubt. If that was someone else in the server, I'm not going to give him that same kind of credit. But when it's Donk in the server and he's saying that his PC's messing up right there, I'm going to believe him, because that was a performance for him that I don't expect to see twice in a row.
Take a moment to think about when you're playing with your mates at home, right? Which is pretty much anyone watching. You've never been on this stage. So that's the experience. You don't have friends. I mean, sorry for you, Blair. But like, for the most part, when something happens, maybe like you forgot, you're playing with a wireless mouse and you forgot to charge it or whatever else, or something small happens. Maybe your internet connection drops. Think about how you rage in that moment in a friendly game with your friends. Now put yourself on a stage where you are playing for a grand final spot and your PC is messing up and you're what, 18? Like, that's going to get in your head just a little bit.
If you notice something, I have to this point not been, I haven't criticized Donk as a player. I just said he got found out. I think he got completely outplayed. And a lot of the fights were unfavorable. Fights got outread. For me, the criticism is Spirit as a team. I think it comes to Chopper and calling. Because here's the thing with MOUZ. Sure, they haven't had too many reps on this map. Remember the Mongols game? You know why it was so close when Mongols had the initial lead? Because MOUZ started slow. They had a very slow start. They lost 2v4s, 1v3s, Mazinho popping off, all these moments which shouldn't have gone the way the Mongols. But once they woke up, man, they grinded it back and they closed it out. They're not, even though they don't have too many reps on this map, they can play this map pretty damn well, because Mongols, mind you, are one of the best teams on Ancient right now.
Talking about PC issues, there is a PC issue with MOUZ, so we're going to be having a little bit of a delay before we get into Ancient. I mean, from what I'm hearing from both of you, there is a chance this is going to Mirage. If Donk is sort of firing on all cylinders,
it's always a chance.
It's going to be difficult for MOUZ to recreate what they just did on Nuke and shut him down.
But here's my thing. Like Maui and I were able to predict this veto pretty easily, pretty convincingly. MOUZ have definitely done their homework, right? Both the teams would be expecting Ancient coming out, at least maybe as a decider, or Spirit picking it. And looking at the prep that MOUZ have done on Nuke to counter Donk and to counter Spirit's game plan, I wouldn't be surprised if they've done the same over here. As Maui said, Donk gets set up at mid especially a lot by Chopper, but that is something teams like all these tier 1 teams have such a big supporting cast behind them. MOUZ have as well. I think they might have a solution for Spirit's Donk on this map as well.
Tempo is what I'm going to be looking for MOUZ here, because Donk is such a unstoppable force when he's coming out middle early on in rounds. I want to know, are MOUZ actually just going to tackle that problem head on in the first 10 seconds of a round, or are they going to try to do something else? Are they going to fight a little bit more for lane, for A main? Are they going to try to do re-aggresses into middle later in the round? Because sometimes for T's, it's difficult to set up. You get that space in middle a little bit right there, but you're just kind of tucked away at the bottom of middle, tucked by the boxes, still at elbow. And is MOUZ able to, you know, flash through Red Room? Are they going to swing through Donut late in the round? I want to know what their game plan is going into it, because that's, again, where I give them the edge. Is Cyclone and Shuhei, have they been in the lab coming up with a way to say, maybe we don't have the firepower in the first 10 seconds, but we can come up with the next step or the third step after?
And if you look at the last game Spirit played on this map, it was against a Heroic, you know, who have a pretty solid Ancient as well. And the one solution they had for this aggression from Donk from the side of Spirit was just brutally take ramp control. Get ramp control, get lane control, keep mid control. And once that happened, Spirit, they were like, all right, we probably might need to head towards A. And it's like a little tepid moving in towards A, where Dexter was lying in wait, for example. So Heroic were able to figure out on the fly.
If this was chess, basically what you're saying is let Spirit make the first move and then slowly figure out where you go from there, play it really slow, bring the pace down and make those moves according to that, react a little bit more than be active.
The analogy I would just give is that with Spirit, it's just that they're almost leading with their queen. You know, they're leading with their most important piece. It will be able to do a lot of damage early on, but the problem is that MOUZ have ways to just deal with it later. They have other types of counters. Sure, the sheer aggression of that kind of move, it's just it's so risky from Spirit. And Shiro showed what if he can do really well individually, it is not going to stand up to MOUZ. It's basically the 1, the 2, and Zontic sometimes the 3, but today he didn't even show up on that first map at all.
He was looking so shaky, and that's the worry for me. But if Zontic wakes up, because he was finding mad impact on Ancient the last couple of times Spirit played this game, absolutely there is a chance. But man, right now Shiro needs a little bit of help. Shiro's here to play. He's been in positions like this where he struggled on longer than a lot of the players on his Spirit team. He is trying his single best right now. And if Don continues to struggle here, I need Zontic and Magics to wake up. Like, you know, we keep criticizing them and we're hoping, deep down inside, I hope they're able to prove me wrong. They're able to step up and, you know, just subvert expectations. They just haven't done it. And buddy, now is the time. Yeah. This is the biggest stage. If he's failed right here, what excuse do you have?
Yeah, the thing is that you look at MOUZ and if I see MOUZ, any two of their players in a 2v3, a 2v4, I'm going to say to myself, okay, let's see what they're able to do. Let's see what Shuhei and Torzi can do. Let's see what Yimpad and Exertion can do. If I see Magix and Chopper in a 2v4, that ain't a 2v4, that's a save.
Okay. I can agree with you on that, because look, honest to God, like it just, the body language looks completely off as well. And even Zontic's, man, some of the whiffs he was hitting, like just not, the pistol round comes to mind, like completely whiffing on Shuhei. He wasn't even looking at him. You can't have these nerves. And he said it as well in an interview, by the way, Sam. Sometimes we feel like we're manifesting defeat in our own minds.
Crazy thing to say, by
So, hey, by the way, try manifesting a few kills. Why don't you in a server right now?
Torji's PC is still giving us some issues, so we have to wait. That's pretty nerve-wracking. And again, I'm going back to this because I do think that it plays such a huge role. The stakes are so incredibly high. You're on the stage, all of those players around you. You're mentally prepared. You walk on after halftime. You're ready to sort of get into the game. And now you wait. Yep. And that is the thing that I think can kill you. When you talk about manifesting losing, that is where you can fall into that place of starting to think about things that could go wrong.
And I'll just say this. Spirit, MOUZ, I mean, they've been waiting for this kind of moment in their org's history for such a long time. Yes. I mean, thinking about and giving credit to both of these orgs for a second here as I want to peel away from the game, just the fact that look at how far these academy rosters have more or less come. You've got Donk on this team right now. He was part of Spirit Academy. You've got the 4 players, the core of this MOUZ team who were from their academy roster too. These have been just long-term incubations for these players. They've honed their skills, trained them in the right kinds of systems. It's why they're reaching the top right now. And I'm just going to say it's a testament to the rest of the esports space as a whole that there is a real reason, a profitable reason actually, when you're looking at your bottom line to try to foster these kinds of talents in these kinds of environments, to not just pick up different people from different places and to try to say, who are the guys that are going to be next up and what can they do for us? And it has become a symbiotic relationship between Spirit and Donk along with the 4 players from MOUZ. So all in all, just want to say like great job to Spirit and MOUZ for even getting here too.
Yeah, legacy defining for both the organizations, right? As we alluded to earlier as well, for MOUZ, a storied organization, you know, a powerhouse of German esports. They decided at one point, it's not working out with the German crew we have, German players we have right now. Let's go international. And it's been ups and downs. It's getting picked apart. And now here they are, one more hurdle, one map remaining from the grand finals of a major where they've never been to. I just cannot emphasize this any further. Look at how young they are and how they managed to get so far. And let's not forget, Maui, the amount of effort they put in. Remember how they have these, the setup in their MOUZ headquarters where they have like crowd noises being pumped in. They're playing there to kind of simulate a live arena environment. They're doing whatever it takes, manufacturing an arena in a studio just to make sure the players are ready. It all leads up to this. This map and of course the grand finals.
I remember that where a lot of people felt it was a bit cringy that had been set up. That was some of the commentary online and how silly it was. But it was, for me, I saw it the same way you did, which is we are so invested in this team's success that we will set up the scenario where we can try help them.
Well, who feels silly now?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. They're right there in the semifinals. But I also think, to Maui's point, how important it is the belief in your academy teams. Because for the sake of MOUZ, most of these players came through their academy team. Spirit as well, investing in a lot of young talent. We're in a space where I think in competitive Counter-Strike, we talk a lot about just kick that one and buy new, buy new, buy new. But I like the fact that we have these 2 teams in the semifinals of a major showing that sometimes the long game pays off.
Speaking of longevity and the long game, we are lucky in Counter-Strike to have the stories we do, to have the organizations we do, to talk about the players we've had. I go all the way back to K-Sharp, Heat and Potty, to Forrest, Get Right, to Markelov. Then we see our Counter-Strike legends like Simple coming in, Nico coming in. This is the next generation. How many other esports titles have that luxury, have that pleasure of being saying, we have generations of players coming in. This is the next generation, and they're duking it out for a major grand final spot. We are so lucky that way.
It's an incredible story, and it's one where if we think about the ages of all these players, they will be telling stories for many years to come. But now, let's focus in on the fact that Ancient is the map that stands between MOUZ and the grand finals, or stands between Spirit trying to stay in this competition. Based on what you've seen, based on what you can see on the screens now in terms of the players, do you think MOUZ comes in with the upper hand?
MOUZ takes this 2-0.
Ooh.
I didn't ask for a prediction, but there you go. Bang.
I'm putting it out there.
I think Spirit even at the score line up here. I think it's going to be 1-1 after this. I think we're going to have to go the full distance. This is.
I would love to see it. I just don't see it happening.
You picked this map for a reason. It's because you can actually activate your star player. Donk was in the Hurt Locker on the last one. Ancient, that's going to be his playground.
And it's time. Donk's playground is all open to him. Let's see what he's going to put up.
Yeah, let's find out together, Chad. Ancient could very well be enough to seal the deal and secure a grand final for MOUZ.
There's really one question here, isn't there?
What's that?
Have they been able to activate Donk in the break between maps? Sure, I agree with the sentiment. This map play more to his liking. He's going to be able to dictate the flow, but is he rattled? Is he shook? He's 17 years of age at his second major alongside a Zomtix. I don't think that they played the type of Counter-Strike that allowed them to be enabled in the previous. Exertion smoked off red, peppers through. Heading through their own smoke, but silently.
This is very vogue right now. Flash will enable a bit more pressure to be relieved. A smoke to block as well, so that is going to force a pivot. Taking donut control. Jimmy spots out one on the cross, and no one connecting just yet. A late main arrival will be important. Jimmy's going to be exposed to that. Great flashbang forces him away. Headshots being hit at range with the Glock. Jimmy limping. Shui advancing. Oh my goodness, they did have another flashbang put to great use. 2 players gooshed for MOUZ on this attempted retake. Hit on exertion. Oh, and Donk destroys to start. A nice quick double. Rollins, dual Berettas. Got a lot of work to do if he wants to get back into this one, and the shots aren't hitting. He's running light on ammo, and one tap is all exertion leaves with.
Now you said great flash. That initial flash was a team flash. Jimmy was forced off of the line by a team flash coming in from CT spawn. The second one, pretty damn good that enabled the double. But I still think this is showing some shaky moments for Jimmy. He didn't have to do an awful lot in map number 1, but times that we were on board with him, his duels were not the cleanest. And I know this is just the pistol round, but I want to stay on board with him and see if they try and target him and how his fights go. Because a big Jimmy moment hasn't happened just yet in this series. Again, qualifier, just in case. Hasn't been needed at this point, but I want to see him step up. Now we've kicked off map number 2 the same way we did map number 1 with a pistol round victory for Team Spirit, and now a force bite for MOUZ.
Jimmy often touted as one of the very best in his role at such a young age.
It's a tough role. It's a stressful role. It's one that you're under pressure from multiple fronts, and that's where you need to keep your cool to convert those kills. Taking space now over towards A. The bomb is here, but doesn't have to commit. There's ways back. Magic's B lane. So if they don't like what they see, Spirit, you've got plenty of time to call this one off.
Starting to advance. Layers of util. Flashbangs, Molotov, smokes are good. Side is theirs, but they're not holding the smoke push. Shui disrupts with one. Chopper puts him down, bomb planted. Exertion tries to catch that moment when no one was holding the temple push. Chopper attends to it just in time. Important double kill from Chopper. To our second round. No one's looking at Brolan. A chance presents itself, and oh my goodness, Doc, susceptible now to the Jimmy. Desert Eagle, 1 versus 2, demanded of Magix, and he's already taken a big leap in that direction, removing Torji. Jimmy, we discussed. Jimmy, goes down to Magix. The ball's on him to go for a 10-second stick in an arena of 10,000 people.
Exactly, it's the circumstance of this environment. There's absolutely no way in the world you were getting away with that, and that's something that you learn with reps. But Jimmy doesn't have a lot. This is his first year in the spotlight and having to learn that one the hard way. For him, that's very frustrating. If that was a traditional scenario, he could have played that round however he liked. And he knew that time was always going to be the pressure. But this is still sketchy for Spirit, isn't it? Players not looking, all these prongs of MOUZ being able to stab them from multiple directions, coming down to just one man staying alive. Magix with an important clutch. So 2 rounds. They did not falter with the force bite this time round.
Doctor's going to be on the warpath there. They described it as his playground on the desk. And it's actually not looking too good. Jimmy comes and knocks him off the swing.
And the supporting cast that just discussed, Magix and Chopper, Shiro, the 3 of them have much more experience than the other 2. If they can get a round or 2 that we can attribute to their names, especially rounds like this, ones that are just against the pistols. Donk goes down without a kill. Look, not a great look for his stat line, but it doesn't really matter in the context of the round as long as the rest of the team can bring this one home, and Shiro through the smoke will make sure of that. Playing with some confidence, and understandably so after Nuke. He was present.
Yeah, top of the scoreboard, top of the table, top of the server. Shiro definitely just missing a couple of extra voices in that conversation versus MOUZ, and as you described, a masterclass from MOUZ to start us off in semi-final.
And now that we flick over, this map is a whole lot more brawly than a Nuke. The desk were highlighting that a lot of the deaths for Donk, he wasn't even looking in the right direction. That's just because of the macro and, well, sheer amount of flashes in some of those rounds that were being used. Now, Spirit are the ones who get to dictate. They start on the T side, and this is much better for Donk to be looking for swings, staying active. On the CT side, without the full guns, without the full utility, was never really set up for success. But right now, he needs to return to the form that he has been all tournament long. They need their monster if they want to go all the way to the grand final, do Spirit. Right now, it's a Dragon not breathing fire. First gun round, MOUZ bring out the Torji AWP, and Team Spirit looking at condition A quite early.
Donk is being tested. Exertion versus Donk is the head-to-head. Jimmy does remove Chopper with a smoke spam from that cubby. Good opening. A-site is lost. Jimmy returns the donut with 6 bullets in his mag. Jump spot, missed shot. Torji late to react. Given a second opportunity by Magix. Oh, the break of the smoke. Some damage inflicted. Donk mantles up. Man advantage for MOUZ on the retake.
No kid for this.
Ticking. 10-second defuse. You are going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on. Zontic goes looking for answers, exposes his back, does go down. Torji's orb hits the shot. Jimmy 2 gets a second. Shiro, just a mag 10 is all he needs. 2 down, spray down, shut down.
Flexing on him. That's what you want to see. Donk and Shiro both hitting shots. The Angels come out. MOUZ under that time pressure, just getting obliterated. And over towards middle, that spam through the smoke to give the opener onto Chopper. He had the bomb, so if Donk didn't get away in that scenario, bomb would have been down in the smoke. He picks that up, he rotates A, they get into the site, it gets planted. And they get themselves up to a beautiful 4-0 start already. More of an action-packed flavor. Partial investment for MOUZ. Pistols are plenty. Dealer's choice. And light utility to block as Chopper takes some space over towards Cave with that MAC-10 in hand. There's one of those pieces of block utility, so he'll just have to respect that as nice harass work there from Magix over towards B.
I like that nade.
Spots one long side, so helping piece this B defense together, and are going to boost the AWP up on the box, or give it a chance for a pick, as Chewy, he wanted some information.
Well, he got some. Chopper's MAC-10's in Cave, by the way. Smoke short, you can get ahead of that if you're brave, but elected to just let the MAC-10 lead. Torji does manage to shut down that Chopper.
Here he is.
Draws the crosshair. Donk is on. Donk is here.
As we caught them walking back for the timeout between maps, Hallie and Donk. Hallie has his arm over him, talking to him solo as they're walking up the stairs to take their spot on the stage. And this is the thing, an off map for Donk. That's the enigma.
Yeah, that's the rarity.
Now, this is what we expect. Now, obviously, he's farming Tamikos. We all love some of those. You can't blame him. Someone's got to do it. And if it means that you're going to get the confidence back in the kid, then yeah, give him every single one of them. This is a 5-0 start, and I touched on this during Nuke. I said, well, look, we might just get 2 back-to-back blowouts, you know, games that are calm and easy for these teams to build in and really show their strengths. And then we get to Mirage that could offer up a true brawl. And sure, not the most fun to have to wade through the swamp of Ancient. But it is great to see Spirit finding better form immediately. The same conversation for MOUZ. Are they able to try and get this one done in 2? Are they able to find themselves 5 rounds in the hole? Second rifle round to be invested upon, and Cyclone wants to have a word to his team before they get this one started. AWP for Torji again. The rifles are in the mix. Should be more than enough util. Now in the previous, they hit A. They did some mid-utility. They dropped that lurk smoke out mid to extinguish the incendiary. They did a red smoke. They actually had players playing in middle who might be able to collapse upon if they didn't get the resistance they were looking for. They met it. They walked into A. Torji missed some AWP shots. They get the bomb down. They win the post plant. Yeah. Well, now there are defuse kits. So do you just want to operate the rifle around the same way? You don't necessarily have to plug that A gap, right? Because if you're Spirit, now you might be looking to hedge more over towards middle, more over towards B, apply a bit more pressure on the other side of the map. What are the mind games?
Extended dialogue between Shiro and Chopper there. I wonder if Shiro's calling his shot as well. Instant elbow, thrown out by Torji. Donk is once again dispatched towards middle. We'll try and edge through. Take a fight with a flashbang. It's very suppressing. Torji sets up Jimmy for a strong opening, removing Donk empty-handed into the second gun.
They had the layering of flashes there, but just so blind was Donk. Jimmy gets the better of him for that exchange. Now you have no space. They smoke B doors. Not aware that Magix hasn't pushed forward into pocket or B lane whatsoever. So that full press doesn't give MOUZ all the information that they're looking for. And they are worried about the potential slipping towards A. Torji holds the line as Jimmy comes back over to now take his territory. MOUZ breaching the defenses. Spirit are looking to do the same on the attack. Now this is where you need Shiro to be able to hit an AWP shot, and he might be able to find a head-to-head against Torji in Donut.
Enough time has passed that MOUZ have slipped and set themselves up into this angle, into this setup. A boost to clear red room. Chopper the mantle for that, and ooh, he's got one coming. Free frag onto Exertion, looking for answers mid. Now Torji, though, will spring into action. Throws out an incendiary. Shiro posted on the fight, forced in. Whoa, Torji! Miraculous third! So much pressure in his face, goes down to the flames from the grave. Zontix takes him, but still, Torji wins that round.
A bit of a statement there from Torji. He's one of these MOUZ members that can show he does big work in the big games.
Oh, that second shot onto
I don't know
Shiro.
what he saw there. For us, it was bloody difficult to see anything over those flames, so great work from Torji. Now just Magic's left in a 1v3 situation, and really no hope.
No time, no bomb.
Has to make sure he doesn't go down after time. That's his biggest concern, and Shui could investigate this. Looks like he's waltzing away. 2-1, given over now. And, well, do you want to hunt him? Can't leave Temple. Want to offer up himself to Jimmy in the AWP. And there's MOUZ with their first. A well-fought 4-round. Jimmy with the opener, Torji with the triple. And that was after Shiro found a cheeky one with the boost.
That applause is exclusively for Torji. Bit of a showstopper to get MOUZ on the board on Spirit's pick.
You don't need consecutives here. Otherwise, the CT finances are going to find themselves in an awful lot of trouble. Red smoke out, standard opener. Cave smoke in the air as well. But this time, not going to send Donk through, at least not in the early stages. Same mid defense from Exertion and Jimmy. Pressure towards A. This is just to draw the rotation. Take a look at the bomb. They're going to slink through middle as they draw the players back. They've already conditioned A. Oh, Shui!
That's a good find. Catches one. Chopper, though, removing Jimmy is a valuable asset to Spirit's finish. Parks himself on that big box. Uncertainty grows for MOUZ. What's going on? Torji gets spotted by that jump spot. Shiro, another head-to-head available here. 2 in main, says Torji. Falls away from the angle, doesn't want to give Shiro that fight. Brolan slips into the side behind the default box.
Everyone's here for MOUZ.
It's about who takes fights first. It's Exertion. Headshot onto Chopper. Zontic searching B. Are they going to try and pivot? This is going to be really hard and labored.
It is possible, right? There is the long rotation allowed, but at that point the smokes will start to fade over towards A, and MOUZ will be questioning this.
They already are.
Kind of have to cut them off at the pass. You're going to have to jump up heaven and deal with them coming through the B doors. It's all going to come down to the timing. MOUZ are worried about the slip everywhere. The race is on.
Okay, this is actually looking like a bit of a clean path unless he gets up the boxes now. Exertion does mantle up. Exposed, spotted. Not quite. The AWP was holding for the cross. They get across. Safe passage. Certainty. Molotov reveals their position. Exertion going to be coming in from cave side. Joined by his teammate. Torji late from that speedway. Exertion's already found one. Needs another onto Shiro. Brolan spots out Exertion. Good find from Shiro on the AK-47. Brolan trades. Torji spots out the shoulder of Zontix. He needs to take it now. Missed his chance. Leg shot, 25, and there's a Molotov for the bomb. Brolan trying to stick it in the smoke. Brolan is sticking it in the smoke. I can't quite believe I'm saying it. Steals the round from under their noses. And that will be a frustrating way to find a second round for your opponent. Oh dear, and it's all about the angle he elects to take the defuse from.
Yeah, it looked like that Magic didn't have a good understanding of where the bomb was planted there. So spamming away the Glock, then uh-oh, there's somebody short. I can't just deal with this. Zontix, where are you? Who was the man who enabled that B-bomb site play? That lurk was masterful. It gave them a way back into that round because they were shut down. They got out towards A with Chopper Shaw. The mid was caught by Shui. So that's how this all unraveled. Team Spirit, they were trying to pull MOUZ. They did, but Shui's the one that stalled this out and made it a bit of a crazy scenario. And then late for it to come down to that. MOUZ, robbery. Yeah, the best word to use for it for sure. I felt dire. Felt absolutely dire.
Yeah, that is really cheeky. Oh, just a couple of tests for Spirit. They've still got the guns out.
And they still have 5 to their name. Just about not giving over all this momentum. It's just frustrations that you're going to feel. Big nade onto Chopper, standard B-lane harassment as both teams jostling for this control.
Shui to contest. Maintains heaven. Looking for a brawl is Brolan. Chopper's ready, perfectly read of the situation. Best the rifle searching down the ramp just with the MAC-10. It's a dream start for Team Spirit into round 8.
Well, now the question is, how do MOUZ respond? Do they group up, try an aggressive maneuver as a pack? How do they split the defense? Exertion now parking himself up towards red, and, well, Torji's searching.
Yeah, he's re-clearing. Knows where Chopper was, doesn't want to force the issue. Meet the same fate as Brolan. Still very hard shadow advantage available here for Torji. Pressure applied, Magix and Donk working cave. Good boost. Down he's made. Can't track, the flick doesn't connect. He goes in for another. Greedy, gets one. The site is lost unless Exertion can catch them all. Goes down to Magix on the break. Spirit, 6. trying to survive here, fighting tooth and nail, does take down Donk and look to save towards a main.
Yeah, Chopper has that AWP to give over to Shiro in the next on that low HP, so he's not going to be the one hunting for this. But well done. It went from nothing to everything in the face of MOUZ right there. Very explosive, and Torji knows how much pressure he's under. There's players coming through cave as well as lane. He had to stand and fight, try and be a little bit more staunch in that scenario. Sure, he got one, but you needed to hit the first, then the second. And at that moment, you had Jimmy clearing donuts. The info was freeing Exertion to be back over, who felt like he was there in time, just not able to fight forward with his team. There you go. Spirit, after those frustrations, are able to convert their 6th round, break the streak of 2. Jimmy saves, he can drop. Torji can buy. The same for Exertion, so it should be fine for another rifle round with maybe one SMG in the mix. Very good work here for Team Spirit.
Yeah, Brolin went looking for answers and he got way more than he bargained for.
Especially with Shui going through heaven, right, and calling mid relatively clear, so maybe, just maybe, they were worried about them trying to pressure this A-bomb side again, but 3 players starting through middle for MOUZ.
Okay. York goes searching for Donk. Could be the head-to-head. Shiro's ready to post. Donk deleted. Missed shot from Shiro. Mission accomplished. Torji's AWP has removed Donk. The dream start to a CT round on Ancient. Man advantage, mid control.
Pressure to be applied on towards Jimmy. His closest point of rotation is going to be Torji. Now, it looks like they're going to go contact. There'll be no donut smoke available.
Yeah, so this is going to be a good test for Jimmy. You were asking questions of him.
He flashed off this line.
Boost first.
Multiple elevations to deal with now.
Yeah, he's going to have a tough time if he doesn't get the first one cleanly. Support available. Torji is in that donut. Will turn his attention upon the call. Goal, distraction, Magics.
They're rotating.
Jimmy to start moving. They're moving loudly. Double swing, multiple elevations. And it's just Torji trying to fight for the site. Forced away on the shot. Now Magics is closing in on him from behind. A huge round out of Magics. Frags on every front. Forced that reaction out of MOUZ. Forced to save is Brolan.
We're going to look right now. Spotted one over towards main and has a kit and a smoke.
They've got 2 AWPs as well. This could get awkward. Catch this right timing. If you isolate Zombie, jingle them out, get it cleanly. Now you throw a smoke on the bomb and you start getting them nervous. It can't happen again, can it? Shiro makes sure it's not happening.
Tough from Brolin there. He knew one player had dipped in towards main.
With 2 AWPs, bro, honestly.
That's the thing. If he knew that it was double AWPs in that situation, he would have just waited for the smoke and gone for the defuse. Yeah. Brolin didn't have all that information to make the necessary decision. The calculation's a little bit off, but you highlighted Magics and you have to. We were fortunate enough to catch that kill and then the exact ramifications from it. A noisy Torji, Jimmy thinking, oh, I don't really want to move, but if you are, I guess we are. And at that point, he gets isolated. So you feel bad for Jimmy in that situation. As Chopper lets out a roar, Donk's found himself, who is still struggling in opening jewels, old Donk. 1 in 4 in that department on this map as well, but he is finding impact. That was earlier on, and sure, a couple of ecos to his name, but he's not as quiet as he once was.
Wasn't expecting Shui. It's a real golden opportunity wasted there. Hard shots to hit. But a sign of just how comfortable Magics has been with these solo lane takes.
Handling it as well, so not just hiding now that he's down on low HP, just a pistol bullet or 2 and he could have been done and dusted. Door smoked off, and right now, Spirit looking to pivot. They had a lot of room over towards middle, but heading back towards A main. MOUZ might have to gamble in this situation. They're working with nothing.
Exertion has a smoke. If they exec this, he can block.
U2's in the sky.
This would be a really good time to throw it out. Does so. What does the reaction? Donk goes ahead of it. If he goes down, they're blocked. Okay, first step to glory for MOUZ. Break of the smoke, no commit.
If you don't rotate immediately, you're kind of committed towards this site, and they're not. Magics is just watching the mid lane. They're dropping back now 40 seconds, but this becomes very treacherous. If you rotate all the way back, you have to worry about, are they in cave? Are they in B lane? Are they tucked in towards middle? Donut, I feel you're committed towards A right now, Spirit. You have to go A, and by cutting noise, it's forced MOUZ to start to rotate out of the site.
AK-47 finds its way into Exertion's hands. Donk's weapon. Sweeten the deal. Oh my God! Shiro trying to save him. An ace demanded of him, an ace clutch but no time, just has to survive, getting headshots but goes down to Roland. The 5-7s fill the feed and Jimmy tested leaves with 4.
Damn, massive round from Jimmy. Yeah, that smoke that you highlighted was the absolute key to that. The fact that Donk's gone on his own in that situation. He didn't have the follow through of the rest of his team. They were too far behind. They were isolated, and he made that choice on his own. He left his team in a very tough situation. There was no way back. But Jimmy, that's his big moment. That's his first spotlight moment, and that's going to put a smile on the Finn's face. You don't see those too often.
That's like 5-7 spray control. I mean, like the third, he's just kept spamming. It finds the head. Nuts.
Now, a big moment, and definitely one to get excited about, but MOUZ, that's only their 3rd round, and the ones that they've won have been touch and go, or that magic moment right there. So the question is, have they done enough to break the mental of Team Spirit? Well, they've definitely done enough to break the finances of Team Spirit. This round is going to be an AK for Donk, a Galil, Mac-10, Tech-9s, light util, so options of how they're going to be able to operate are limited. You can't really mid-round. I feel like they're going to have to take some territory and be a little bit more explosive or set Donk up for a pick. And again, he's been struggling with the opening jewels.
Not stopping him from trying though, Chad. Behind the smoke, takes a fight down, goes exertion, there's another for Donk! The pre-fire spray finds the head of Jimmy, and just like that, MOUZ send 2 back to spawn at the hands of Donk.
He set up for that, given the big gun, sent out middle, and able to convert those kills.
Oh, Zontic's gonna be set for success here. Jimmy aware of the possibility upon the fade of the smoke. Zontic just crouching, hoping for an overextension from the captain of MOUZ, and wins the head-to-head, does Shui.
He's the cave player traditionally. Head over towards B. You can put some pressure on.
Playing retake here at the back of the site. Just Brolan. Maybe he can catch one on the cross. Investigates the options. Donk plays it safe on cave side. Bomb to be planted. Shui tries his hand at the spam. Magic's down, traded, and round seems sealed. Torji so disconnected from the action. Will just preserve what he has, and does that kind of wipe the slate clean of the 5-7 success?
Exactly. And this is 8 rounds on the T side, so they've done exactly what MOUZ were able to do on their map choice. And the type of rounds, it's like they're having to really claw these together, our MOUZ. So for Spirit, yeah, we lost some frustrating ones. They defused right in front of our face. Sure, it was in a smoke. Oh, the 5-7s, they stunted us out, but we have 8 rounds T side, Ancient. If we want to try and build a case for MOUZ, they started this map against Mongols. They were down 9-3 in the hole, and they were able to bring things back, winning in overtime on this very stage just a couple of days ago. Team Spirit are a different beast in that regard. Mongols showing fine form throughout the elimination stage, but so did Vitality, and where are they now? Now, when you find teams in MR12 go a 9-3, 10-2 type of half scoreline, and then you go into the second half and you lose the pistol, then you're essentially just force buying the game out. You saw it happen with a lot of FaZe's failures in recent times. It's the scoreline, if I see them, I'm like, I don't think they're coming back from this, because their force buys, at least in the last couple of months, have not really been bailing them out as they once would. So this feels like a necessity for MOUZ to convert this 4th. Otherwise, unfortunately, the story will read, both teams dominant on their map choice. Can Mirage offer fireworks? Have been able to facilitate the AWP. Brolin with the MP9. Famous for Jimmy, M4's V the variety for the other 2. Kits in play, so they have what they need to fight MOUZ.
Start their 3 mid again. Donk is the problem. Certainly was in the last round. Now Exertion wants to punish him. He's just been spamming away. Plenty of bullets for the double kill again. Back-to-back double from Donk. Mid control a problem. And B looks like it could be lost as easy as that. Magic's patience rewarded. Catches Bolland. Donk just driving by. Spamming his bullets. Pulls the crosshairs. And Shiro trades.
Yeah, 14-9. I was just discussing it was 1-5, and now he's 3-5 in opening duels. So had some good moments. Some good moments indeed as Torji left in a 1-on-4.
You can see the MOUZ have had the conversation. Boys, we have to just stop that from happening.
It doesn't help when you miss your elbow smoke.
Good point. Astute point, sir.
This is more like it. This is the type of Spirit we wanted to see. Now, is it a positive sign to show that both teams were well prepared on their map choice? Yes. And now that we're seeing both teams showing some good individual moments, I think Magic's has been a bit of a difference maker in a few of those rounds. That one that forced them to rotate away from Donut and the A site. So there have been some contributions, and it's not just Donk and Shiro. It is more than that at the moment for Team Spirit here on Ancient.
And the way that they played their T-side, it only works if Magix can consistently do that on his own towards B. Like, he was consistently kind of puffing up his chest, acting like he was more bigger than he was.
It didn't really have a lot of support in a lot of those moments. It was quite mid and A-centric for the majority of this. So a really well constructed T-half, and now we flick on over Spirit's defense. Pissed around so far. It's 2-1 in that department. See if we can split it up 2-2. If MOUZ can convert their T-side pistol. But yeah, Donk, he was spamming, I think, blind or pre-firing initially.
But it was like he had less than 10.
I think I didn't see exactly 7 or 8, and then was still able to convert those 2 kills. So impressive from Donk. But that's what we're used to. That's the problem. We get excited by this kid, but you've got to deliver.
See if he can keep going.
Oh, taking a brawl. Look at this. This is confident Counter-Strike. Straight through middle and wanting to take biffs with the USPs. It's a B-execute set up. Nobody home. Come down to timing.
Oh, yeah, they're still waiting for this.
Hello.
Looking.
Hello.
Looking. Donk, a chance. Goes awry. Zontic is the one to hit the headshot into B. Bomb will be going down shortly. I say that. Actually, wait, he's at the doors. Still need to get it across. Jimmy does. Chopper. The whole team retools and are going to try and break through with sheer numbers and a flashback. Oh, and Chopper gets the first as well. It's shaping up nicely. MOUZ need this pistol more than anything, and it's falling through their fingers here. Nice one back. Jimmy, multi-kill demanded of him, and he racks up a lovely multi-kill triple. Still insufficient. It's Zontic's 3 that really does seal the deal. Is Mirage a certainty now? Zontic's hit shots, necessary shots. And yeah, confident approach, straight through mid, regroup, charge through. Chopper hitting an important one to start.
Yeah, caught them with the pants around the ankles as well. That execute was being set up and thrown through, and they just weren't looking whatsoever. That was the bomb loose. It is fortunate they got that down, but that is the headline of that round for MOUZ. The fact that Jimmy gets 3 kills with the plant means he can go AK head armor. So right now, you are able to get yourself a decent purchase to fight for your life, but you have to win the conversion. There's no doubt about it.
Stark contrast in the demeanor of Team Spirit after that one. Okay, we're going for a double incendiary run boost defense. Donk extinguishes to try and take this fight early, and he is going to take a brawl and take a bullet. Ronald puts him down.
They know that's the mid hold-up, or at least one of them. Can't really incite you to try and bear down on this B site. You want to play out the mid round now, and even though you don't have a lot of utility to do so, it's the better of the options.
I like this. They're grouping up in a rather aggressive stance with their MP9s. Eventually, they may get answers that lane is a bit too quiet.
Yeah, the problem is Zontic's towards red and Chopper towards, Shiro towards long. They don't have flashes, so you think, okay, maybe they could try and alley-oop and those MP9s can come steaming out, but they do just have to kind of sit on their haunches unless they want to push out dry. MOUZ the number advantage have rotated back around the world to Zontic's domain, who has placed a block smoke, and because they're walking, it's not the end of the world. By the time they get behind it, okay, we have to wait, 12 seconds? That's okay, we can deal with that. Zontic would have to go huge to stall this one out on his own. His rotation, oh, it's on the way.
Yeah,
don't you worry about that.
As that smoke fades, as it's about to, Chopper is on the scene. Zontic burrows into Donut. MP9 getting even closer towards 8-8. Needs the flashback, forced away. Good layering of the flashes. He's completely blind, and Shui puts them both down in the dirt. Jeremy builds another. Finds the head of Shiro clean. Spirit collapse.
Well handled there from MOUZ, really. Rotating into the side that was more fortified, but the timing, and yeah, you highlighted the flashes perfectly.
Bloody hell, mate. You could see there's no way you can take that fight.
Well, the initial bounce forces him off the line, then behind over towards the brokey position as well. If players from Donut are attempting to swing, you're going to get blind to that. So it does mean that as you're coming out, you can worry about tree, you can worry about players towards default, and well, you can get yourself around with potentially all 5 staying alive. They are headed towards Magix and this FaMUS. They've drawn the line in the sand, and they will retain these tiny little upgrades alongside of their forces. So the AK Galils, well, you get an M4 and a FaMUS for your troubles. Now everybody has a rifle. Thank you very much, MOUZ say. But we did have this cosmetic-style comeback start to manifest for Team Spirit on Nuke. You know, put a decent string of rounds together. Okay, it's not looking too terrible. And then they ended up losing. So this feels like the same type of map that we have on our hands.
A tech pause has been called, as you can see a corpse littering the CT spawn.
What did Magic say? He said...
yeah, he did. It's interesting, this
rain
one.
sounds from train in-game.
I've never had that one personally. That's a unique one.
Get the devs out of their booth and on the stage. Excuse me, we need you to troubleshoot.
But I don't know, if I could get rain droplets on my gun like train, I think that was pretty
You want rain on... Well, I guess it is a bit of a... What if it just happened... Oh, no.
Well, as you're running through the water?
I was going to say, you know, that happens like every 3 or 4 rounds. You know, it doesn't happen every round.
You get a rain round?
Yeah.
Kind of like FaZe. Every 3 or 4 rounds, you do get a rain round. But that's not what we're focused on here. What we are focused on is the cosmetic comeback that you're anticipating.
This is the thing, right? You never really know it's real until it happens. So there's going to be some hurdles they need to get past. I'm sure that we will see a force by Force Spirit.
But you do recall the quarterfinal we cast with Team Spirit versus Liquid, was it not?
Yes.
And you recall...
We got close, but no cosmetic.
It was very cosmetic.
Yeah, they were dressed up nicely.
They were.
Yeah.
In fact, they won, like, what, 5 gun rounds and then lost to MP9.
That was such a tough comeback for Liquid to try and pull off, right? Round after round after round, the saves, the finances that were built, it was really tough. Yukinda was great at finding those openings out long, but then Magic says, actually, I'm going to be in your literal blind spot because you're so close to the screen. Get that kill, keep pushing long, and basically send you packing in a 2-0 fashion to secure themselves this semi-final spot. And with the way that map number 1 started, I thought that we could be in for a quick day, but it's good to see this man, this young man, 17 years of age, his second major, has been able to find his footing. All right, everyone's back in the server. Just need to get the match medic and we can kick things back off.
Yeah. These kind of tech pauses, though, that's where that Zontix quote returns, the desk discussing his idea of manifesting defeat. Crazy to acknowledge, but also, you know, some self-awareness there. Also something he's going to be looking to avoid during these 30-second, 1-minute breaks where you're not allowed to say anything. Don't start thinking, imagine if we threw away a lead like this on our map pick on a semi-final stage.
Yeah, give him about 4 or 5 more rounds, and then maybe that conversation can start being had. But this is the Force. Team Spirit need to find something here, or they will be on eco.
Oh well, that looked like a chance, albeit a slim one. Now Chopper, his P250 does better. Bye-bye, Brolin. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Chopper's got 10 HP to work with, and Exertion just crouching through the smoke. Happy to receive his dog, and all on the dismount. Momentary inaccuracy, Jimmy punishes. It's going to be interesting to see how they finish this. Shiro has adopted an active angle, ready to catch this cross towards that heaven position. Shui considering it. Magix joins him, tucks into the corner, so a trade almost guaranteed.
I feel that you shouldn't be going cave against pistols anyway, so they know that they're up against this Force, and they know that pistols were there. They're just, I hope, tending to this now.
They're letting Jimmy work. That seems to be the go. You've got 50 seconds. Shui does overstep. Shiro happy to receive him. Gives Spirit the edge in this round. Up to Torji and Jimmy to rectify.
If they go through cave, I can't believe it. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Double peek, shadow advantage. Shiro deleted. Good shot from Jimmy. Running into Magix though, that 5-7. He's healthy, he's ready.
He's played him.
He's perfectly positioned. Get that close range headshot. Jimmy, however, gets the info. Oh, Magix gets them both! Perfect play! AK upgrade, 11th round, stolen away.
Beautiful work there from Magix. Understood that situation perfectly. Knew both players were in cave, just behind the pillar. Sure, a moment where he gave away the arm, but then he delivers the kills. And that one right there, you got to question what Exertion's up to. I think it was great for the opening kill there for Exertion. But then this one, I'm not quite sure what he was thinking. I was going to praise him for the confidence on the first fight because he has had a tough game. That was only his 3rd kill right there, but the second one's overzealous, and he's one of those players that can get criticized from the people at home for his playoff performances. Now, I know this map is a bit of a blowout, so you don't want to single out anybody. But yeah, curious one because you felt like that should have been MOUZ getting their 5th and then potentially adding to it with the 6th. But Spirit, they put a stomp to any of those hijinks. MOUZ will buy back in with what they can, and actually, it's pretty damn good. 4 AKs, a Galil. The biggest lacking points are going to be utility here, and maybe more questions about this T-side approach. We've traded rounds blow for blow in this second half. will we again?
Chewy times that to perfection there on the break in the smoke, but is he ready for a second break? Donk is. Chewy caught out. Good play here from Spirit. Sets themselves up. Now Chopper is set up as well. Oh, they're pushing through the smoke and Magic will trade out. Jimmy does the same. Swings in. Not ready for Zontix. Torgy dead. It's another Spirit round. So well structured. So ready. There's always an extra body MOUZ are just not prepared for.
Well, this one looking to be a bigger blowout than the 13-7 victory MOUZ were able to throw to their name on map number 1. And great signs for what we do hope will be a competitive map number 3. Winner of this will be the first team locked in for the Perfect World Shanghai Major Grand Final. And it will be the first time for either of these organizations. Spirit, they haven't been at it as long as MOUZ, been around since the dawn of Counter-Strike time, and they're just rushing A.
Yeah, as they go with the HE, they are going to disrespect the charge in. The flashes are good. Forced back. Huge weapon discrepancy here, so should be comfortable for Spirit. A break from the FP9 drive by. Going to get one. Bullet between the eyes, actually, Jimmy. This Tech9 punishes, but the nade from Shiro was perfectly placed. Not letting that corner plant go down. Oh, the contest, the utility is brilliant, Jimmy. Oh, and Shui. Push for CT control. They give up the idea of a plant, and now get caught by Magix. Impact being felt. Constant impact from Magix in our second map. Just Roland. And they give him space. Play for the round. Magix is coming around to try and catch him on the swing. It's Magix, spin 3. A 19 frag haul. He's present. Don't back, can't have back-to-back performances like Nuke.
Important to see the young gun turn it around after what was his second worst performance in 2024. But another positive sign is Magix showing up with impact and Shiro being fantastic on Nuke despite the blowout scoreline. So there's 3 pillars of Spirit ready to go into map number 3 for the 5th time MOUZ and Spirit face off this year. The best of 5 will come to its conclusion next on Mirage.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x bad. On to the next one.
Le major ne définit pas la norme. Because the major is the standard.
It is rooted in passion, glory, attitude, and style. Even after the years have passed.
It remains the grand event you long to remember. This is the major. This is the major. Inbot major.
This is the major.
Niekto sa ma spýtal.
To jest major.
C'est le major. This is the major.
Это мажор.
This is the major.
There is a spot in the grand finals of the Perfect World Shanghai Major up for grabs, and it will be decided on Mirage because Spirit has been able to equal out the series here, taking their map and making sure that MOUZ has to meet them for a third. One of the things we've spoken about a lot on the desk is the individual power of Spirit and the power that they have. However, what we saw there on Ancient, specifically on their CT side, is also how structured Spirit can play. So before we get into the individual performance, let's talk about that because it is something that isn't normally discussed when you talk about Spirit.
I feel like once you have the massive lead that they did in that first half, it just got so much comfortable, right? And Pistols as well. And I feel like, look, the structure isn't necessarily bad at all from the side of Spirit. They have some very good protocols and whatnot. But if your blade is dull, it's not going to make any cuts. The blades are sharpened here.
And all in all, just the MOUZ just kind of were a non-starter in this game for me. I feel like, so sure we can highlight the individual, but TechGirl, if you want to talk about the team play from Spirit, just the setup for it in a lot of these rounds, the way they're playing on top of each other, there were a couple lapses from Spirit, a couple of moments where you could see that maybe they aren't always as polished as MOUZ. Like their floor in some of these rounds just looks a little bit silly, but through and through, consistent setup in middle, consistent fights out of just like the specific areas, using their lurks actually pretty well too. This was a wealth of options on display for the side of Spirit.
And for me, the reason I felt MOUZ would probably take this in a 2-0 fashion was a couple of reasons here. Number one, obviously they have the momentum going for them. The mentality looks so much stronger than Spirit's. And I wasn't too sure if, Spirit, if Halley would be able to marshal the troops back mentally. Number two would have been, we spoke about this time and time again, Donk at mid. The way he's going to be set up to win on the T side, the way he's going to be nuisance on the CD side, the way he's going to be flitting around the map depending on where the fight's going to be taking place. MOUZ didn't really have a counter. They tried. There were a couple of times where they were able to get his number, but Donk seemingly, it's like a truck coming in your way, Maui, and you know it's coming. You just can't get out of the way. He's still going to run over you.
What could Shuei and the boys have done differently if they wanted to turn this in their favor? What were they missing when they weren't able to read what Spirit was doing?
They're missing Exertion. I mean, Exertion was their mid fighter, and the dude was just getting demolished every single time. Like, I mean, I don't think the setup was even always bad for Exertion. Sometimes Donk was just getting the better of him. Sometimes the nade breaks. Sometimes the flashes were catching him off. And this is kind of one of those moments where I think that MOUZ has really great preparation most of the time, but a rare lapse in terms of just flashes. The utility actually was better, and so I was honestly pretty shocked by it. And credit to Magix for this one too. This was a huge bounce back for him, for us painting a narrative that he has been the weak link for the team, for him to show this kind of mettle in this kind of stage. These are how you keep your spot on a roster.
There are people, when the pressure keeps on mounting, you have naysayers and everyone's saying, he needs to be cut. He's been the liability.
That sounds like you, Blah.
That sounds like me. And that's me.
There are people. That was you.
I am people. I am people. All right. And I said it. And there are times where, a lot of people would crumble. A lot of people crumble. They have like no second chances. Like, this is it. I'm going to struggle a bit. And we prefaced this map in particular saying that he is going to be the weak link that MOUZ are going to be targeting. Fortunately, they started in the T side. They were able to dictate the pace of how they want to do it. And he found mad impact. This is the best, most impactful game, especially in a high stakes game, which I've seen from Magix in, I feel like, forever. I don't remember the last time he had so much of an impact in a must-win game, especially on a stage as grand as this.
I actually think that there's a round that showcases Magic's involvement early on even.
On the T side of Spirit here, they actually lose the opening pick. Torzy was able to deal with Donk, and Magix just slotted himself in cave, found a great timing on Shuei, opened the map up, and actually it pulls the rotations of the MOUZ players. Torzy's able to recover with just one, but even then, a second strike. He's able to take down Torzy from the side, and this is a round, by the way, that was 4v5. That was without Donk, and nonetheless, they were able to bring it back because Magix became an X factor in this game.
And there's so many times he was getting these pivotal kills in extremities and whatnot, and even heading over onto he was just being a thorn on his B side, just finding some very important kills, winning a lot of big duels, and sure, a couple of kills were against Pistols and whatnot, but you head over to the CD side as well, man. Like I said, Chopper and Magix, they could be a liability, and we could see MOUZ testing that B bomb site, but the only thing is MOUZ didn't have the luxury of rounds to work with. So once they slip up a couple of times, they just kind of crumbled. That was another big play coming out from Magix in a duel he really shouldn't have really won right there. So nothing too crazy, but he did enough. And that's what we need from him.
He would just handle them. Like I feel like he had all the space in the world towards lane every time he wanted it. He was creeping up the B ramp, fighting into cave. Like this was a half from MOUZ that I feel like was so devoid of disturbance. Like they weren't upsetting the status quo of how a round's supposed to progress. Sometimes they would smoke those doors at the bottom of B main.
But then react with it.
But they didn't really always push with it, and Spirit just started disrespecting it entirely.
And it's like, you have to throw back to the Heroic game that they had against Spirit, which is a very, very close affair. And what Heroic did was they were disruptive. They just pressured the lane control, and it wasn't just one player, like 3-4 players coming in. And then A main players like, all right, if they're going to be funneling over here, I'm going to be playing this one safe. I'm going to make sure I get a kill, fall back, maintain a man advantage. And Heroic were able to string multiple rounds on their CD side. So I'm a little surprised that MOUZ didn't have enough conviction in the preparation and in the individuals, considering how one-sided Nuke looked. So mistakes being made by MOUZ here.
They were so good at shutting Donk down on Nuke. And we all knew where Donk was going to be on Ancient, and yet they couldn't figure out how to get rid of him. Why was that?
Well, firstly, he woke the hell up because some of the shots he was hitting was absolutely unreal.
And yeah, beyond just the shots, I want people to really pay attention to Donk's movement in this, because we have never seen a player change, just like turn mechanical paradigms on their head. Like when you watch this guy move, just really pay attention to how much he is crouching, how much he's sliding around, the little back steps, all the ways he's moving around angles, the corners, everything like that. He is not just strafing directly into an angle and out aiming. There, crouch slide backwards, donk slide backwards. All of these fights, if you're looking closely, you will see the difference. I am getting livid about this because I remember a Reddit thread that many people read that said there's nothing special about this guy, but if you watch how he moves in this game, he does things nobody does with a greater consistency than anybody does. And so this is what you got to pay attention to. The amount of times he is moving his body, shifting it, making himself hard to hit, because so many people can aim like Donk. Nico can aim like Donk. Zentaris can aim like Donk. But what makes him different is the way he moves. And when people talk about the greatest movement in the world right now, for some reason, there is a huge lapse in that conversation when it comes to Donk, when he has the most effective movement of anybody in the world.
Just had to bring up Reddit to get Maui fired up. But I think he hit the nail on the head. And the funny thing is, like, Nico's figured him out. Nico knows how to handle him. If you just look at the way Nico plays Donk, he just seems to have that. But I guess you also have to be the GOAT CSGO rifler to counter this demonic little imp. But listen, I'm glad Donk woke up. Even though I said it was going to be 2-0 for MOUZ, I didn't want Spirit to go out in a whimper in that fashion. And now we have a game in our hands. Because Mirage, it's anyone's game right here. Like, it is a very 50-50 map where we've seen some really good stuff from MOUZ, really bad stuff from MOUZ. We've seen some great stuff from Spirit, also some struggles on it as well. This one's going to head down to, what do you like to call it? Like a barn burner. Is that the term?
Yeah, barn burner. I mean, a slobber knocker.
A slobber knocker, I like that, yeah.
I don't know why we're trying to...
my dad would say.
Yeah, why we're doing like 1960s throwback phrasing for these kinds of things.
I thought I liked movies from that era.
Okay, yeah, I mean, actually earlier. But either way, this is where Donk will likely have to humble Exertion once again. He did it on middle of Ancient. He's going to be fighting him for middle control here on Mirage. Yes. It's going to be a pivotal part of the map. I like how MOUZ frame their mid takes. But again, if Donk's able to just upset them once again, just swing out from bottom con with one flashover from that A rifle support, then what are you going to do? Because he's going to win those gunfights more times than not. And unfortunately, on that last map, we saw Exertion's demons once again coming back to bite him. Like, that was one of the worst performances where this is what the bad Exertion looks like. When he is just swinging out, not really thinking about his life, just trusting the utility, not thinking about, oh, should I try to get this angle on it? He's pushing through smokes without any care or any caution. And that's when he's at his worst. And I feel like he's in autopilot mode right now. He needs to wake up.
And especially considering it's someone we have kept our microscope on, saying he tends to sometimes disappear to some of the biggest games out there. So far, the Major, he has been looking good. When things are going good, Exertion looks good. But when things are going bad, that's when I feel like, as you said, the demons could come and haunt him. And the demon in this case is 5'1", and it goes by Donk.
Entertain me for a moment, boys. In this moment, if we go to Mirage, you try, but if we go to Mirage here, if MOUZ arrives and performs the same way we just saw in Ancient, the stage choker moniker remains, right? But this is their moment now to bring it back. If they get that step into the grand finals, we can finally get rid of that title.
I actually want to be a bit balanced here. It depends on the quality of the loss. If they lose a close game 13-10 and they didn't really lose any chokes or anything like that, but just simply got outshot by Donk, I'm not really going to maintain that stage choker narrative necessarily, because this was a very 50-50 matchup going into this whole series. So if they lose though and they're up 12-5, it's all I can't control myself at that point. I might have to say it again.
Especially considering, again, it's a map which is, neither yours, neither mine. It's kind of middle of the pack, so to speak. I'll tell you what a choke was. A choke was when Furia played against FaZe, and you could see the aim looking shaky on KSCERATO, on Yuri, when they're like, why is this happening? How are we losing 5v2s? How is Karrigan destroying us? And when they were whiffing shots, that's an individual choke as well. When the nerves starting to get to you. But as long as people play their game, and as Maui said, as long as it's an entertaining, good game of Counter-Strike we get to see, I wouldn't call it a choke. I'll just say the better team won. And I think that's fine. That's fair.
Friends at home, put a pin in that. We'll circle back. We're going to Mirage. Which team do you think has the better performance on this map? Who is probably the one to look out for in terms of team play and dynamics?
Ooh, this is a hard one. I think Spirit, the last time they played, I forgot who it was against. The T side was extremely flat. I think it was, no, they beat Na'Vi. They destroyed Na'Vi. Yeah, that was a Na'Vi who didn't shoot back, mind you. So I think, that's why we said, I've seen really good stuff from Spirit and rough stuff as well from them, but again, it is so reliant on Donk. It is so reliant on Donk. And then we saw the flip side of Donk on Nuke. So again, we expect him to perform, but if MOUZ are able to counter him, if Exertion's able to counter him, if Shuwei and Cyclone have the game plan to counter him, I will edge the way of MOUZ even now.
So the one thing that has actually made me change my opinion of Spirit on this map is watching them play teams like G2, watching them, and which they beat earlier, by the way, in this major cycle. They beat Na'Vi earlier in this major cycle, and they do that because Donk is now becoming a little bit more of a decoy. He is still used for mid takes, mid control, but at the same time, sometimes they just take space with him and say, Donk, don't die now. That's crazy. For the first 5, 6, 7 months of the year, one of the only detracting stats from Donk's campaign as the world #1 was the amount of times he died. But nowadays, sometimes they'll take all the space, but they'll say, Donk, stay behind the mid boxes and turn into a lurker. We're seeing a second dimension from Donk's game as he is evolving throughout this year, and Spirit are using that, the pressure. They know that when they are able to put Donk in middle and keep him alive, MOUZ are going to send resources, flashes, mollies, nades, smokes. They're going to try to use everything to unslot him from that position, and that's when Spirit strikes. I've seen this against G2. I've seen this against Na'Vi. They start to pounce on the bomb site extremities because they know that there is a devoid amount of resources being spent in those areas, and that's what's scary. I don't know if MOUZ are ready for this new layer in Spirit's game on this map.
I'm just looking at the extremity players, the CD side here, because they're going to be starting CD side here for Spirit. So can they handle the pushes, extremity pushes from the T side of MOUZ? I think that's going to dictate this map.
That's what Blair says. I don't know what you think. All I know is history is about to be made. Mirage is what's standing in the way of the grand finals.
Yes, history for the players and histories for the org available. One of them will make history for themselves, Spirit and MOUZ. As we get to that middle ground, Chad, Mirage, we've heard their expectations. What are yours?
Oof, expectations, try to keep those at an all-time low. In terms of what I'm looking for, a more competitive game of Counter-Strike than the first two maps. It was a masterclass from MOUZ on their T side of Nuke. The same to be said for Spirit once they got onto Ancient, and that was more so seeing Donk come back into some better form. As, well, it is a classic false start. Everyone's favorite type of starts.
Yeah. I mean, it was Spirit that called it immediately. Sure, he says, sup. You know, I can imagine you've just got yourself into the headspace. You're about to get going. You're telling your boys what we're about to do on this pistol, and suddenly a little 20-second jolt of waiting around. No, we are off to the races. Third map of this first semi-final of the perfect world. Shanghai Major is underway. Attacking on the right side of your screen, and MOUZ defending Team Spirit, and it seems like a very clear intent straight towards the B bomb site for MOUZ. Jimmy wants to be seen. Spamming Glocks, acting like he's operating alone.
Well, speaking of alone, Magic's is. This Incendiary and HE have to stall or do nuclear damage.
Enough now, surely. Yeah, throws on the Incendiary. Window's still an option. HE could be good. Oh, to nade! Huge damage! reverberates through the roster of MOUZ, but Brolan still finds his head. A second duel taken immediately. Zontic's trying to tend to the bleed instead. Goes down quick at the hands of the Finn.
It's a hit for the retake, but two-man disadvantage for Spirit.
Power position for Jimmy here. Especially if a teammate can take first friction. Likely aware of the possibility Donk's going to be maneuvering forwards with his counter-strafe signature movements. Clears his corner, nails the headshot. Donk looks good, looks sharp. Swaps for the Glock and delivers another. Oh, the Donk pistol! He's done it again! Multi-kill master! 4 kills from Donk! Will it be another race on a pistol round? A 1 versus 2, Donk wants the ace. He wants it, the crowd wants it, they're begging for it, and Torji denies! What a start to Mirage that one is! MOUZ take the pistol despite Donk's best efforts. He gets 4, but the truth of the matter is, he needs 5. How unrealistic is that?
Just comes out swinging in a two-man disadvantage. This round should have been done and dusted. The bomb's down, it's planted, the crossfire's set up. Jimmy crouches, offers up a little bit too much leg, and then Donk into the Glock. He's just making this look like deathmatch. Body after body dropped. The kit was there. He didn't have enough ammo. You can see that one of the problems, down to just 2 bullets. Torji bringing home another clutch on a pistol round and puts MOUZ in pole position.
He's earned himself a FAMAS. That could be influential.
No aggressive mid hijinks out the gates from Team Spirit, but they are still clustered. Clamp down. Flash over to say, hey, anything's possible. Up in vent room, 1 cat, and 2 that were around connector. This is going to get dicey for MOUZ.
Blind spam does connect, unconfirmed damage onto Chop.
So 2 smokes, so they can negate this connector crawl. Chopper's going to want to play ahead of that.
Matches up, and spam actually is perfect from Jimmy. Good read of the aggressive Chopper. Shiro, top of the ladder.
5-7.
Yeah, it's a perfect weapon for this kind of angle. Should be at the back of the wall. Shiro's crosshair misplaced. MOUZ have taken this force by in stride so far.
No, Donk's still alive. Can he get another 4K?
Yeah, but look at his responsibilities now have gotten worse. Yeah, just as he looks away from the angle. He's concerned about a walk through that con smoke, no one else to lend a hand, and now this has just fallen into place perfectly for MOUZ to get that strong start and conversion.
Well, Magix and Zontix would just be looking to save or see if they can find anything on the way out the door. 20 seconds left on the clock now. Let's make it 40. Bomb goes down.
I like the diligence as well, smoking the bomb, ensuring nothing can go wrong.
Good understanding there from Jimmy about that tussle for informational control, right? So they're both trying to smoke for connector on either side because they want that space. Chopper has to walk through, and, well, Jimmy just spammed him with a better gun. Now Torji can take this away, and good understanding of that angle. Zontix failed, and now it is just Magic's last man standing. This would be the only real thing they have to boast going into the next round if he could hold on to it. Set a Kevlar and a pesky 5-7.
Not the most tantalizing of prospects is round 3 for Spirit.
Not at all.
Terrorists win. 5 alive, second round against the force bite, clean.
And everybody has a rifle-ish, right? Poor Xertion has to operate with that FAMAS, but it's better than, hey. I think a lot of people would probably prefer an MP9 in most situations.
It's a rifle.
Now, the only way that this round can really get stuck into by Team Spirit is Chopper trying to facilitate his teammates with these 2 investments of flashbangs. $400 around P250 and a pair of 5.7s.
Liggity split straight to B. Zontix this time is going to be the one to receive. Trying to jump for that info. Do so safely is a task into itself.
Yeah, that rally of flashes does nothing. At least it secures the information alongside of Zontix screaming, hey boys, they're knocking on the door.
And he knows he's got no way to actually take this head-on fight. He's rather just play to delay with his team. Now loses his head regardless.
Look at all the util they're dumping backside as well, being extremely diligent again, our MOUZ. Important work.
Nice position here for Shui. He's kind of called himself into a nice multi-kill position. Looks like they're going to clear him. Sound cues have been given. Shui adjusts and is going down after 1. So Galil falls into enemy hands.
How much did he see on death cam? Right now, you don't want to give away any more rifles if you're MOUZ.
You back yourself. Yeah, Exertion is going to back himself into this potential head-to-head with Donk, trying to hold on to that rifle.
Not going to be too many financial worries whatsoever for MOUZ.
Safe exit through the apartments. You know, nobody's home. That's been confirmed.
One of the big question marks going into the first rifle round is, are they going to facilitate an AWP for Torji immediately off the back of this round win? He could drop his gun across, he can buy his own AWP, he could drop one from Brolin, who has the most cash right now. So there is an AWP available on the board if it is going to be part of the game plan for MOUZ early. Take a look, Shiro has 5.6. He'll also be able to get the AWP out and immediately purchases that. And Spirit, you can see different looks on this map. Sometimes they look very convincing, they have a great game plan, getting a lot of space, Chopper's getting control over towards middle. Other times you're questioning what the hell's going on. Right now, let's hope for the former. What a competitive third map of this series. As touched upon, only member in the server who's been in a major grand final is Shui, and this is only his 4th major. He could, 2 out of 4 ain't bad. A trophy's pretty damn good too.
More and more realistic for it, that he'll have a chance if they can keep this up. Shui edges the smoke, trying to catch this reaggress. Flash wanted away. Break of the smoke. Donk hungry for blood, hungry for damage. Instead, gets bullets. Straight through the smoke, puts him low. Chopper even more so. Still not shy. This is a real focal point for Spirit, a real focus on maintaining con control. Re-smoke window, Xertion's boosted up, so can do a late arrival through. Shui's safe. Torji got the bomb on his back, this AWP.
Yeah, Chopper was in a lot of trouble there. The fact they have that vent room as well. Able to secure a safe passage out, but for how long? This is a tough position, could even be spammed.
Yeah, Xertion's gonna clear it. Finish the job. The second just walks into the crosshair there. Zontic Kraus being in now. Donk is gonna activate a head-to-head. Comfortable for a second. More required, and he delivers again. Donk 3. Jimmy puts him on his ass. 2v2, high stakes, high stakes. Jimmy brought low. The Galil doesn't finish the job though. He lives on. Shui, worse for wear as well. That Shiro AWP. Vested. Yet to frag, yet to pull the trigger. About to be revealed. Not ready for it was Shui. Jimmy. A clutch with this HP seems like a ridiculous ask. Should just be a formality here for Spirit, given the time on their side. And this shot from Shiro, Jimmy gives it a go, tickles the bomb. Shiro puts his name in the feed for the first time in our third map.
Now that's a 3v5. That is just Donk doing what Donk does best, pivoting around, picking up a full mag because Chopper didn't shoot a bloody bullet. Scoops that up, grabs a 3rd kill and makes that more than possible. We're talking about the Donk show. If everybody had their tickets, I think we all rocked up a little bit early.
Yeah, it was postponed.
He's definitely here and delivering. Massive work from him, and yeah, Shui piecing this one together a little bit lazily, just runs to the open with the AWP, a free shot for Shiro, and he even gets the second. Still can buy for MOUZ. They kept those initial rounds pretty damn clean. Back in play for the mid control. Shui once more.
Aggression. Shui frontal straight into short. Donk provides support.
He saved them. They were blind on Cap.
Bails out his teammates. Strong opening kill, opening contribution, a team kill for Jimmy, trying to find Chopper. Does so eventually, but the damage is done. Thrust into an already rough situation. 2v4, he's surrounded, he's going to be cleared. They're coming for you, Urbanova, clean. Magix brings down Xertion. It is only Jimmy, without a hope in the world, finds himself in the palace. But the Prince is up top mid with the bomb.
Oof. All right, well, not sure if they glanced in there. Maybe they didn't catch it on the jiggles, but both Magix and Shiro just playing for info. In the situation, you don't want to stay committed to any duels. You want the info freely so that you can set yourself up to close the round down. Jimmy just hanging around. This could just be an extended save, so we'll see if he does get offered anything at a moment here. See just these jiggles just back and forth, just waiting until he steps on in from on the other side of the server as well as his. But this is going to be 2 consecutive rounds now for Spirit. And the money has been humbled. So job done, and great fashion. You saw them just piling their way up catwalk there. Donk over the top of the smoke, able to deal with them because they were running into 2 players who looked like they had the hand over the eyes. Obviously, we know that there's been some updates in recent times. Players looking a bit more flash than they actually are. And a very long, lengthy save for Jimmy and the team to discuss what's going to come next.
Counter-terrorists win.
Just want to try and enable the, yeah, okay, well, the AWP being highlighted here. You won't be getting one of those in the next round of play, I'll tell you that much, Torji.
Yeah, and Spirit are now very well equipped to go on a slew of rounds. AK-47s for their hard hitters. Magic's given one as well.
Would love to see Shiro just upgrade in towards the head armor, but I guess, hey, unless he tussles with one of these pistols, actually, MOUZ are going to shove all in. Bought into Tech 9. Shui's the only one who's kept over residual cash. Everybody else is full invested. Jimmy needs to find them a way into this round.
Shui actually went back to spawn to make sure he...
Too busy talking, calling.
Kept in line. Okay, so you're smoked off. Roland will line up a smoke, or rather a Molotov. You can throw through the smoke. Players are going to try and work up ramp. Jimmy is going to be the hard hitter here. That save, was it worth it? Can he justify it with some impact into this one? The answer is up for debate, because Jimmy removes Doc, and now Roland's into the site. MOUZ can swarm. Bomb can be planted. Shiro with that AWP limited. And a chance for Zontix to do something. He does just get one. Torji, Tech 9. Drive by. Molly forces the AWP back. CT now occupied by Magix. What can he get done? Torji gets away, gets the info. Magix and Shiro trying to make this a three-peat. Has already taken a leap in that direction. Magic's not looking. Messy spray. Shui stabilizes. And now up in the head-to-head against Shiro. Goes swinging in. Takes the fight. Rot the clock. Rot the clock. Shiro's gone to just the pistol. Picks up the kick. Oh, doing! Moving accuracy. Finds the headshot as he crosses CT. Naughty round for MOUZ.
Yeah, it looked like he had fumbled there, didn't he? He was so sketchy on taking those jewels. He knows that all he needs is just to give a moment to Shiro to hit that shot and it would all fall apart. What felt like it would have been all tied up. First kill to Donk, but then it's the trade work. Jimmy onto Donk, the Roland Tech 9 coming out of Palace. Torji surging forward, constricting the rotation in. Magix makes it a 1-on-2, and now it's Shui's turn for a clutch. It's one on the pistol, and now one on a force fire behind the saved AK-47 in MOUZ's column. And that one feels nice for the in-game leader.
It's a high-impact clutch. He's forced a timeout of his adversary as well.
Yeah, they're still touch and go, though, with the finances, aren't they, MOUZ? Galil's light on with utility as well. Trying to really pull as much as they can into this, but unfortunately going to be lacking some key flashes. Shiro's AWP back in play. MP9 is the weakest of the bunch in the hands of Magix, but he's anchoring over towards B, so not going to necessarily be the end of the world. As long as he has that defensive utility, the smoke and incendiary to help stall it out, it'll be all good, but we're starting to get this one into a bit more of a tussle. Now, MOUZ, in their two previous gun rounds, were very mid-centric. In that one, it was Poppy, it was towards A, so let's see if they operate with something a bit more direct to a site. Looks to be the case with the bomb on the back of Jimmy and Torji, the point man.
Shiro does not connect. Torji slips through. Chopper trying to react, gets down the ladder in time, back to turn. Shiro hits it. Good wall bang, the nade should finish it. Chopper catches that. Roland down. Donk delivers. Pressure applied. Exertion onto Donk, at least keeps him silent, keeps him humble after one. Shiro maintains the advantage. Quick parkour from Exertion, and now Shui in the smoke. Shiro's looking for him. Right next to each other, and Exertion during all of this. Oh, spots the barrel! Spots the barrel! And Shui finds him! Shiro shot down, and now Magic's unprepared for this flank. Exertion with his low HP has managed to position himself perfectly. Can Zontix deliver a clutch? Will we have another clutch, this time for Spirit? Oh, Burning, forced into the fight. Shui connects! That's a massive turnaround for MOUZ. Shiro can't quite believe it, and how's he ended up there with his USP?
Consecutive rounds in back-to-back scenarios where Shui has been able to deliver some great impact that has now broken the finances of Spirit. The in-game leader leading by example, as the old cliche goes. This one felt stalled out, but it's all about this chaos that ensues. So they're trying to deal with the player over towards A because they know that Exertion could sneak up through connector at any point. And as the crowd starts to surge, they're worried about each other. They get found, and they're not knowing in that moment that, hey, Exertion's actually gone around the world as well to give them that incision back in. So MOUZ, 5-2, likely 6-2, unless they trip over their shoelaces against these pistol upgrades. MOUZ are winning out all of these flex rounds, these momentum shifters, these pivot moments.
Difference being it's multiple individuals having their moment in the limelight.
Chopper's going to set them up for a mid-crunch. 3 players clustered here, highlighted by the Ops team, and then Shiro through the connector smoke. So when they feel that the big control's being taken like this, the flashes should come over, and here comes the bite.
Zontic does activate Magic combined as well. That's some good damage from Magic.
Two
Steps
AKs.
up. Weapons to be recovered. Bomb site is lost. Jimmy punches in the code. They know time on their side. No kit available on a partial investment. Just pistols. However, Donk has a rifle. Donk has Kevlar. Can he deliver? Zontic's one. Jimmy down. This is uncomfortable. And Chopper's behind Roland. A jump scare. Torji in the apartment. Another clutch. Same position. He has the Molotov.
But there's a smoke.
Oh, the smoke is a problem, a huge problem. His plan has to change. It has to change. He has to hit some crazy shots. He can't. Spirit still one away. The P250 stack out short. Team effort indeed from Spirit. It's Zontix and Chopper that close it down.
That one's going to feel damn good, and it's really Magic's there that facilitates those rifles that makes it possible. So the flashes come over. As we highlighted, they step on out. They're able to get two big kills, AKs in the hands, but it's Brolin. He gets caught sleeping, not prepared for Chopper coming behind. The comms could have been quite hectic in that moment. How many players did they see come out? Cat. Brolin is drawn away to try and set up the crossfire with Torji, and they let this one slip.
Because we saw him smoke the market wind like door, right? He, through that smoke, must have assumed that that was enough for him to have draw his attention towards that short push. Well, well, well. Some twists and turns on our third map.
And there it is. We're starting to get an entertaining game of Counter-Strike. Clutches are plenty. Magic's great work from him. We were highlighting his impact on Ancient. Well, he is delivering in important moments now as, yeah, Brolin right there, jump scare as Torji. What else can you possibly do? I suppose save, but you know it was just an eco. And that one means an awful lot to Spirit. Doesn't matter how you get the rounds on the board, it's first to 13. And this is Spirit looking to bookend the year with Katowice to say, hey, we are here. Donk is a monster. And the major to finish off 2024, that would be beautiful. Well, this is the step necessary to put them in that grand final. MOUZ, on the other hand, an awful lot of success in China. CAC last year in the grand final against FaZe, they lost. Chengdu earlier this year in the final against FaZe, they lost. But back-to-back finals in China, could this be the third? They're the ones with the more broken bite.
Making sure his Tech-9's working, spamming away at that smoke. Zontix in an angle to punish a bench jump up, but they're actually heading up con. They want to test Donk here, and Shui, he's ahead of the play! Donk's not ready!
Drive-by.
First shot, first bullet connects. Good find back. Zontix spams the smoke, does punish.
Will be the A finish, everyone's here.
Well, that's important. Exertion activates, catches Zontix as he tries to close the gap. Magic's from short side, Shiro and Chopper coming in from CT. Magic's empty-handed, Chopper the nade. The nade can finish off Jimmy. Just safe, not the second.
Wait, he found Brolin?
UV2 on the stairs, just enough. Just his model hidden, perfectly positioned is Torji. Exertion has to stay nimble. He has to be the first spawn spotted. It is planted for them both. They are playing this well. They are playing this passively, conservatively. Shiro finds a rifle to provide support. Chopper can't find him. Torji hiding in plain sight on the staircase here in the sound cues. Reacts, can't hit the shot. Exertion can't. Oh, no! Nails it! He had one opportunity, Chad. One opportunity to hit that shot, win that round, as Exertion looks to play the clock.
Oh, I'd love to see that from Chopper's perspective.
I reckon it's a banger.
That right there is massive, because we were discussing Exertion going missing on Ancient and how in some of these playoff games he can be worse for wear as traditional performances go. This is great from Zontix to try and stem the bleed. Yeah, Chopper went to Brolin first. Then it was the nades that got the job done. The bounce over the top. Torji feels like he flubbed that one.
Oh, he jumped.
Why is he jumping?
He jumped. A crouch, a stare at the floor, and you've won the round.
Oh, no.
He's trying to be evasive.
That right there from Exertion, a bit of a flubbed moment. Setting up for an A execute. You've got Chopper over towards Ticket. You're going to have the contribution of Shiro from jungle and Donk through connector.
They got the bodies here. Who draws first blood? Chopper throws out a disruptive smoke, gives him something to play around if he chooses to aggress. MOUZ take the site. Spam connects. Huge commitment of the spray from Shiro. Look at the damage. Jimmy limping.
Running through the smoke.
Roland gonna have to clear this corner. Chopper hiding out behind it. They overlook the possibility. Need a second. Chopper holding on, holding fast. Makes this round his own. Massive work. And the round comes through. Finished off by Donk, but Chopper, he gets his flowers. A massive round, a massive delivery in back-to-back rounds. It's Chopper that really is the difference.
And that was a conversation we just had a few rounds ago about against Shui, right? So the fact that we have both in-game leaders showing up and finding impact on this third and deciding map of the series is beautiful. Great work from him. Bomb going down again, another chaotic moment. Brolin had to flash and push through. They didn't have a second layering of utility, so they were all going to be boxed in towards the site, trying to give themselves something to work with, but now Spirit can walk away with 7 at the half. It's just going to have to be a partial investment. Pistol upgrades for MOUZ as the loss bonus going into the next is going to be that 2,900 to give them the full buy. Spirit have won a round like this. Maybe it's MOUZ's turn.
Donk doesn't seem to think so. He wants to go and take some action. A full mid setup. You want to search mid with Deegs? Be my guest.
He had a little bit of early protocol utility as part of the blocks. Magic's feeling pressure, stalls them, gets a rotation and replenishment of a smoke. Shiro literally ran over, threw him his smoke, and is now darting out of dodge. But MOUZ, see, as they're postured across the map, they're in no rush. Still trying to piece this one together. It can be late. Deep nade, that's going to find some damage right on the head of Shui.
They're not getting the overextension they were hoping for.
But they've stayed in this limbo mid setup, or at least they had. As I say it, they backed off.
Enough time has elapsed. Donk throws out his smoke grenade, and actually a labored spray is going to be punished by that. Saying that, Exertion quickly gives them the advantage back. Trying to take some space, assuming Donk was alone. Chopper and Shiro both occupy con. Head of the smoke. Stays active, short as well. The crossfire is there. Should be nothing here for MOUZ. Torji turned around the worst possible moment. It's another Chopper hit, double kill. His impact certainly being felt here on the CT side. He's matching the output of Shiro. Second highest on the board. And a 6-5 scoreline that could very well be tied up, Shibari style, 6-6.
It's really come down to the clutches for MOUZ in their rounds, right? Think about the pistol rounds. Donk almost ripped away what was a 3v5 situation, but Torji was able to clutch that one out. Shui's had a couple of really big moments as well. So as far as the type of Counter-Strike and it being clean, well, when you look at Nuke, they were able to out-macro, outplay Spirit across the board. Right now, they're having to do it with their individuals. 5 on the T-half, not bad, considering what you had set up for yourself and the fact that this spree of rounds is really only open because you lost to a Magic's P250, some flashes over mid, and a round that you had the site but couldn't hold on to the potential retake is a real problem. So 6-6 to try and get rid of those worries if you're MOUZ. Is that possible? Timeout has been taken, conversation had. Buy is in. It feels like every time they've tried to default through middle, it's been quite problematic. They're more direct hits. Set them up for success. Standard mid opener, cat smoke, window smoke. Just Shui, selling a little bit of sun. There's Exertion and Jimmy both very aggressive through underpass. Shiro's been mollied off. He cannot go for that traditional peak he was looking for.
Oh, it's a lot of util with Exertion's name on it. He does live to tell the tale.
And you have to wonder how much Zontics communicated there from the cat position. How loud were they as they were running down those stairs? Because they dumped so much utility. And it was telling as well from what Shui threw in middle. They were trying to block that exact option Shiro was looking for. Slowed down the plan of MOUZ for now. Magic's isolated. We'll need Zontics from the vent or a rotation from somebody else if it is going to be the B finish. The bomb being juggled across. Brolin has been gifted that as Torji setting up a connector smoke. Shui top mid can smoke out window. Zontics has been able to get out of the vent room and head back over towards B to help out Magix, who's showing some smooth moves.
That was stylish.
It's B split. He's on his own. Zontics has actually rotated away. They're not believing this.
Magic's got a lot to do upon the fade of the smoke. It's starting to fade. For 5 seconds, he's going to have a lot to answer for.
Zontics on his way back. He'll be here in time.
Yeah, this is great. Even flash for him. Oh, the flash is coming. It's a little late. They're already out the window. Magic's. He's calling. He's going to need some help. Exertion's back, presents himself, and now quick trades. MOUZ have the edge. Zontics overlooked to the side. They don't ready for him. He good positioning. Now can he get more? Jimmy, one. Not ready for Zontics. Huge round.
10 seconds.
Need to plant. Chopper cannot stop that plant. Can he clutch up? Orji and Shui. That Molotov could come in handy for Shui. Plays it past him on the van. Oh, jumps up on the van. And it will be that 6-6 half.
Oh, brave there from Shui, wasn't it? Didn't feel like that was necessary, but well, we'll remove the round, and he'll be at the top of the scoreboard for MOUZ off the back of that. Uncle Chomp Chomp not able to pull another one home as we tie things up 6-6. So 3 out the gate. That's how MOUZ were able to put the lion's share of their rounds on the board. It was the 4 on the trot with the P250s, and Spirit are in it to win it.
Key takeaways from that half. Donk's attempted pistol ace denied. Torji coming up clutch with the 1v2. That influenced a very strong start for MOUZ. What was it, 5-2 at one point? So Spirit's resurgence off the back of some multi-kills.
Yeah, and this is the problem, right? You need to make sure that you don't let that little round that you lost to the P250s creep too far into your head. Doesn't matter now. Will definitely matter later, especially if you lose this one. But both of these teams looking to make history for their organizations today. The deepest either Spirit or MOUZ have been in a major is a semi-final. For Team Spirit, it was Antwerp. A whole different looking roster. For MOUZ, the same. That was Rio. You had JDC in the team. You had Dexter in-game leading. All the different names have chopped and changed between the banners. To flying the flags and to make them proud. You win this, you lock your org in for the final with a real opportunity. On the other side, it will be G2 or FaZe. That's coming up next. A blockbuster fixture as far as names are concerned. No mid-probe from MOUZ on the pistol. 3 towards A, and 2 on the B start. Setting up the execute is Chopper. Yuto in his hand. The late piece of Shiro to play through middle.
Incendiary is going to be very important to buy time.
And they have the nade combo on Exertion as well.
Okay, info spotted. Incendiary out. Look at the movement. Donk's already in the sight. Gets ahead of the util and finds the headshot. Comfortable on these pistol rounds is Donk. Shiro as well with 2 on mid side. Spirit's pistols are so potent. Donk breaks into that sight. Just puts Shui and Torji in an impossible situation.
Torji's already looking to save, but Shui's hanging around to find something.
That foreboding feeling. Hearing him coming, the mantles up. Changes his elevation, finds stability, nails the headshot. Brutal out here.
Yeah, and Torji just holding on to this Kevlar for a rainy day, which could be telling of a force spike coming up next from MOUZ on the CT side. But that's Spirit taking the lead. 7-6. Well, Torji with a kill gives him a little bit of extra cash to splash Shaw. Buy up a FAMAS, whether or not he's going to drop that or not. But this is great from Shiro, giving him the P250. We just see how potent he is on it. Plenty of dust twos. We've seen them get him out long. He just hits crispy one-taps on that very pistol. The beautiful work there from Team Spirit. Well put together pistol round as the force is in. Saving that Kevlar and that kill has allowed Torji to get into that FAMAS.
Yeah, Roland prioritizing weaponry. Oh, the helmet.
Well, they have a lot of space thanks to Torji. He's pushed straight towards Palace, so they could just gamble on towards B, which is where the split's coming.
Ooh, Exertion gets away from his first engagement. Dolphin takes heavy licks.
Chopper's a problem in window.
He is a big problem. He's actually going to go for the flank around the world.
This is so quick.
This is a massive gap.
25.
They are not prepared for this. Are they accounting for it? No, the trigger discipline comes through. Cross hair perfectly placed. Does eliminate Shui. Not ready for Zontix. Things are coming up, Trump. Things are coming up for Team Spirit. Chopper handles business. Deals with Brolan. What an inspired, aggressive move from the captain. They are running in to the remaining 2, but Exertion's Deeg versus the whole squad. Not going to get him far.
All right, well, didn't get too pressed there, did they, Spirit? Chopper just jumped straight in towards window as they took any pressure on Cat, able to slip through at a minute 25 on the clock. They were so quick. MOUZ were not expecting that whatsoever. They rotated over to deal with that B split. Felt like they had done enough, but Chopper found them a way in and a way out to secure their 8th round. Now, it will have to be the eco from MOUZ. Not a lot that they can really contend with, and this must feel like it's slipping through their fingers after what was such a dominant start on Nuke that must feel like a lifetime ago to get thrown around the server on Ancient. Spirit were able to activate Donk. They were able to get him online. not just Donk, the team is here to play today. He has been in fine form throughout this major cycle. Obviously in the conversation alongside of your ZywOos, your Monacies, and your, well, of course, the man we mentioned, Donk, for #1 in the world.
Yeah, I was fishing. I was asking some of the local Chinese casters, what do we call Donk? I know you've got Chinese nicknames.
Yeah.
You say, no, we call him Donk. He's made a name for himself already. That's all you need. Shiro has removed exertion, and there is a stack, so Donk's going to farm up a couple here. Oh, most definitely. He's not shy. 3 bullets, he takes that 3rd engagement. So very comfortable scenes, maintaining the Galils as best they can. And it's time for MOUZ to show if they are going to be putting up a fight on the CT side. A deciding map. Will the reverse sweep for Spirit really be their part of the grand final? They did better than that nuke, which did feel good, which did look good, but a 13-4 momentum definitely on their side of the court. Second tack pause, so this is Halley essentially making sure that they realize the importance of this first gun.
With this round win, and assuming you wipe the board, don't give too many saves over, you can really run this one home. So an important time to take this timeout. We're able to potentially throw what could be a knockout blow and put a lot of pressure onto MOUZ down the stretch.
I love Halley. His timeouts, he always has such intensity, not only on his face, but I played a show match with him. He's got that intense voice as well. Just barking at his boys to make sure that they can bring this one home, secure that grand final for Team Spirit.
Let's see if this 30 seconds was well used and his team can convert to get to the double digits for MOUZ. Then, at that point, the echoes of the fumbles of rounds that they had lost within that first half of play will start to creep in. This window lined up and deployed. Top count as well, so standard opener, and it looks like there will be bodies behind this.
Oh, Donk's body that catches an AWP bullet as his boots knocked off. Working with just 17.
Lots of pressure over towards Jimmy on the B side.
Gets his information. Showing restraint with his incendiary. Confirms they are progressing. Still shows restraint. And that's probably a product of Torji's positioning here.
Has essentially drawn the eyes of 3.
Oh, Jimmy finds Zontix. Good angle. And confirms there were other bodies. In fact, Bomb just showed on radar.
So Chopper is going to have to reconsider this as Donk, no longer mid, is finding a gap on A, and that's a fight for Donk.
Brilliant. Finds Brolan cleanly, not ready, not anticipating him. He just slips into the A site. Panic stations for MOUZ. Shui's about to have a hard fight. Wins it. Massive win for Shui. Removing Shiro. Bomb is pivoting back.
Exertion probably heard him running through spawn. Exertion probably heard the bomb running through spawn. Oh, didn't jump throw. He messed up the smoke.
Okay, that's awkward. That's the product of pressure. No smoke for them to get that bomb.
He's going to run back into Exertion.
No, he's not ready for this whatsoever. Chopper's considering the potential. Oh, no! A Mac 10! Exertion, he had the round right there for the taking, and now this pendulum swings once more. Should we try to cut them off at the pass, but Chopper's actually going back to A, where Donk resides, and has resided this whole time. Magix keeps him guessing with the frag on the lurk. Shui maybe set, but no, Magix gets away. So convinced they're going to be. Spirit are playing with them, batting this MOUZ around. Playing with their dinner. Just like that, the back presented to Donk.
And Torji knows that Magix was on B, so how do I even get out of here? Well, you have to win this fight. You spot and you jump, and Magix takes you down, and that is a huge round. They had both sides. We'll take them all. That is huge from Spirit. Donk gives them a way in, and then the chaos ensues. Exertion. That will be in his nightmares tonight as he closes his eyes.
He missed the smoke, Chad. He pushes back through it and kills the backstab.
This kill right here, that should have been the bomb down. Both players isolated. Donk, low, 5 points of health after getting legged at the top of middle. He took slight more flak damage, and MOUZ, that right there is likely your semi-final going down the drain.
We talked about the importance. That is nightmare fuel for MOUZ. Is the clean close coming? Moving up mid, takes the space that's given to him. Jiggle defense. Oh, he's taking pot shots. You got to be quick on those keys. Or Zontix will start opening up the site. Nice trade out of Magix. They burst into the A site, break through the defenses. Partial investment goes nowhere for this international roster.
Just look at the framing, the type of rounds that MOUZ have lost under the negative framing.
Yeah.
And Well, unfortunately for them, the tagline is they can only do it in the studio. They look so comfortable on map number 1. On map number 2, they got blown out and now wobbles against pistols or easy kills that are coming your way where a player isn't ready for you are the difference between you winning and losing rounds.
The most important gun round of your major so far.
You started strong, your leader's clutching, your AWP's clutching, you're getting the impact necessary. You could have had a massive first half of play, it ends up being 6-6, all tied up. You come into the second half, now it's 5 consecutive rounds from Spirit, who have found that form at the perfect moment to secure themselves a grand final berth. There's 11, and that daunting feeling of just 2 more rounds, just dropping 2 more rounds for MOUZ. It's not even that, it's 1 round in the last 10. And that is since the P250s. So that is just a shadow of themselves since that moment. They have been rattled, they have been shook, and Spirit are quite the opposite. Chopper, surging, Donk. That's everybody right now. It's not just a one-man show. And I don't know what words you could possibly have for the team. A young roster of MOUZ, sure, building up experience, getting into those arenas, playing in the finals, not being able to convert them. Now you're under the big lights, center stage. That pressure mounting. The stakes are there. And you isolate it on a personal level, it's just 2 more deaths per player, and it's bye-bye.
MOUZ described this major run as what it's all been leading up to. Alpha Team Spirit. Touching distance now of a grand final. Donk on the warpath once more. Brolin handles business, removes Donk empty-handed. That's a good start. Exertion builds upon it. Good find on the Tetris 10. Chopper's Mac 10s proved deadly. Not this time, though. Just Shiro on that Tetris box for 1.
Have to win this one.
Zontic's another. They're dropping like flies. Jazz on the switch, though. Brolin active. A massive triple kill from the Ayanka. Torji finishes it. Off the back of that panic button timeout, the last they have, by the way, Psychro calls it, and it's comfortable as they looked for a rather early commitment into the A site.
Yeah, Torji looked like he was trying to be the hype man there. Let's go, boys. I don't read libs, but I'm sure that was what came out of his mouth. And a bit of an unforced error there, maybe on the timing. It was called quicker than Donk was ready for. He didn't get his molly under the balcony. It landed topside. So that meant it didn't flush the player out into the open for the Tetris players. He gets taken out initially first anyway.
It's exacerbated problems.
I'm going to need to win this one and likely the next to completely break Spirit. Now you got your work cut out for you.
Oh, good leg shot.
Again?
Yeah, Donk wounded. Torji has been unable to find the lethality onto Donk on his mid-test, but regular damage. Brolin flirting with this forward ramps position. He has very little support. No, none. And Chopper finds the headshot. Exertion shut down on the boost.
Brolin probably feels like he has to push now because they've lost one of their mid pieces as part of the defense.
Got so much to do. Taking that calculated risk. Zontix calls it clear. Brolin walks through, and Zontix delivers! Spirit, 3 frags away from a handful of grand final points.
You have to gamble if you're MOUZ. You have to stack a sight and hope that you have called this correctly. Jimmy in window, Shui over towards connector, and Torji burrowed in with the AWP.
Torji, what can you do? First is great, call out, the trade immediate. Zontix sends him down. Just Jimmy and Shui. Molotov at his feet, the spread is likely. Chopper removes Shui, it's only Jimmy. Safe from the flame spread. Chopper is first victim, but needs a whole lot more than that. They could do it. Doesn't. Shiro set up for success as well with the AWP, and Nade finds him down to 50. Another one right where that came from. Zontix tries to throw it out. A little premature, but what's Jimmy supposed to do? Save is the only thing he can. Spirit 12. A guarantee. Just 1 round from realizing their dreams of a major grand final.
And that started with a leg shot onto Donk. That round looked like they were somewhat threatening. Looked like they had a great stead within that one, and then it all kind of falls apart. Exertion gets boosted, he gets pipped by Chopper. Great opening from him. then Brolin really has no choice, because you're relying on the information from your teammates on the decision that you need to make. Well, we've lost mid control. We need a ramp.
And we talked about it. Sure, the Donk Show postponed for a map, but he's back, and so is the supporting cast. The chorus is there, and they are singing. Meanwhile, for MOUZ, a tragedy.
I just think the resilience of a 17-year-old to go out after his second worst performance of the year, be able to find himself, come back and deliver it on the stage, and the rest of the team there as well to support him when the chips are down, to have their impact, to be a team, which is what this is all about at the end of the day. The stars, their power, that's what get you the loud applause, the crowd roars, but the team is what's going to get you that major trophy. Just one more round, 5 more kills for Team Spirit, and it is the year of the Dragon after all.
Torgy posted for this particular fight. Shiro to uncrouch into it. It's a bad reaction speed test. Oh,
That'll do it.
The angle, Torgy catches that. And now watching from the sidelines as his hopes of a major final slip away. Shui one back, puts Donk down. Zontix though, MP9 for Brolin. All he has to defend his honor, and it's not enough. Zontix removes him. This round is falling into place. The knockout blow for MOUZ in the semi-finals. Chopper finds Jimmy, walk about the smoke. Exertion, a quiet day in the office. Ready for Spirit to take this one to the grand finals, to see Championship Sunday. Hope is lost. The round surely won. And for the first time in major grand final for Spirit, the organization has sealed it. The goal of every team, it's theirs. The trophy, the only obstacle left. And on the other side of the stage, MOUZ heads heavy. And a sleepless night ahead.
Your first grand finalists for the Perfect World Shanghai Major are Team Spirit. Not to take away from the team, but I just want to recap what Sponge mentioned there. Imagine having one of your second worst performances of the year. Imagine being, what, 17, 18, and then walking out and just clicking heads, doing incredible things, and having all of your teammates rise up and do the same, whether or not they win this major. And that is now something that could possibly happen. Whether or not we discuss if he is the player of the year, what I will say this is, Donk is well on his way to becoming a GOAT, and he has so many years to do it. This is his rookie year, and him and Team Spirit will be able to stand up in the major grand finals. What a story, and how privileged we are to have witnessed it.
Oh, for sure. And as Chad said there as well, it is the year of the dragon. And like a dragon, they rose. I thought after the first map, it was done for Spirit. I thought they would crumble, Donk not performing. But then they arose, they fought back on Ancient in convincing fashion. And there were nerves in Mirage. There were nerves on both the sides here from all the young players. Again, you got to remember, Spirit are a very young team as well compared to MOUZ. But in the end, Maui, they make sure they make history for this organization, also for the individuals on that team, making it to the first major final ever.
Holly and Chopper, back in the lab, reinvented themselves. This was a Mirage that, sure, it was spearheaded by Donk, but at the same time, the mid-rounding, it made us remember what we felt back in Katowice, what we felt in the first half of this year, when Chopper did look like a well-rounded in-game leader. They had multiple layers to their strategies. When Donk would take space towards middle, they'd be fighting on the extremities. Other players chimed in too. It was the Donk show in terms of the kill count, but everybody chimed in here. And all in all, MOUZ, unfortunately, they couldn't quite stand that test. That T-side, that new, reinvigorated, retooled offense that Spirit brought to the table for this tournament, it's carrying them through this tournament.
And also the ensemble cost. This was an ensemble cost performance. As you said, Magix, we were critical of him, rightly so. Ancient, he came to play here as well, finding mad impact, everyone chipping in, and it was no longer the Shiro show. It was no longer just a Donk show. And I think it's very fitting, and I think it's very poetic in a way that in the end, it wasn't Donk having to carry his team kicking and screaming into the finals, but it was indeed a team effort.
On the other side, you saw their faces earlier, heads hanging low, and that's because they know the Falcons and the Vultures are circling. They will claw up the mice they want. They will leave the rest behind. That incredible lineup of young players that moved through the MOUZ Academy, their time as a roster, is more than likely done. They made a semi-final, but they will not make it further. Those pieces will be taken.
And so unfortunate, because it really felt like they finally slayed their inner demons, right? The moniker of being called the Eternal Chokers, the ones who always struggle in the arena. And I felt like even after Ancient, I thought they still had what it took to at least make this final map closer, even get the win. But man, the amount of individual mistakes being made by each and every one of the players on this MOUZ side, something you would never expect them to. At the end of the day, the nerves won. There's nothing they can do about it.
I mean, Sam, you alluded to it. Just the likelihood of the MOUZ team being torn asunder. I just hope that whatever happens, they realize that what's next for all of these players is important for their journeys as individuals, because people they'll change, relationships will wither, but if you just keep trying to hold on to this past and MOUZ just keep looking back in the rearview mirror, they're just going to get sucked into that past. It's time to step forward, time to realize there is change abound for them, and to embrace that, because even though you came up short with this 5-man lineup, people here on this MOUZ lineup, there's a lot to build with, but at the same time, Spirit, I gotta take my hats off to them. I really do feel like they've improved tremendously from maybe even 3 months ago, where I felt like things were getting completely stagnant for them as an overall unit. I honestly can see this team now have significant progress tactically.
Forgetting 3 months ago, I think even just the span of this entire event itself, right? Like if you look at some of the losses they had early in the major, it was like, what answer do you have? Like Chopper, I'm looking at you. Magix, I'm looking at you. Like it looks like you're just so completely reliant on this little kid to just drag you through games. Do you have a plan B? Do you have a plan C? Do you have the mentality to reset and come back when everything is on the line? They showed they do. They showed that they can do it. So credit to Spirit. I think it was a very hard-fought series, mentally, tactically, individually as well. Even though the score lines were very one-sided at the end of the day, MOUZ are no easy opponents. And when it came to beating the nerves, Spirit managed to do so. Deserved winners.
Let me just go back to what I said right at the start about what Donk was able to do, the fact that he had the mental fortitude to come back from having such a bad performance. And we call him the little kid. We say he's young. We do all of that. We have to stop that narrative now. He is a rookie, but he has shown an ability that some of the best players in the world after all these years are still not there. He is a phenomenon, and that is how we have to refer to him moving forward.
And the thing is that we would have given him a pass if he just crumbled under these kinds of lights. If he folded under the pressure, if it was too bright for him, we would have had all the reasons for it. That he is 17, that it is his second major, that the rest of his supporting cast wasn't there for him. But he led by example in many of these situations. On top of that, though, Spirit held up their end of the bargain. Donk got you to this position. He made you a world contender, and they actually were able to help him out in this capacity. It just wasn't only him.
Let's find out how Spirit is feeling. Magix had a performance, so I know that he's willing to talk about that on the stage now.
Well, Shanghai Major. How's that sound? How's that feel?
Well, that's definitely sound great, and that's feeling, thank you, as you know.
As always. All right, let's talk about the match. It went all 3 maps. Let's go back to map 1. What went wrong on Nuke? MOUZ had an incredible T-side.
Well, from what I've seen, I've been holding A side, and there was a lot of occasions where the Donk got wrecked, and I truly believe that it was a great game plan from them to make some counter plays. And personally, I was just remaining in a clutch, and it was a tough scenarios where I can't do any shit, but actually, they did well. But also from our side, it's a game of mind. We were not like ourselves going to the first map, and that's why we were losing a lot of entry duels. We were reacting very slow, and it was overall bad.
Talking about a game of mind, how did you flip the script and then come into Ancient so strong?
Well, going into the Ancient, we knew that they are not that confident in this map, while we do like this map. And it was all about getting a reset after the first map, because the fashion how we lost the first map was, terrifying a bit. So we just had to forget that and, make our mentality much better going into the second and, as expected, third map.
Yeah, going on to the third map, even first half, but then you go into the second, you get the pistol and run away with it. What happened?
Well, Mirage was kind of shaky in the beginning because they had the great ideas, they had a great execution of some rounds. Once we started, we were getting caught off guard, and that's how they won few rounds. But you know, going into the T side, there was a game plan, and like once we win the pistol in MR12, it's pretty much done because you know you are getting the momentum because the scoreline is even like 6-6 or so. I think it was 6.
It was 6-6 in the first half, yes.
So like after you secure the pistol, it's it's pretty much of a done deal because they're the ones who are under pressure.
All right, now all said and done, you've made it to the grand final. How would you rate the team's form heading into it tomorrow?
I would say that the form of the team itself is definitely great, and you know, it usually like it's pretty always like in a lot of tournaments we have a good like team form, but you know, and if you're going in some specific matches, you're kind of might be shitting your pants or something that doesn't go your way, and you are not able to like fight for your fight back, and that's why we're losing because you know overall. The team form is always good, but sometimes we're losing the momentum.
Final 2 questions. Tomorrow you'll play G2 or FaZe. Who do you think you'll play and why?
Well, I think we are going to face G2 because it's a cinema.
All right, and with that in mind, at this point, what do you rate your chances of lifting the trophy tomorrow?
50-50.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Magics. Congratulations once again, you and Spirit are our first grand finalists here at the Perfect World Shanghai Major. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Лаяд с днем рождения.
Quick reactions to that before we hear from MOUZ.
I think that was the most I've ever heard Magic speak ever in interviews. You can clearly see how it impacted him and the team. But the one thing I want to point right there is mentioned in Mirage. It was still very even, but it was nerves. It was mistakes being made by both the sides. You could all feel it. And for him, like I think he handled it magnificently. When it looked like this is going to be it for Magic, so I was calling for his head. I'm like, he's been the liability, so to speak. But when the pressure truly mounted, he delivered. And I feel like he should be very proud about that.
Great game from him on Ancient, of course, and I don't know how I feel about him just saying it's 50-50, you know, for his match
It's just
tomorrow.
Magic's an interview. We don't talk. We don't have to dig deep into that.
I guess we don't.
Politically correct way to answer that.
I am surprised that he said, did he say, I want to meet G2? Because, buddy, I'm not sure you want to meet G2.
Not the best track record,
Not the best track record.
But maybe they could upset that tomorrow.
What a way it would be to do it as well.
He said it was cinema. He meets G2 and they finally beat their adversaries. It's like a perfect hero's journey. They write movies like this. It's like the go-to, paint by numbers.
Yeah, that also feels like a fairy tale. But that's probably tomorrow. We'll figure it out tomorrow.
Let's say goodbye to MOUZ now as they leave us.
It's never an easy one to go with a loss like this, especially when you're fighting so hard at the major. Shuhei, I wanted to first just ask you around your initial thoughts and just what it feels like after that. We could see how deflated all of the team was.
It's very disappointing right now. It hurts a lot. It felt like we had a lot under control after the first map, but that was not the case. Clearly, Ancient was not our strongest map. Something we tried to work on. We haven't played it in a long time, and we've been practicing it a lot, and we were preparing it for this major, and it was not enough. Yeah, it's a lot of disappointment right now.
首先想问一下，在这场失利之后，现在的心情怎么样呢？所以说到，确实这场失败对我们来说还是很心痛的。我们这边有点失望，因为我们自己的话，其实在第一场打完之后，感觉是已经把比赛慢慢的找到了掌控的一个节奏。但是在第二张地图来到 Asian 了之后，我们在这段时间知道不是我们的强途，也训练了很多，但是明显从今天的结果来看的话，并不是我们所意料得到的结果。所以现在的话，确实有些失望。
When it comes to Mirage, in history of the matchups between you and Spirit, it's always been a good fight, a close game as well in there. This time around, it started off very strong for you. You even got the AK pistol round. Then when the economy started to get in a battle, you obviously felt you could pressure them. It slipped away, they ran to get game after round, and it kind of pushed them into the second half looking good. Do you feel like that's where the control was lost?
Yeah, I think we had a good start to Mirage. There was a lot of close rounds even at the beginning, 1v1, some clutches here and there. They went our way, they went their way. I think it was a pretty balanced first half. Coming into second half, it felt like they had they won the rounds towards the end of T side, so they were coming with momentum. We couldn't stop them, and the pressure got to us, and we started. We didn't play like we normally did. We should have played a lot more aggressive, maybe. But obviously we can talk a lot about it right now. But we just didn't show up to our potential right there.
那想问一下，最后在 Mirage 这张地图上的话，你们之前2支战队的历史交手都是有来有回，然后你们也拿下了手枪 AK 的半起局，为什么就是最后没有能够咬住比分？那苏慧也是说到，其实我们上半场的话状态就非常不错，前面的话打得有来有回，但我觉得关键点可能是在上半场结束的阶段，对面起了势，然而在下半场开始的话，我们没有打出我们自己应该有的水平，然后我们自己的话打得有点太过保守。其实现在再回头想的话，可以打得进攻性更强一点，但是以后还有很多机会再来回顾这场比赛。现在来说的话，确实没有咬住比分，因为我们紧张，所以失掉了这场地图。
Looking at your overall run for the major, it ends in the semis. You grab a top 4 here. You only lost to Spirit, Mongols, and FaZe. 2 of them were in best of ones. What is your overall thoughts on the run you've managed to have here with the team?
I would say disappointment still. Semi-final it is, of course, but I think with the Counter-Strike that we've been playing and how much effort we put into this game throughout these last months and weeks, we were aiming to win this championship. That was not the case, so I would just describe it as disappointment for now.
那想问一下，来到这次比赛，其实你们也就只输过给过3个队 ，FaZe、蒙古还有 Spirit， 而且有2张地图是 PWE， 然后你们是怎么样来看待这次整体的一个发挥？那苏慧说到的话，其实我们还是非常失望的，因为不管是从我们最近的努力，这几个月，包括这几个礼拜来说的话，我们一直都是奔着夺冠来参加这次的比赛的，所以说目前以这样一个成绩，虽然打到了半决赛，我们还是很失望。
For overall, looking at 2024, as this is the end of the season, you obviously got the first place at EPL. You had the BB Belgrade event as well, which you got to win at the same time. You had second place in Rio and Chengdu. You look at the top 4 places in Kato, Esports World Cup and Cologne. Is this something you can be proud of, despite the disappointment you're feeling right now, of how this year has been?
For sure, there's a lot of high moments in our season or this year. For us as a team, we won some events, we came second, we came close to others, and I think there's for sure something to be proud of, but our goal was to peak at the right time, which was this major, and we didn't satisfy ourselves with that, so obviously we would like to be better.
那回顾你们这一年整体的一个发挥，你们拿下了 BB 和 EPL 2场冠军，拿下了2个赛事，包括成都的 IM 成都的亚军，拿到了很多4强。你们对整体这一年的发挥感到满意吗？所以说，我们队伍一直想做的就是在适当的时间把自己的状态调整到最好。但是回顾这一年的话，其实最重要的比赛还是这次的比赛，所以没有拿到这次比赛的更进一步的机会，对我们来说依旧是一个比较大的失望和打击。
I have to ask as well, obviously there's a lot of conversation around your roster going into 2025, mainly around whether Jimpat will stay in the team or not. Do you think that this MOUZ roster will be the same we see here as we go into 2025?
No comment.
最后想聊一下你们明年的阵容，你们觉得还会保持今年一样的一个5个人的小伙子们继续打吗？在这个问题上，苏慧决定先保密一下。
And lastly, they gave you an applause already. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
To everyone here in the arena, I want to say a big thank you. Sheshe to everyone. It's been amazing playing here. And you guys are the reason why some of our the players in Counter-Strike are living the dream, basically. So you guys make this sport amazing to be here and to play in front of you. And I know that good Counter-Strike is what you guys want here. It's not only cheering for one team, so I really appreciate that. I also want to say a huge thank you to my family at home. The time zone difference, they still woke up early to watch the games. To my brother, and to my amazing girlfriend that came to visit. So thank you very much for everyone for your support, and especially the team as well for even getting here.
那也是感谢所有在场的观众朋友们，我知道你们所有人来这里都是为了看更精彩的比赛，也感谢你们没有去支持某一个队伍，而是为所有好的 CS 来加油鼓劲。因为你们的话，我们这些职业选手才能像我们现在这样在梦想里面去进行我们的职业，去给你们奉献上精彩的比赛。同时也要感谢所有在电视在屏幕前观看的朋友们，也感谢我的家人还有我的女朋友一直来陪伴着我。最后的话，也要感谢我们的俱乐部和我的队友，我们一起打到了这里。好的，那也是再次感谢苏伟来接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间回给分析。
They were so close in Mirage, even at the half. In that second half, though, they started fumbling. They started missing a few shots. You heard Shui saying there they weren't playing as aggressive. And I think there isn't a single player who's actually played on a stage who won't tell you that in those moments, in a semi-final, in the final map of a major, that you don't feel that clamp on your heart, that you don't feel your breath getting cut off. You cannot hold it against them. But unfortunately, if it happens against a donk who never misses his shots, it means that you're in the situation you are now, which is going home.
I think I would be doing a disservice to MOUZ if I gave them a free pass here. That's how much esteem I have for this particular lineup, this particular team, what they've been trying to achieve this entire year so far. They've had some very deep runs. They had heartbreak in Copenhagen when they lost to G2 due to multiple circumstances. They've had some very deep runs. They've had failures, but they have this goal that they want to make to the major. Shui said it himself, I'm disappointed because we wanted to win the entire thing. They have failed. They have accepted that. They have failed. It sucks. It's sad to see. We don't even know it's going to be, the same lineup next year.
We all know it won't. Let's not beat around the bush. He said no comment because he knows that this lineup is done.
It's been a great journey, but we have to, just to put a pin on, just to put a ribbon to just tie up this story that's been this particular MOUZ lineup. They came very close, but I feel like they hit that mental plateau. There's so many opportunities you can give them, and unfortunately they came very, very far, but in the end just wasn't quite enough.
It changes how I would characterize MOUZ for the year, because at times in the first half, it felt like MOUZ were the team that was so close, 10% away from being the team with an era. They won consecutive tournaments at one point. They reached some grand finals. They were making deep runs, and it felt like it was the stage that was perturbing them. Now I look at the team actually slightly differently, and I feel like this game actually epitomized what more or less I'm getting from them. They're incredible at game planning. When things go accordingly, everyone's playing tip-top shape. They're pushing and pulling the map. They're using great teamwork to try to chip away at the opponents who might even have better firepower. But I look at them now as a team that unfortunately never really had that superstar when the game plan wasn't going well to uplift them. Torzy was their best arena player all year. And most people, when they look at this MOUZ lineup, are probably considering him their fourth best player in a studio. So you have to have guys that are going to be able to relish in the moment. And unfortunately, none of them were able to do that when the lights were on.
It's the conversation that we've had with CS2, right? It's the Na'Vi debate. Is teamwork enough, or do you need the superstar? Let's move on to celebrating our grand finalists, because they do have the superstar. They have players that have stood up. Spirit has had such an incredible year, and we speak a lot about Cologne, where we saw that drastic fall off. But other than that, there isn't really a blip on their radar. They have been performing, and we have to remember how young this lineup is. It's insane.
It's because of the Kato run, which is truly something I don't think anyone's ever going to replicate with all the storylines, the way it converged in that particular tournament. That's why we have such a very almost stratospheric expectation of Spirit. But if you look at the wins they've had, they've won over 75% of games they've played this entire year. That is an unreal stat to have. By the way, I'm talking LAN. I'm talking about only top 20, top 30 teams. They've done it. And when they lose, it's the Na'Vis, it's the Vitalities, it's the G2s. But the fact that they continue to do it time and time again, and even when you feel like, sure, they might have stagnated a little bit. Chopper seems to be running out of stuff in his playbook, maybe too overly reliant on Donk. But yet, when it matters the most, that is today, that is the past couple of hours, they proved us wrong.
I need to rectify the narrative on Spirit entirely, because people were calling them inconsistent this year, which is just not completely true. Unfair. When they've only missed a single playoffs all year, they only missed Cologne, and then think about it. People are saying Vitality was so consistent all year. They missed only one playoff too, Katowice. So what are we talking about here? Both those teams won prestige events throughout the year. Spirit had just as many deep runs in terms of percentage, actually better pretty much than Vitality, or as good as Vitality, I mean. So I don't, the qualms of Spirit being inconsistent, unfortunately was of their own making, because they set the expectation way too high at the beginning of the year. They're not inconsistent. They're once again having a deep run in the playoffs, and once again they're doing it with the best player of 2024 in Donk.
I do think that the Cologne thing comes up a lot, though, because the fall-off was so
It was to the Mongols in G2.
But it was horrifically bad. If you watch them in the server, you went, what the hell is happening?
But
it was one time. But unfortunately, when you fall off that badly, that is what people keep in their head. And they forget that you had one bad event and you're a bunch of bloody rookies.
No, you got to remember this. Like when we talk about Na'Vi and even FaZe for that matter, FaZe the first half of the year, finals throughout, right? Starting from, obviously, from IM Sydney last year. Everyone's like, oh, holy hell, they're great. Then it fell off, which it really did. They did fall off, right? You look at, for example, the side of Na'Vi. They won the major. Everyone called it fluke and anomaly. Fairly so, if you ask me. And then they fell off.
They missed 2 playoffs consecutively after that event.
And directly after that.
Directly after that, they missed playoffs.
Below. And then you head to the second half of this year. They beat the best team, easily by far, but they failed in the major. But if you look at the Spirit story overall, from Kato to the Kato winners, and now coming full circle at the end of the year, major grand finalists, while winning multiple events in between. Sure, a couple of studio events here and there, making multiple playoffs to run. And yes, your biggest failure was the one marquee non-major event we have, which is Cologne. I think they've had an incredible year, and we need to give Chopper his flowers.
Final question. If you're G2 or FaZe, why should you be absolutely terrified about facing Spirit in the grand finals of the Perfect World Shanghai Major?
They have the best rifler by far. I mean, I think the one thing that G2 can rest on is the fact that Nico has been the donk counter of the year.
And they have a Monacy.
And yeah, they obviously do. But I feel like the retooling of strategy from Spirit is something that G2 has already faced the wrath of. They've already lost to it, actually. I feel like I saw it probably 3 weeks ago is when they first started retooling their Mirage. Now it's in full force. You're seeing what they're able to do to Na'Vi, to MOUZ. Like, who's next? You know, Grim Reaper's knocking on your door when it comes to that map.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you know, when you look at a streak that G2 have had over Spirit, right? At the back of your mind, you're probably wondering, surely it has to end at some point. Surely it's gonna, just be eating at the back of your mind. They're like, yeah, we've had this crazy streak. We've been at Kryptonite, but at some point, if you read a comic, Superman does come out on top eventually. So that is going to be at the back of the head. For FaZe, I think the first fear they have is, are we going to beat G2? So I'm going to get to that later on, because that's a hell of a battle ahead of them today.
And then there were 3. FaZe, G2, and Spirit waiting in the wings to face one of them. The second semi-final of the Perfect World Shanghai Major will be going on in a little while, so make sure you don't go anywhere. Richard will be here to take you through that one.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1x bet. On to the next one.
Hello, it's Impact from MOUZ, and today I'm reading the letter that I wrote to myself 1 year ago. Hello, future Jimmy. Remember to try for a better performance and don't stop the grind. Stay focused and motivated and enjoy the journey rather than the goal. Every small step counts. It feels a bit weird, to be honest, because I remember when I wrote this letter, I just joined the main team. I was playing in one of the first tournaments. I remember it was in Shanghai as well. Yeah, I was also a little bit in a different place than I'm right now. I didn't have the experience and I was just really young, and also really when I started playing in Tier 1, I didn't really have any expectations for myself because I was in a new spot. I didn't want to put any pressure on myself, but I also think that I kinda surprised myself the way I played and also the way I worked in the team. I was super happy, and I think since then I've been just getting better and better, and now we are here in the major end of the year, and hopefully we are going to win the major.
Hi, I'm Shui and I'm from MOUZ. Today we will read a letter that I wrote a year ago. Dear Shui, you had 1 year to work on yourself. I hope you worked on your mental health and you are in a stable place in life. I hope you kept your progression moving forward and didn't stop. You should have worked on your brand on social media and also become a better teammate in game. Also, reminder, keep going, do what you love. Also, another small reminder to check if Kiwi grew some hair. It's an inside joke in the team, but I would say he grew some hair. I think throughout the year I tried a few different things on social media. I tried to get my brand out there, or maybe just show myself a little bit more. I think I've failed at it a little bit. I don't think I got with it where I wanted to. I learned from it, and I'm still going to be trying and seeing what is the right approach for me. But I'm enjoying to be on social media and to have fun there sometimes with my teammates or other players or other people, so yeah.
Hey guys, I'm Torji from MOUZ and I will read my letter from a year ago. Dear Adam, future CEC champion, I hope you will enjoy your second or third time in China as much as I am enjoying it now. I hope when you read this letter, I can share the seats with the same people just like now. I wish myself and the team the best luck and a lot of fun in the upcoming events. Yeah, I had a lot of fun, especially lately, so I think I managed what I wrote down in my letter pretty well. And also I'm with the same members, so I'm really happy about it. I think we are a different team now. I think we are more matured, we are more professionals. I think every piece in the team is just better shaped, and I don't know, we are really close friends as well in the team, so we can always help each other and we are really connected. So yeah, I think we are on a really good spot at the moment.
Hello guys, my name is Exertion, I'm from MOUZ, and here we have a letter that I wrote to myself a year ago. Hi, I hope future Dory is doing well. I hope we achieved a lot of great things, reaching top 20 player in the world and being part of the best team in the world. I hope we worked on our consistency and kept our Mamba and Jordan mentality of killer instincts. It gets a bit emotional reading it, to be honest, because I was at a completely different spot back then. We have definitely got much better than we were back then. I think that we are definitely one of the best teams in the world today. I think we're in a super competitive field this year, so it's tough to really say who is the best, but yeah, I mean, I'm super proud of what we achieved, and I think that we can all be. The hardest thing would probably be just maintaining the consistency. I think that it's a super difficult thing to do with so much good teams and good players playing against you all day, and it's something that has to be done. As I wrote here, I want to be a top 20 player, and I want to be also the best, so yeah, I think that there's a lot of work that goes through towards that, and I also think it's the most difficult thing probably about it.
What is going on, everybody? My name is Parla, and it's time to phase up because I'm with Rain and Carrigan. Boys, how you doing?
Good.
Thumbs up in the building. Congratulations on making it through to playoffs. You did so yesterday. Have you had a chance to process it yet?
Yeah, we rewatched the game, and some people did. We're not very happy with the game, but I think we could have made it a lot cleaner than we did, but it's good that we made it in the end and closed it out.
It's interesting because when we did the post-match, of course you were elated to get through, but you were sort of more relaxed in how you were looking back on the game. You were making jokes about it. It feels like today, just shortly after, that you're sort of more serious about how it went, and is that fair?
Yeah, I think heavy emotions after the game, that somehow we survived. Obviously, the analytical mind of mine is going in after the game, like thinking, how did we even get to this point? First of all, and no chance on our pick twice in a row. That makes me very confused. And then on worse maps, there's better maps for enemies, we start playing better. So as a leader, it's very hard. I tried to make a motivated speech before the game. On Inferno, we end up having 3 rounds. I'm like, okay, maybe I said some wrong words, you know? So yeah, it's very hard as a leader to figure out what is the issue that we don't have any consistency in the way we play. So obviously a lot of thinking and a worrying sign, but I think making playoff is the right step in direction. I actually think having the hardest playoff is the best part for us, playing rough teams in start, because if we manage to win them, we are going to gain some confidence that we maybe didn't have the past 6 months.
Coming off the victory yesterday, and considering the context you've mentioned, question to both of you, does that make this break period more intense? Is there more to think about and sort of have to deal with before you get into the stadium?
I think it's good for us, so we can look back at the mistakes and actually try to fix it. Because there's recurring mistakes on all maps that we can actually work on and try to figure out before the next game. And it's something we have to do, or else we're going to get punished versus the better teams for sure.
If you look at the journey, including the RMR and the elimination stage, what are your thoughts on how it's all gone?
I think the RMR went pretty good overall.
4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, the last one didn't really count. But, but yeah, I think we had a pretty okay RMR, and we were playing better. And the bootcamp, we had a bootcamp afterwards, so it was also pretty successful. So I mean, it came into this into the elimination stage feeling pretty good as well. But we had a few hiccups and some mistakes suddenly starting happening. But I don't think we need to think too much about it, and hopefully we catch up a little bit in the playoffs.
Looking ahead, all right, obviously we've already experienced some level of crowd here. It's been quite a high bar set already, especially for opening and elimination stages. But up next, guys, it's the arena, it's the stadium. How hyped are you to get in there and start playing in front of a huge crowd?
It's going to be really fun. It's going to be wild in the big arena for sure.
And Carrigan, how have you found the Chinese crowd so far?
I mean, had good experience the last few years here in China, playing on stage. What I always find very unique with the Chinese fans, they actually don't cheer only for one team. Obviously, they are favored little to certain players. But when it comes to the game, they actually cheer for good Counter-Strike, which I think this is the only place in the world where I see that normally the big brand teams have advantage against the smaller teams. But when I heard about Heroic and Na'Vi, they were cheering a little bit for Na'Vi, but then in the end, there was a roar when Heroic won. And that's very unorthodox at any tournament, so I believe whatever happens, I think it's going to be a great major. I'm just looking forward to hear the crowd roar, hopefully for us, but you never know, just for great Counter-Strike.
I guess to close things out, if we're talking peaks, do you guys think you can peak in this playoffs? Do you think you can go all the way, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I know it's in there, I saw glimpses of it. Map 12, 8-0 start, first map, everything is possible. 0-8, you have to reset and grind again. But I believe, like, doesn't matter how you get there in the end. If you're in the final, it's very simple. It's one enemy is between you and winning a trophy, and I think everything is possible. But you have to work very hard this week. You have to reset very hard. Come in with happy emotions, constantly reset, because the enemies that's left in the tournament are top 8 in the world. So if you want to win, this is the way to do it.
Rain and Carrigan, thank you so much for your time. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to the fans at home?
Sure.
G2 came into the major looking strong, but the first game may have said otherwise, but it might have been a good kick in the ass for you guys to get yourself back to winning ways and dominant ways. But let me just start by asking you both, how do you feel about the overall performance you were able to put in?
Good.
Good.
Thanks, boys. Thanks so much.
No,
Really good mood, at least.
I think we did a very good job bouncing back after the Mongols game. I think, you know, best of one, we lost a couple of 5v2s, and you just cannot allow that to happen in best of one.
Yeah.
There's no that much space for mistake, and that's the biggest reason why we lost to Mongols. I believe if we would have converted one of those rounds, I think we maybe could have won the game. Maybe not, they still played amazing, but ever since that game, I think we played some very good Counter-Strike. I think there was a clear progress throughout each game, I would say, and then against FaZe, we played perfect Counter-Strike almost. So I think it's a good sign heading to the playoffs.
Talking about the stage, you guys are more than crowd favourites. Do you feel like Shanghai has become like another home crowd, almost like a Dallas, Nico?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Every time we come to Asia, it's crazy. Like, honestly, the fans are crazy, and we love to see it. We love to play in front of them, and we just enjoy it to the fullest.
The A game for G2 is very different to many teams, because a lot of teams maybe have 1 or 2 stars on it, but you guys right now have a huge potential with 3 to 4 stars at any one point. See, Snack is saying it right.
Can be
Nico?
5, come on.
Can be 5 sometimes, you know. Depends on the day, if I eat a lot or not, you know.
I mean, if you look at Navi as well, I think their firepower is also very good, right? Okay, there's not one guy that stands out, but there's always someone that, like, they're just changing from event to event, I feel like, you know. Sometimes it's going to be JL the best, then it's going to be having a good event, then it's going to be Valera, wonderful. Like, it's always someone that is going to step up, you know. And for us, obviously, it's, you know, Ilya is always there, Zaiwo is there, Donkey's there. But I would say that our firepower, if on a good day, I think it can be the best one out of these teams.
What do you see right now is the biggest weakness for you guys as a team coming into this playoff stage?
I would say just being too confident, you know. I think this is the weakness. That's why we have problems with the advantages.
And is that like, when you say the overconfidence, right? Because you can be confident in the server, you want everyone to be confident, but is it maybe what they're over-peaking, they're going for fights they shouldn't?
And I would say like it's also emotions, you know, behind it. You know, in the game, you just sometimes want to close the thing too fast instead of just take your time. I feel like on the good days when the comms is like the comms are really good and it's like flowing on TeamSpeak, you know, like we feel like that we are like that we have like immortality, you know, and we can just like pick everyone and do stuff together, and mostly like we have just problem with that. And I think if we can fix this like in the like very crucial like moments and tough in the round, it can just give us a lot of advantages in the future. And I would say, like Nico as well mentioned it already, that this is the one thing I would say we need to work on.
Okay. You in agreement?
I mean, yes, I agree with this, but what I would say our biggest weakness is, I think, us being comfortable. And by that I mean that we enter the game thinking that we can just go out there, do our job and win, you know, but we need to do more. Like, we need to have more energy. Like, that was the issue against the Mongols, for example, right? Like, we thought we're gonna go there and we're gonna win, you know, because we're a better team. So I think we need to be hyped always. If you're not hyped enough, they're gonna be more hungrier than you, right? Even though you're a better team, if they want it more, they will win, you know. So I think that is our biggest weakness, and that's something that we have focused on after the Mongols game, and we cannot allow it for it to happen again in playoffs, because it's obviously elimination as well. So
yeah, one game at a time. For the other side of the coin, though, biggest strength coming into the playoffs.
The firepower is definitely there, especially for this event. It feels like everyone is playing good.
Yeah,
I would say that is the biggest strength right now, but also, like, the confidence. You can go like either way, right? If you are very confident but in a good way, it's also a big strength. And if you look at Mongols, for example, they're also super confident, right? And that's the reason why they're winning against everyone. So I would say those two strengths are the biggest ones.
I would put trust as well. I think like everyone is like trusting everyone on the call, whatever who's calling what like in the round, like we are going for it, and looks like we are on the one page fully.
Now lastly, I want to ask you guys, Snacks, 10 years ago, you won a major. If you were to win the Perfect World Shanghai major, what would that mean to you?
Nothing.
You liar.
Obviously, like, you know, my...
It's a crazy comeback story, bro.
Yeah, actually it's true. Like, if you imagine like what I was doing like 3 years ago or something, playing with Polish teams, and right now I'm back on the players of major and actually be kind of one of the favorites to maybe win it, you know. Obviously it's insane. My wife is coming, my mother is coming to this event as well. I would be extremely happy, and like kind of a dream to just win it in front of them, you know. Like, that would be something insane.
For you, Nico, it's obviously the last dance of Nico on G2, and you're going into this major. I know it's the dream for you, but what a way would that be for you to be able to do it and get this one?
I mean, it would be a dream coming true, you know. It was my goal for a long time, but especially now, you know, for it being last event as well, it's just cannot get any better, the better ending. So I'm fully focused on it.
Well, guys, good luck going into the playoffs. I got a very positive feeling hearing from you guys. You've made me believe. Let's see how it goes when we get to the arena.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
The person who truly inspired me to pursue the dream of becoming a pro player is Fallen. He was the first player.
For sure he's Fallen. For sure, definitely.
The guy that inspired me was my big brother. He always believed in me and always wanted me to become one.
I think the person that inspired me the most, I would say it's from Romanian scene, BTN.
I would say very games, like in South, big games, Rocket, Redline, all these players who play for these big teams inspire me a lot.
Yeah, so my brother showed me the game, he taught me, but obviously when I was a young kid, he didn't let me even play the game because he said like, you have 10 minutes to play and that's all. But later on, he really showed me the way and showed me the game and showed me everything. So yeah, it's basically because of him.
I remember when he was playing in SK, they have the video on YouTube called The Dream. It's like a 15 or 20 minutes long video, and this is one of my favorite CS video. I watched it countless times. It always gives me inspiration and a lot of energy.
What can I say? Jaifu is the godfather of CS. What he did in Brazil is why we are here now. That's why I'm here now. I think he changed everything in Brazil. He changed everything for me. That's it.
I think he inspired more people, more of his teammates, because he was like the father, let's say. He helped me with my career, teaching me the very, very, very basics. Maybe they were not that good at tier 1 level, but it was good to start from somewhere. And then we went through a lot, like a lot of lands, a lot of ups, a lot of downs as well, and then it's a very good story.
Because I was really young when I started the game, and they were kind of the big 3 names I knew back in the day. So Shox, NBK, APK, Apex, Happy, Kyrel, like all this kind of name I was watching them a lot. So I don't have like one player in my mind who would like inspire me a lot. I think it's like this group of person who inspire me a lot.
In my pro career, the person who truly inspired me to pursue the dream of becoming a professional player is my dad.
I guess Zipnix, like when he was clutching and everything, I used to look up to him a lot.
JT and I have been playing for like 5 years now, so we're kind of learning together for the majority of our careers. I'd say Johnny for sure.
One was Device, because I felt like he's playing really smart and he has a good mixture between like playing aggressive, playing passive, and playing with equipment. And then for sure like Simple, to get like in touch with the more aggressive, more loose style. So I always wanted to have like a style of both.
I think everyone's idol was Coldzera.
And since I started playing CSGO and I started watching the tournaments, it was like when Luminosity were at their best, how Fallen plays, and I watched all his videos. So I think he's a big inspiration for me. I think like since then I've been a big fan of him.
I always liked clutching, and I was like often in those positions. So I try to get inspired from like his play style and how he was thinking the game.
So of course I watched the best hoppers like Simple, Zaiwu, and Device, but I think one that taught me a lot was Shiro.
I mean, first of all, I started playing in his kind of PC club. I was a kid, I was a teenager, I was going out having fun, and then he was always pushing me into playing. They were driving me to events and everything. Once I got the good offer, I declined, and he was like, now you have to commit to it, and that's how it all started.
Well, basically, we spent the last 5 years of our lives just grinding this game out. We lived in gaming houses in Texas and in California, and just traveling the world together, just living the game. So, just between him and I, it's like we've been grinding this game for basically our whole careers.
When I sometimes lose a tournament, even a big one, he's always like, I mean, it's fine, we know where we came from, we know how it is and everything. So, I mean, the parents are always going to be proud of you no matter what you do in your life, unless you do bad things, of course. But they're always going to try to be there for you.
Quickly
quickly, sweeping into the bomb site to deal with the hut. And it all falls onto the shoulders of Shush. Backside player swings, and he's gonna land it. If not those MP9s, it's a deep peek denied. Dexter trying to thrive here. He's not working with that off. Knows that the retake from Khan's getting closer. Fast moves, Dexter presenting a chance, a clutch in hand, and he tracks him down. Dexter! All you need, but it's also an invitation for that top ticket peak. MOUZ doing everything he can. Dexter getting hunted down, falling back, missing. Into the corner he'll go. MOUZ has him locked in. And here comes Pixan. Pixan for the back row. Oh! Now he knows. He's gonna put that smoke on bomb. And as he anticipates, he's going to bomb off the top rope, kills Nico, onto the bomb with the fake tap. MOUZ started this, can he end it? There it is! Absolutely denied. Kid picked up, and Heroic arrived. It is m0NESY and Nico ahead of him, and as m0NESY turns attention, it's good, but now they get cleared back. Snack looking to add another clutch to his record. Damage is good with the Glocks out, and as that CT crosses, jumping on both sides, it's down to desperation. No! The third piece of this success story from G2.
And MOUZ has a chance now with Nerds going down. First tap comes through, double push happening. He's gonna hear this 12 seconds.
They gun him down. I will fight. He most certainly can.
They know that it's gonna be the B site.
One lurkout jungle, that's all that Heroic have towards A. We get this off taken off the angle, but it's kills yet again to come out from the Kovac. It starts to fall apart again. Hunter, he's got it in him, and Dexter doesn't. The G2 dynasty in Shanghai shall not be denied.
Three through the heavens, they're gonna swing through in unison, and just like that, Bit Flames with 3. Looks so tight right now, Vitality ready, rest here from Spinks. Disgusting from Spinks! Straight into the loving embraces of Vitality, but here we go, it's Robs's moment! Frozen is gonna have to hit this headshot, a hard fight from the vent, but Robson Proki providing support with his side, who left, Rob delivers! That smoke might get them scared. Carrigan does hit the first. He's got more bullets. Spamming away. One single headshot, all he needs. Sliced it and diced it. He Rain punishes ahead of the flashbang.
They're taking the B space.
That gets a lot of information and a headshot too. Rain spots it out. The setup potent. Frozen is 2. Breaks in. To the site, double headshot, double trouble, Frozen another! Timing to everything, they're pushing in, gonna P9 work, the Incendiary isolates the duel, ZywOo brought down. Rain and Frozen passing this test with flying colours, and headshots are galore, it's another one on the floor, Frozen with 4! Robs is coming, Broki's fragging. Another multi-kill round for FaZe Clan Zorpa. Not absent, but present. And in the moment, seizing a 6th FaZe Clan. Carrigan, just a pistol. It will have to be Brokey with no Kevlar either. It's set for Vitality, but what's that? ZywOo's fine, pushes through regardless. And it's up to Brokey, can't do it, ZywOo delivers! FaZe Clan 2 frags away from knocking out Vitality, who up until today no time, no hope! FaZe Clan, truly miracle!
I can smile through an interview. All guys I lift the trophy. ובנימוס ארשום GG.
Or shout out the effort in celebration.
Someone asked me,
Why not here?
why not now? This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major. This is the major.
This is the major.
This is the major. The major.
This is the major.
C'est le major.
This is a major.
This is the Perfect World Shanghai Major, and now we're about to get into the semi-final between two of the most storied organizations in the modern Counter-Strike era, FaZe and G2. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk, we have got Janko, obviously a former coach of FaZe, will be leveraging that experience, and Dust Murray, a long-standing veteran of the scene who has followed these two teams and indeed their rise and subsequent demise over the course of the years. Right, guys, let's start by talking about G2. Obviously, G2 are perennial underachievers, I think it's fair to say. They've had incredible lineups historically, haven't always necessarily converted that into trophies, and we're entering into a new era under the Snacks leadership where he's been able to pick up one or two here and there, maybe not the biggest. The major would be a real feather in his cap.
Yeah, absolutely so. And the one player on this roster who knows how it is to lift a major trophy, albeit 10 years ago.
Indeed.
At this point in time. But absolutely for G2. They've won a couple of big ones last year, but it's the biggest ones that elude them. The majors is where they've unfortunately had the worst performances. Really, in the past couple of years, you had to go all the way back to Stockholm. Funnily enough, it seems like every 3 years Nico makes a grand final in the major, so poised for another one here in 2024. But yes, absolutely, it's the one that's always escaped them and the one that they've always underperformed at.
Yeah, I mean, G2 throughout the year has been a team that could simultaneously be the best in the world and simultaneously gut you by doing something crazy and unexpected.
Oh, you don't need to tell Janko about that.
So obviously winning a couple of titles coming into this, but then having that last place at Rio, even at the RMR, they looked shaky, had that loss to 3D Max, a little bit concerned, but they got their revenge in the major. They beat FaZe already in this major, and they had a great win against Heroic yesterday to really kind of, build up a little bit more confidence in what G2's capable of at this major.
And obviously their opponents, FaZe, in many ways, the underestimated team, I would say, at this major, right?
Well, underestimated, but I don't think not for a good reason. They were the biggest underdog in those quarterfinals, and that was because of the level of play they displayed, including a matchup against, G2 in the elimination stage where they got absolutely trounced. It was the fact that FaZe's players just weren't delivering on the level that we're accustomed to, right? We talk about them and talk about the people, three-headed monster. It was a four-headed monster on FaZe, really, but it didn't seem like it. Seemed more like a little puppy, that you would go on and see. But I think here you can see this is just since the addition of Snacks. So this is with the current lineups. And if you go further back, it doesn't get much better for FaZe. G2 has just had the upper hand all season long.
Yeah, G2 can only claim Nuke as something that they've been able to hold over FaZe. They've lost kind of everywhere else. And really, FaZe is just such an interesting story because early in the year, they were one of the best teams in the world. They came second at the last major. They won Chengdu. They looked hot. And then they kind of just started that slow decline where they were placing 5th, 6th, but they were losing to top teams in the world, and so you kind of gave them a pass. But I think where people really got scared was Cologne. They got knocked out by Saw. Then EPL, they got knocked out by Complexity and lost to Sangal. Like, it's just teams that were well below the prestige of what FaZe is supposed to be. But this major, they have found gusto. Like Rain found it in the RMR, where he was just popping off like crazy. And now they just upset the favorite to win the whole tournament in Vitality yesterday. So the magic is once again kind of showing itself here for FaZe going into the semi.
Well, obviously a large part of that will attribute it to Carrigan. As I've said, I don't think you could ask for a better IGL in tournament circumstances like this. His day-to-day preparation and his day-to-day tactics, strategies, vetoes, all of that combined always gives FaZe a chance. Meanwhile, on the side of G2, and this is where I'll bring you in, Janko, Snacks, questionable IGL record, I think it's fair to say. Doesn't have a lot of pedigree in that regard. Didn't really do a lot with Gamer Legion, if we're just being honest about it. And of course, he's got Taz, his old teammate behind him, also new in the coaching role.
Yeah, I think though and maybe that's understandable for being on a team like G2 because Hooksy experienced it as well. Like you get under insane amounts of scrutiny as the in-game leader of G2 solely because you have Nico and m0NESY on the team. So, because you have two great players, like everything is put under a microscope. Snax never had players like that in his team to in-game lead. So that's going to take some adjustments. Like, okay, now I have guys that I don't have to make waypoints for them on the map. I don't have to spell it out for them. They actually want to have a lot of freedom, want to have control, take a lot of initiative. How do I adjust to that? And it still hasn't been 6 months that Snax has been on this team. They won 2 out of the last 3 tournaments. They made multiple deep runs in big tournaments, and they've only lost to the top 5 teams in the world pretty much. It's like, what more do you want from the guy? Especially with the season being so packed, you don't have much time to practice, so you have to sort of figure things out on the go. And I think they've done a decent enough job of that where they're now in a position to, potentially lift a major trophy.
It's one of those things where, like, when you have this much talent, sometimes you just need to kind of realize you don't need to do too much. If you shouldn't do too much, because if you do, you might waste away the intuition and the capabilities of your players like Nico and MOUZ and m0NESY, who sometimes just want to have their own agency. I think when it really comes down to Snax being critiqued, it's because there are those certain moments in the mid-round or mid-half or something along those lines where maybe things start to kind of spiral downward. And that's where you want a leader who's going to be able to come out and be able to make those mid-round adjustments, be able to make those calls that change the pace of the game, to try to get your team lifted back up. And at times they can, but at times they fall and stumble and lose games that you feel like they shouldn't, or games go closer than they probably should be. And I think that's where really the criticism comes for Snax. It's like, we know Kerrigan is kind of the master of the mid-round, being able to find ways, being able to find magic to open up new opportunities, where Snax just doesn't have that same depth. That's just the honest facts.
Yeah, no, look, we can talk about star player rosters as well. FaZe's star players have kind of been lacking, the Rops and Brokey. We've already talked about that over the course of the broadcast. But yesterday, they were able to kind of come alive. Brokey, he had a good series by the low standard he set, over the course of the tournament, particularly on one map. Rops had a masterful series, really rolled back the years. I think if you look over at G2, though, obviously Nico, m0NESY, there's just no comparison in terms of the raw firepower and output between these two teams.
And Kerrigan was talking in the interview, if we're not able to match that, we have to be smarter, we have to find other ways, but it's very difficult to find those other avenues. It's as simple as that, also because FaZe's style is very similar to G2 style. It has been for the last 3 years. Doesn't matter who the in-game leader for G2 was. Why? Because they both had really strong individuals, and you want to give those individuals space, and they need to be able to take it. Luckily for FaZe, Rops has sort of found his form in the last 2 series that they have played, and really was the most important guy for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Rops has kind of found his old form again at this major. In particular, you can see the numbers here at the bottom, but what I really want to highlight here, Richard, is this huge adjustment that I've seen in Rops' play, and that is that normally he is an extremity player. He's quite passive, more of a lurker, not really looking to do much in the early on situations, but during this major, as you can see, he has increased his opening attempts on the T side by a substantial margin, and he's very successful at it, as you saw. And you notice this a lot on maps like Anubis, Inferno, and Nuke, where he is willing to go for plays now. He feels more bold. Instead of being on the passive end of the spectrum like Jimmy, who you would compare him to in the past, he's kind of more like a Mazzino or a Bit now, where he's willing to make plays and take a little bit of the weight off the shoulders of Rain and Kerrigan, the normal entry fraggers.
The comparison I made online was essentially Rops was doing all of the things the community were criticizing Blame F for, essentially. He was that guy that was essentially like, I don't want to use the term baiting, but yeah, let's say it, baiting his teammates, playing very passive, kind of having low impact kills. And it's crazy to me because I think in terms of his ability and talent, as you've seen from these increased opening attempts, he can out-duel people. He's got great aim, he's got great production and incredible game sense. So, go out and get it.
Problem is, you can't do that going into the blind, right? And even if you go look at the last game they played against G2, I mean, so many times the FaZe couldn't penetrate the first level of defense. If we're talking about Inferno, they would just, give up kills in Banana, give up a kill on mid, and then Rob says, sort of the apps player, well, in a 3v5, I think they'll be aware that I'm, alive in apps. Like, what can I do? It's sort of, you need to at least, you don't need an entry kill per se, but you need to create some space. Some pressure needs to be put on the opponent where, okay, now I'm getting some information. Now I'm piecing the puzzle together. There should be just one guy here. I'm going to go and take that duel. And it goes without saying he has to be willing to take those duels when they present themselves. And I think that's what we saw in the last 2 games. Is like the rest of the team is playing a little bit better. He has some less difficult situations in front of him, and he's taking those opportunities and converting them.
Yeah, I just love it because back in CSGO, Rots was the player who would swing out pass on a T side and go for a frag. He'd swing apartments in front and go for a kill. And early in CS2, he was being touted as one of the best riflers, and he had the numbers to back it up. It's just somewhere along the line throughout the course this year, he kind of lost his way, lost his confidence, became more passive. The team itself was struggling overall, which is probably...
It's no secret that he doesn't enjoy the game. That's the problem, and it's like literally just feels like work, and you're doing it because you have to, and it's your job. It's never going to be as productive, right? And that's why on stage it might change because, well, playing in front of 10,000 people and you're in the major playoffs, right? Like you're gonna forget a little bit about all that and just soak it in and try to get it done.
And he has been. And again, like that's why I wanted to kind of point out that he is now looking to go and make those plays. And what's been helping him do that is the fact that Rain, his numbers might not leap off the page like overall, but his entry fragging has been so solid. It's up there with some of the best in these playoffs, and that is opening that space that Yanko was alluding to, which gives Rots a little bit more ability in the mid round to make more plays, but still be that in-round specialist as well. And then other than that, you just have to hope that that Kerrigan Frozen kind of pairing is going to be able to create some openings as well.
Yeah, and look, we wouldn't be doing our jobs properly if we didn't talk about the big storyline over at G2, which is Nico. Obviously, Nico is leaving. We know that. It's not a secret. G2 have come out and addressed it. The real question now is someone else going to follow him out of the door at G2? But we won't talk about that here. What we will talk about is, obviously, Nico, the major has been elusive. It is his white whale, like he's out there chasing it, and it just hasn't happened for him. And he's come so tantalizingly close, none more so than when we saw in Stockholm with the now infamous Deagle shot that didn't land and what have you. And I think he needs that major. Who knows what happens? He's going to be joining Falcons. They're going to be building a team from scratch around him. Who knows how successful that will be? And so this, for me, this is his chance. Like, you've got a pretty good run if you can overcome FaZe. You've got a great record against Spirits. It should be a gimme. This is the one.
Both of the teams. I mean, great record against FaZe, great record against Spirits, who's already waiting in the finals. But for me, the biggest difference is you go back and you watch Nuke against Heroic, and that CT side, and Nico is just like, I am not losing to Heroic. Like, we are not going down on this map. And just on CT side, he had, 6-7 multi-kill rounds, right? He ended up with 200 ADR, right? Like, that's just insane numbers. You can see he was in good form the last 3 months, but took it to another level.
They say within us are 2 Nikos at all times.
Within this tournament. But another thing for me is, Nico sometimes can get too emotionally invested in these games, and you can see it on the player cam, and the frustration starts to seep in, and then he tries to do too much on the server. He tries to do too much in the game. He goes for plays when they are not there, really, and that backfires, and potentially ends up being the difference in the game. Yesterday, what you saw in what was, without a doubt, an extremely stressful and close game, I think you saw him the most poised you ever saw him at a major tournament, right? And when you are the star player and the veteran of the team, right, it's you and the in-game leader, and Stax is a calm person by nature. You set the tone for everyone else. That's then going to allow for m0NESY to settle a bit more. That's going to give confidence to MOUZ that he just needs to grind through. He was having a tough first map, so the first 2 maps, and then what happens on Mirage? He absolutely explodes and delivers the win to G2.
I think with Nico there, like I said, that new game, there's only 2 rounds on the CT side. He didn't get a kill, and he had 6 3Ks. It was unbelievable. Just so impactful. He's the second best player in the tournament, and for me, he's the second best rifler in the world. Look, we're going to give Donk his flowers because he's still aggressive. He's such a great entry fragger, but I think that Nico's the most flexible rifle, and Yanko makes the point that sometimes he goes for too much, and I think because it's hard not to. Like, this guy can do everything. He is a Swiss Army knife rifler of Counter-Strike, and he's been that way for a while. He can entry, he can aggressively lurk, he can anchor, he can go for aggressive plays on the CT
thinks he
side.
can op.
He hasn't been doing that too much lately, but he does have a mad deagle, and that's why he's also dangerous in low buy rounds. So he is just very much like the heartbeat of this team with the abilities that he has on the server.
I mean, you've got to give him credit as well as a focal point for the team. When he's been a star player in the past, he's lacked a little bit of maturity. I think that's fair to say. But then again, he was a young man, so obviously you are going to lack maturity. What I love about this new Nico, and it's why I'm kind of sad about him leaving G2 in its current iteration, is he's been a really good mentor to like MOUZ, a really good mentor to MOUZ. You know, like these players obviously look up to him, and he's helping get the best out of the young guys around him, which you haven't always been able to say about Nico. So obviously, big void is going to be left when he leaves. But for now, you know, we saw MOUZ step it up. We've seen MOUZ dominate games. And obviously, Nico is such a positive, encouraging force at the moment.
Yeah, and it goes without saying that the core of MOUZ, Nico, and MOUZ is by far the most firepower. I mean, you have Hunter as your fourth best player. Yeah. That's just a luxury at this point. Snax is playing also much better. I mean, he hasn't been talked about enough in terms of his individual performance. You go back to that Mirage game against Heroic, and sure, MOUZ really was the lead actor, you know, in that movie because the match was pure cinema, but Snax had a very solid, consistent T-side especially. I mean, 1.4 rating, 13 and 13, a massive clutch against Nerds. You know, people are very quick to try and point fingers when it's like negative and it's bad, but I think people deserve their fire. And the main difference is he's not a bad player. He was a guy who played with zero confidence, you know, a couple of months ago. And now he's realized like, hey, these guys are not aliens that I'm going up against. Like, I can still do my own thing. And he sort of has to if they're going to go all the way.
I mean, he has the veteran savvy to come up clutch in certain situations in the late round while being a supportive element throughout the course of the rest of it. And he will, at times, go out there first to not have MOUZ just have to constantly run his head up against the wall. So it is nice to see Snax willing to play kind of both ends of the spectrum offensively. And look, MOUZ's numbers aren't going to leap off the page in the same way that Nico and MOUZ's numbers have throughout his time in Shanghai. But he has been one of the most effective entries, and the shots that he can hit is some that many cannot. And I think for me, the biggest thing about MOUZ is he's been one of the strongest entry fraggers in the tournament. He's winning more than half of his opening attempts on the T side. Not many other players are doing that, and that just creates so many options for G2.
And you were talking about Nico and how he evolved and the qualities he gained over the years. Like that's you lose that with him leaving. I don't think you lose a lot in the mechanical department with MOUZ taking over like some of his spots. Like sure, something with experience, but man, when he is on, like his aim just so snappy, it feels like he can always recover from a bad fight with his aim, and that's going to be imperative in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously G2, they are the kind of unstoppable force. Carrigan will be looking to set up the immovable object. And so I'm going to be interested to see, given how much they've failed against G2 over the course of the year, what kind of tactical adjustments they might be able to make.
They just have to be better in the mid round. That is where they're going to have their advantageous. When things get tight, when things get tough in the 3-on-3, that's where I think FaZe can shine, just their mid round calling with Carrigan. And look, at the end of the day, you're just going to have to have everyone pop off to be able to handle G2's talent. Rops has to stay in form. Everybody else has to play well too.
Well, we'll hopefully get some insight into what they're going to do. We're going to Shanghai for the vibe check.
Energy in this tunnel right now is insane. Ni hao, Mei Li to Shanghai fans. Snax, you first. The crowd's passion and a bit of medicine from Dr. Morbs pushed you guys to the victory over Heroic yesterday. Today will be to the key to victory over FaZe.
I don't know actually.
Nothing at all?
Nothing.
All right, thank you, Snax.
好的，那昨天的话也是观众的欢呼声和 MOUZ 的这个药到病除战胜了 Heroic。今天有什么准备好的东西能够打败对手？但是 Snax 好像并不想回答太多。
And Frozen, it was an epic yesterday versus Vitality. You suddenly found another gear as a team. What gear do you need to be in today to beat out G2?
Same one or better one?
Okay. 昨天的话，你们也是上了一档强度之后，成功击败了强敌 Vitality。今天的话，有什么特殊的秘诀能够让自己再上一层？那 Frozen 的话也是说到，就跟昨天打的一样强就可以了。好的，那也是感谢两支队伍接受我们的赛前采访，我们把剩下的时间给到舞台。
现场的各位观众朋友们，目光所及之处，座无虚席。你们准备好了吗？
The teams are ready to take to the stage, but I know that they are ready to give you the best fight ever. Both of these teams have worked so hard to be here, one in an unexpected way, and the other finding their form towards the end of the year. It's G2 taking on FaZe.
让我们首先有请 G2。在陷入逆境时，他们可以用1v3扭转局面；在局势焦灼时，他们不骄不躁，互相鼓励，携手同行，信任协作。G2 在4强赛中展现出了更多的韧性，期待他们在半决赛上愈战愈勇，锐不可挡。
Yesterday was an epic brawl against Heroic that made them show all their emotions and took all their energy, requiring MOUZ to go Guatemalan God to deliver in the crucial moments and come out victorious. They rose to their feet, relieved and elevated, but now they must recover, regenerate and refocus to try and reach the grand final. It's G2!
接下来，让我们有请 FaZe Clan。晋级决胜赛并非一帆风顺，但在对阵小蜜蜂时，他们渐入佳境，遇强则更强。这里是 FaZe Clan 的福地，他们如鱼得水，畅快淋漓地享受比赛，享受欢呼。也许真的有 buff 加成吧，让我们在接下来的比赛中见分晓。
The journey continues for a new lease of life that FaZe Clan have found after Ropt was a deciding factor in an important win over one of the best. Now they want it their way. Now they want the hardest playoff bracket possible to show the world that FaZe Clan are back. Let's see if that's what they can do today and reach the major grand final. It's FaZe Clan!
有请两边的队长到我们的舞台中央。
We'll get our captains onto the stage for one last word before the battle starts. Snacks, for you, one game away. You got to take on FaZe Clan, who you've had some good games against. It's looked good for you, but you can see that they're different. So what do you think is going to go down today?
I mean, to beat them, we need to use special strat 12 times to the same side, and I think it's gonna work, you know.
刚刚 Banks 问他说：“你们的对战历史当中，你们是优胜比较多的那一方，在今天的这个比赛上，你有什么特别的准备？”他说：“我们双方都需要拿出一些特别的秘密武器，我们的实力其实是相当的，但是我非常的期待。”让我们来问一下 Kerrigan。Do you feel the atmosphere in the venue, and are you ready for this fight?
Let me check it out. Shanghai, are you ready?
不必多言，访问 Kerrigan 简单的 的检查了一下现场的气氛，看来大家都是我们这2支战队的粉丝，也是感谢两边的队长接受我们的采访。
As they take their seats, I think Carrigan did the perfect warm-up for this packed-out arena. Shanghai, you are looking damn good. But let's see, who are you cheering for? Is it G2? Is it FaZe? G2? Well, I know you guys love some good damn Counter-Strike, so let me hear you. Are you ready?
看来所有人都已经迫不及待了，那我们把掌声和欢呼声留给他们。G2 FaZe Clan。
Yeah, we are about to get started now while the players are warming up and getting into the server. Just a quick little storyline we haven't even talked about, and I said multiple times online, I wish we would do more around this. It's the history of the coaches, right? We've got Neo, we've got Taz, the famous Polish duo. You know, and now they're going head-to-head as coaches. I think it's so good to see this continuity in the history of the game.
Absolutely, and this is the stats from when they played. They played together for, you know, a long time, won the major in Katowice 2014 with Snacks as their teammate, the in-game leader of G2, and both are rookie coaches in a sense. Neo been around for a couple of more months longer than Taz, but yeah, now they're going up against each other in different roles, and these guys started off, you know, 15, 20 years ago in 1.6 is actually rivals for two opposite teams in Poland, and the way the super team came together was when they eventually joined forces.
Wait till Pasha starts coaching. That's when things are going to get really wild. But yeah, it's super cool. I mean, obviously, two veterans that you know, had such a great shared history, and they're continuing that history in this sport. Wonderful to see. Let's set up the veto, guys. Obviously, we know Carrigan loves a curveball. We know he likes to mix things up. What do you think we're going to see here, Dust?
I like this ban. Mirage has been the map that G2's beat them 3 times on. It's been one of FaZe's strongest map, or G2's strongest maps. I like the ban there. G2, we knew they had the ban Vertigo. That's what gives FaZe the luxury, being able to kind of pick and choose where things go. They decided to go with Ancient, so this is a good pick. They picked this never against them, actually. It was the first time. And that's the thing. Carrigan is the maestro of the map pick ban. Like, you just never know what you're going to get from this guy.
I think they expected Ancient. I think they also expected the Mirage ban. You know, there was no way FaZe was going to veto Anubis again, considering that they've done great on it in this tournament, right? That game against Vitality yesterday especially, and for G2, not one of their favorite maps. And interesting to see actually G2 leave it in the end over Inferno, which was FaZe's pick when they played in the previous stage, and G2 just really trounced them on the map. So I'm not a fan of that. I hate that they allowed Anubis to go through. I feel like whether it's Inferno or Dust, Inferno historically for G2, best team in the world for quite a while in 2023. Okay, a little bit of different game and all of that stuff, but I think that's where your players would feel more comfortable. Dust 2 goes without saying with the how the map is structured. So yeah, I dislike that end there, but I think the first 2 maps are pretty obvious for both teams.
Yeah, so who do we think won the veto overall?
I think FaZe did a little bit, just on the 3rd map. I also think that they're the better team on Ancient lately. Like, if you're looking at current form, I think FaZe has been a little bit more impressive.
FaZe won the veto simply because, you know, they didn't have to veto their permaban. They got away with a freebie. But how much that is going to matter in the actual game remains to be seen, right? Because the silver lining for FaZe is there's no way it goes the same as last time, right? Because pretty much everything was going on wrong for them in that series. You know, the terrible starts, losing 5v3s, 5v2 against a force buy on Inferno very early on. All the mid rounds that Dust was talking about, you know, they lost every single one. G2 was out positioning them, outplaying them in those situations. Individuals couldn't really find openings, couldn't do much of anything, to be honest. And also, we didn't talk about him too much. The guy who's in contention for Player of the Year, m0NESY, that was his best series this whole tournament, right? Even Hunter had an above-average performance. So I think it was a lot of different things going wrong for FaZe, where they could just talk and say, hey, that one was a write-off, right? That wasn't like the real FaZe, so don't worry about it. We can take these guys down.
I mean, speaking of write-offs, we've also seen FaZe lose their pick. I feel like that's just a given now, you know? They are always coming back from behind in these series.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a struggle that they've been in, kind of just being a little bit behind some of the other top 5 teams in the world lately. But I think coming into Ancient, this is where they have to kind of put their foot down immediately. And I think that it's possible. Look, I think that Kerrigan and Frozen are very good at just kind of pairing up together from default and working different areas of the map simultaneously. I think the big thing they're going to have to do is try to find a way to target middle against Hunter and try to let that be an opening point to mid-round from. And look, at the end of the day, at some point, and it's going to be tough, but their B entries with Rain is going to have to find a way to beat Nico, to get that site and to give them space. And that's going to be one of the biggest matchups probably of the whole game.
And yesterday, I think also something that went unnoticed or wasn't talked about as much in the G2 Heroic game was they lost 4 clutches on their Ancient, right? Like all in key rounds where they were just about to break Heroic's money and get a little bit of momentum. And I think that's why it looked so bad at times. And both of these teams actually lost to Heroic on Ancient. And actually, if it weren't for a stellar performance from Rain, FaZe was close to losing to Wildcard on this map. So, you know, yes, in the last 6 months, it's been good for them. But in this tournament, it wasn't as good as they would have liked.
All right then, guys, we are ready to get into the action. So one of these teams, their legacy is about to be derailed by destiny. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, panel. That's right. Live from Shanghai, G2 and FaZe. What a semifinals that we have on our hands. A matchup that is destined to deliver, because surely we will get another blowout as we saw back previously this major. It feels so impossible for that to happen twice.
We are talking about the team that is the best versus FaZe right now, but a FaZe that have never lost in a major semifinal. A FaZe that have taken down one of their greatest rivals this year in Vitality in the quarters. A FaZe where Kerrigan asked for all the hardest teams on the way to the trophy.
He wants it. He wants to fight his way tooth and nail. Snacks will be first at bat, and he will tap down Frozen. Casualty of the pistol. We got a little bit of a glimpse over the smoke here from Kerrigan, but still no answer back from the T's. And an immediate climb up through middle. But this challenge in the back line means no bomb plant for the time being. FaZe unable to get the kills that they had wanted, but Rob's still given space. So it's a post plant regardless. And as MOUZ will be the first to step up towards this top of ramp, he will find his fight, and he will be met by resistance. His counterpart of Brokey doubles down, and it is now the man advantage to shift into the hands of FaZe. And they're just gonna keep letting Brokey take these fights. The insurance policy exists inside the cave, and Brokey all the while given more and more time. Rox is gonna be here to end it. FaZe take first blood.
They're your 2 best signs of the map, I think. Apart from a great Rain performance today, these are the keys to victory in Brokey and Rops. Brokey's form has obviously been leveled in the past couple of months, but here in the game, especially versus Vitality, he was definitely back, and we wouldn't be seeing FaZe today if not for Rops. Let's put that out there, plain and simple. So 3 on this round, I think, shows him that he's looking to have good form this week, not just one day this week.
Challenge down mid. MOUZ looks to get into an action. FP9 will take a fight and win. Snacks' contributions can't be understated in the clutch, but an opening kill on a force buy, that ain't half bad. It's not long before Rain's able to recover with one. Odds are G2 won't be able to maintain total map control, and maybe that's why they opt to peel back instead. That forward mid presence that cost Hunter his life is actually forfeited by MOUZ too.
Now they're looking for this late mid, at least here with Frozen, once they find out that it's been vacated. MOUZ looking to rotate behind the smoke, and FaZe's final destination looks like it's going to be the A site. This looks like the proper call here from Kerrigan to avoid any friction on a round like this. A flash to feed into their fears as 3 players sneak alongside Donut and look for a plan.
There'll be no reason to doubt Kerrigan's calls as the game goes on. Individual pieces, sure, struggling at times, even within this event and this run. You highlight Robs and his defining impact throughout Shanghai thus far, in a slightly varied role, as Dust highlighted in the pregame. A more aggressive Robs, one that was called into question, and maybe one that was muted when Frozen first joined this team. And now when push comes to shove,
shove and things get tough, Robs has found his moments. And right now, these pistols gonna make sure there is somewhat of a price tag with this second round. Beautiful shot out of Bulbs. Don't let him get online early. They'll put him down. Back 10 to swap out. And we get FaZe converting their pistol.
When they replaced Twist on this team with Frozen, it on paper looked like the most natural fit possible, but they had that series and string of second place finishes apart from Chengdu where they actually brought it home, but they missed their tournament window with Frozen on the team. And then they fell off pretty drastically, and it felt like there was something that was wrong here. And a huge difference between Rops with Frozen and Rops with Twist. It's correlation does not equal causation, but Rops played better when Twist was on the roster. And so the question was it as simple as it looked like a good swap for teammates, or is there more to it and does Rops need some more space? Well, it looks like he's figured it out. And like you said, that might be because he's able to be more aggressive. That both gives him more space, and it also gives Frozen more space, who is a late round player.
Right now, solo Snack B set up. Very cautious or FaZe here in the second round following pistol. One where G2 feature less. So a couple smoke grenades gives them the confidence they need to barrel out, where it's B-site bomb plant guaranteed. They nearly drops m0NESY out of a round. m0NESY and a Nico that'll be looking to show us a marked improvement from the last map we saw of them. Obviously versus Heroic, it was all about MOUZ, that third star coming forth for G2. Nico's HLTV interview said the moment that 1v3 happened, I wanted to stand up and give him a hug. And you saw that kiss on the forehead after the match. Call that the Kovac christening. So much respect for a young player, unproven, coming into his own at the perfect moment. Not much here except for clean shots and maybe a swift reminder of what's to come from Ross.
Yeah, there's Mr. Pivot with the taps. He dies in the end, 6-1 off that round, and a 3-0 start for FaZe is clean. Hopes are high, it looks like, for FaZe on Ancient in terms of recent form. This is a game that G2 could simply win 2-0. But as was highlighted on the desk, Dust leans towards FaZe winning the veto. Yanko, it felt like agreed with him. That's G2 Yanko, of course, agreeing with Dust. So gotta put that out there. That means something.
First gun round, and Hunter wastes no time, but a MAC-10 finds the kill. Kerrigan gonna make the most of the limited vision he had. It's an instant hit from FaZe into the A site. There's no defense in position. We've got this deeper angle held by Snacks towards spawn, a double up inside of the donut, so the rifles aren't too far off. But while Nico is always so good at holding back mid plays, right now we've got Robs at bat, able to cross over to the red room unspotted. Bomb contested, but still able to go down. Nico's spray a little off the mark, and that's an invitation for the Robs spawn wrap. He is so close.
Fast. He's so fast.
Activates, executes, and with low health bars on what is left of FaZe, you'd think CTs could still just skate straight through, but Snacks knows his back is compromised despite not moving forward.
He won't even turn around for this. Rops doesn't have to move anymore, right? He's got his piece in the perfect position. Snacks is the one who's trapped.
Honestly, it's gonna come clear this.
Oh, attack again.
Rops off this guy. It's looking fantastic out of the gate.
Oh my
Hunter will send him to the graveyard in the 4th round, but that instant hit from FaZe into A. We are getting early signs of dominance from Rops.
Look at the health bars. I mean, most of this damage was done through the smoke. Unreal, Rops. Unreal. You know, it's already tragic that at the end of this year, Rops is not even in the conversation for a top 3 player. When he started out the end of 2023 as maybe the best player in CS2, while FaZe were the best team in CS2. This is the form that everybody has been waiting for.
Honestly, I think it's a form that everybody thought had gone. And as Yanko aptly put it back on the desk, you just know he's been kind of quite candid about not really enjoying the game. And out of the gate, he was so ambitious, much like m0NESY, who we saw also come out swinging in this version of Counter-Strike. We saw him in the lab early on. We saw him cooking, crafting, and coming up with that edge that allowed his team to take it to the forefront. But we've seen that kind of shine, well, get rubbed out.
Yeah, he has said that. And you know what? I'll say one thing. The game has improved since he's made those statements.
Sure.
there have been small but effective updates that have made the game feel better, and Rob is somebody who's going to be very sensitive to everything, a master of movement. He understands how the sausage is made when it comes to Counter-Strike, and he's definitely taught a lot of people about how to get the most out of everything. Mechanics, movements, and of course, as a Tier 1 CSGO player, is already at the pinnacle of gameplay and rotations and everything else. So maybe he's liking it more. Certainly liking him.
Snacks again on the pillar of the B site. Very much alone. That smoke in red room's keeping most of G2 occupied. They've seen this exit more than once already, and FaZe have come to fruition each time they throw this out. There's that one M form that G2 were hoping would get going, but Rops very quickly keeps his head on a swivel to shut it down. MOUZ won't even be able to scoop that bad boy up.
Yeah, and they're just feeding him. He's already at 10 kills.
Ooh. There it is. A deagle out of Nico. We saw a disgusting deagle 3K from Nico back on Nuke yesterday. That CT side where Nico was able to piece together 6 3K rounds in a single CT half.
We did watch that. That was a El Clasico on Nuke. Unreal. Both these teams have had some serious trials coming into this playoffs, but none would be greater than FaZe beating G2. This is the hardest competition they could possibly have at this point. And the man on your screen, well, he's on his path to glory. You know, this is a major that FaZe might have lost to Furia, not have gotten to playoffs. It's a common story for them to, you know, barely miss, you know, totally get blown out like Rio, get into quarters like Paris, but still not get through. But they kind of beat their most important hurdle in history. Again, FaZe have never lost in semifinals. That sounds like a funny thing, but the truth is they've done a great job of qualifying to many quarters in history. And for some reason, every time they get to semis, they get to finals. They don't always win there. But sometimes what we see is FaZe out of gas, and that's what it felt like watching this major. No different than many others.
Oh, especially the way that they got battered by G2.
But then taking out Vitality, man, the team that had beat them 4 series in a row, except for the last major.
When it really matters most. Second gun round from G2. You saw Nico trying to fire up the troops in between rounds just now. He's got to get his own score going alongside m0NESY. He's only 2 kills between Nico and m0NESY, both with Nico's name on it. Smoke ahead of this pack outside A main. But we're not getting G2 moving too adventurously, right? Forward cave control by 2 of these defenders, but nobody even taking a glance outside of it.
Yeah, but we've got m0NESY playing B in this position. There's 2 riflers on the A site. They would be way more effective, of course, to have m0NESY and Temple. So we've got MOUZ and Hunter trying to get comfortable here, but the A split is coming.
Gets up right before the flashbang. Doesn't look like any Molotovs are going to land on MOUZ, so he'll be able to hang on to green here as this hit comes out.
Oh, Kerrigan gets the entry, and the lineup's fantastic. Hunter dies to a Snacks artillery strike, and then the tap comes out from Rain.
We go 2v2 with Brokey trying to get the next one. Will land it in an instant, and a kill back towards mid. Protocols, FaZe slide out and make the most of a Snacks mistake.
What are we watching right now?
G2 shaken.
Kerrigan, that entry. Snacks, I think that's a nade from CT, right?
Yes,
he's not one of the ones playing up close. And this is 5 HP, of course, so it's a little bit unfortunate, but his life was definitely valuable. Shadow gives it away from Brokey 5. 6 straight for FaZe.
Frozen not only dismantling that trade frag up on lane, but then that opens the door for him to slip into Donut. Late plays it and closes down. FaZe halfway through this half. Ladies and gentlemen, this semi's just started.
Yeah, and we again, we had last round, we had m0NESY really locked up in cave. His rotation is incredibly awkward from that position, especially committed right side. They were very much hoping for a longer default. One glimpse at least for him to at least get a shot in, but his rotation would have been a world of difference, especially with Brokey trying to peer out A main. FaZe have taken advantage of this half of the map so much, and it does set eventually they're going to have to take it back to B. Why not do it on an anti-eco?
Max getting off the bomb site. A little bit more of an early warning sign for this bomb site. With a smoke grenade, he's going to do a great job of keeping this pack back.
But
they could. But then there's that wary thought of how many CTs are on this lane control.
Well, I mean, it looks like it's just a very prudent smoke by Snacks. He's alone, but they don't think he is. And FaZe are smartly responding by going and clearing things out. Now, this could be Kerrigan's time to shine or an easy kill. Oh my God, not the first one.
Is he firing magnets? Because between that entry last round, this deagle from Nico is good for just the one. It sets up MOUZ, but just as quickly as they pop up, Rops will just whop them down.
That was crazy. Oh, that was crazy, Kerrigan. Some very key kills. And you know what? I mean, his average kill rating in a lot of these games is not that high, but he has been making plays.
Run that replay.
Yeah. And slow it down a lot.
Kerrigan making me feel like I'm the old one.
Yeah. Slow that one down.
Just bends a bullet.
7-0. This is the worst start G2 have had at this event. It's kind of unbelievable when you think about it.
I can literally...
FaZe are the current day NIP in terms of magic.
Terrorists win.
This is not something that you'd see at any regular event this year.
No.
That's been proven. G2 have been able to crush them comfortably. What? I mean, I don't even know if that was... It was perfect crosshair placement on the peak, but I don't know if you could argue he was done peeking. I mean... Always work on your crosshair placement.
Crack of the Kerrigan whip and a man goes down. What a shot from Finn. Easy pickings for Monacy though out middle. We get that climb up cleared. Monacy unable to deny the fallback.
Man, Monacy.
And again, fast A. Launders, they're doing it again.
Yes, they found this, but Monacy's also watching. A shot comes in, but damage. You need to get the guy off big box, and another shot goes dry.
We get that nade to land in front of the Monacy down now. Needs to reload his op. He can peek back to try to hold Kerrigan, but he's reloading. And Kerrigan's able to clamp down on the mid play.
It's a window timing.
Nico, one and only. Hunter inside of the donut. Kerrigan unable to further his success as he goes peeking deep into the red. Rob though will try to make that contact happen, and you should know that Hunter's deep inside this donut.
Yeah, and they're looking about the exit already.
The health is low. They're gone.
They're thinking about the fact, though, that Hunter would have rerouted back to window. There's such low HP and so much time to play with. All they can hope is that Hunter overthinks this and starts to work back to the other side. HP bars might be relatively callable, but right now it's Monacy who hit Rain through a box. And Rops is definitely confirmed low, but how low is the question? And very, very smart from FaZe. They're actually going to make the right idea.
Still such a dangerous move to start getting off this bomb site. It's especially when your trade player is also on 5 health. But, you know, Hunter going stagnant as they did means that nobody steps up into the 2 players sitting temple. Now they depart, and Hunter's already just chasing ghosts. They're too far gone.
Look at the tempo. It's just so perfect. And
yes.
Rain's and Hunter's got to worry about every single place where they could be sitting and waiting for his flank.
You'd be foolish to not think that Hunter could still close this, though. This massive health advantage and a smoke grenade to boot. If he can cut off one end or if he can catch them off guard, this could be huge. But they go deep into that bomb site, and it's him that gets blindsided.
Wow.
And FaZe are running a flawless T-side.
I mean, yeah, the war machine is rolling. The procrastinators have woken up, and I don't even know when G2 are going to do that themselves. We've got enough money here on Snacks for a decent buy, but we got to talk about these Monacy shots, right? I expect this to be a point of conversation on the desk. That Monacy's not even the best player on G2 right now. Nico, if they make it to finals and they have a win and they get their chip, Nico is closer to getting the MVP than Monacy is.
Single M4 here for Snacks.
He's been pretty good.
Maybe that nade helps out. But we are absolutely grasping for silver linings here for the G2 CT side. 4
also,
rounds best case.
I'd just like to say, like I could say, Monacy has been pretty good, and then people will go and look and see he's got an average like 1.30 rating. if you've been watching this major, you've seen that MOUZ is not on form. Not a #1 contender form. Nico has been playing above his sort of #4 contender form. And that's a scary prospect, especially when you look at the round score.
Goes Deagle, unable to stop them from getting that footing on ramp. They're going to go for a boost on short side while Nico takes that forward contact. Just trying to set up anything, right? It's got to be desperate. Ross gets a team kill. That could help. Nico's on the other end, but now it's a knife out. Denied up close. Easy does it for Brokey. Tries to cover the smoke. They're charging through this, and it's costing them. But Ross has been on an absolute tear. Godlike start to Ancient. I wouldn't put this past him. A CT inching closer as they go for this split. Trying to attack the site from both sides. He's down to 20 seconds.
Wow.
Only 4 bullets in that gun, though. So with 4 CTs ahead of him, this would have to be the most robotic thing you've ever seen. And now with that AK down to a single shot, he'll take his bomb plant, so we hope. We've got G2 on the scoreboard. FaZe may be getting a little too fast for themselves. Running through and challenging a G2 had yet to put up a fight.
Yeah, it was a very plump smoke there at the top of Banana. Totally stopped them in their tracks. And they still try to be adamant about getting through. And you can see that it's made it open, but they don't scale fast enough to take full advantage of their vision. I mean, this is a drop in the bucket for G2. It's nice to see. It can help them get back into the half, and you can see every opportunity is important for Nico. And he's right, they can make a comeback at any point.
Ooh, nice nade damage. That'll make Frozen's job all the harder. Mid control really hasn't been maintained throughout this game in G2's favor.
Very true. G2 has done an excellent job of fighting for it. And sometimes that's where rounds begin and end here on Ancient.
We haven't quite seen this type of a reroute with this many bodies out of FaZe, so they're doing something different.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like they're gearing up for a B split, but they're walking it. They're so early into this window timing, they can really...
Trying to make a move in the middle of it. Thinking about it, considering, as his 2 teammates in Donut don't overstep it.
You can see Brokey set in a position to dodge flashes, wait for a peek to come out. And they're not trying to take advantage of it, but you see the fog of war for the CT side. They don't know what's going on.
There's still so much uncertainty, and that parade of FaZe players looking like they're going to opt for the Donut to 8 commitment. This is 4 players strong trying to push out through the exit. MOUZ is going to give them a little bit of space, and that's going to cost them very much so. Both players clean entries, and the double defense of the G2 esports side falls under the pressure. Ross has not stopped hitting headshots, and as he turns back towards middle, Nico finally getting the better of him, but it's him and Snacks, nowhere to be found. They will have to lick their wounds and walk away because FaZe have nailed the 9.
Let me say this right now. Kerrigan's the best IGL in playoffs. You will not see G2 call a T round like that. They were setting an idea with the B split coming up. They didn't get information. They reformed to the A split, made it look like that was the plan from the jump. Kerrigan having calls like that is what's going to make FaZe have a chance of winning this game. They might be going up against all the talent and all the form. But you can't tell me that G2 have the better IGL right now.
No, definitely not. You have an IGL who, in fact, is even making jokes about being criticized for calling the same execute X amount of times in a row. He said, oh, maybe I'll just do it 12 times then. But jokes aside, that is evidence of the depth Kerrigan brings to this team. That is why he is the IGL.
That was going to be a 2-3 split through window 2B and turned into 4-1A. And it looked seamless here for FaZe. Great signs for them. And again, drop in the bucket. It's only an eco round 1 for G2.
This time out a chance for
Guess who
Taz.
picked the map?
I understand why.
That was G2.
This is a FaZe pick.
Oh, this is a FaZe pick?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
Actually. Yeah, G2 hoping that CT side Nico nuke can, well, come out of the depths of this ancient mud. Because right now we've got 6 and 10 on Nico, 2 and 8 on MOUZ. G2 simply not online, but they'll try to send MOUZ down bottom mid as Brokey instantly goes up into the boost. Trying to maybe get a little more mid control natural than what we've seen. Flash in for Nico, kind of getting lost inside smokes here.
It's the best look on mid so far here for G2. You pointed it out that they've been fighting for it, but they've either lost or just left. Nice find for Nico.
Yeah, Rain definitely invited that one. We've always praised Rain's play in cave. His wall bangs kind of put the position on the map and defined how you could play it. Taste of his own medicine in the 11th. Not quite the final hour of this G2 CT side. Scraping the barrel for 3 rounds at best, but a silent FaZe outside of range shooting. Still though, it's the appropriate stack for the time being. G2 just had 3 sets of feet in this site, but we see all of them start to retract a bit.
Yeah, they're changing ideas. It's still early enough in the round that they could go anywhere, and G2 have foregone any mid control. And playing in rotator spots in B is okay because the site is very retakeable, especially with good utility. But just to say, they're not in any committed positions. The crossfires are not there right now. There's a chance this bomb goes down.
This execute really hasn't done FaZe any wrong. Nico looks to press in though. Oh wow, tracking a second. And then this challenge, he doesn't stop it. Luckily for him, Nico will finish off the job of the bomb plant, but it is still bombed down.
Here's why they have to be careful, because you've got 2 players, no CTs rotating through the back, and Broky's playing out of the open because he has to.
Molotov well placed. Broky decides not to play inside of cave. He wants into the action. He wants to be a key pillar.
It's Operation Early Fight. Where can you find it? No, Modesty, clean pickoff.
Structural piece of the defense. He actually takes Nico down from the grave. 3 headshots away from this clutch. It's Rob! Sprays off. They're going to dogpile that bomb, jump on top, and sure enough, nab a second, but it's only 3 at best.
He actually needed to get that frag. That was Robs nearly winning the round off of his spray, but G2 got the 5v4, left mid, FaZe got the bomb down, but kept numbers up the entire way through, so you can definitely give him some credit. However, there was only one more opportunity to get around here in this first half. Nico's kills are everything. It's good to see Modesty hitting a shot like that too.
Yes. Especially after a couple of misses from Donut over towards that A site earlier on.
You normally don't even have to applaud him for hitting shots like that.
Nope. Just a day in the office, usually, but here we go again, this A site to be tested. Flashbangs in Monacy's face, fire on his feet, and a missed shot once more. He'll find it on the second, a little less pressure with the re-peek. Utility definitely.
But see the walk up, because they just spotted Monacy.
Surely, take what you can while you can. And we get Snacks trying to slide along this wall. Looks like Frozen's taking a glimpse this way. They're clearing the corners. They find him, and he's unable to stop both. But total lane control.
The bomb is going A.
It's all a fake. It's all a ruse. Rain doing all he has to keep all 4 players.
Retaking B right now.
And the bomb's about to get planted, so everything Rain gets before he goes down. Look, they've still yet to turn.
They don't even know yet. And
Only now.
They got it. They've got a termite in the floorboard. They just want to get rid of Rain, and he's just killing time by staying alive.
Hunter looking. He will find the headshot. He can go and join his 2 teammates. It's going to be a desperate retake attempt.
They got to be careful. This Molly's still alive on Brokey. He's waiting for the first shot, though.
Bomb halfway gone. Molotov and, as
they don't have a smoke.
A nade as well. Easy pickup for Brokey. Just holds that line, puts the Molotov on top. No smoke, as you alluded to, but will that spread? Can they reach far enough to try this defuse desperately? Backs turn to Donut, costly. Rob stands at the end of the half. A magnificent 17-7 first 12 rounds.
Yeah, pristine performance out of Robs. Amazing map out of FaZe Clan, and their best start yet versus their hardest competition yet. Wow.
In what world are we talking about the same 2 teams that went 13-3 and 13-4 in the elimination stage of this very same major?
Yeah, and again, this is a veto. I thought that G2 had picked it. It's a map that either team could have. There's not a lot of movement there, but the desk gave them FaZe so much credit for taking it here and said recent form maybe leans towards them. FaZe show us why that's true. And with drops at the top of the board and Kerrigan leading the charge, you can see the impact of both of these players in different ways. G2 have it all to go up against.
What a moment for a ROPS reinvention. You know, the greatest players that we put on the biggest pedestals are always the ones that have depth, that can do it with the rifles and the ops and the deegs. And ROPS writing a new chapter for Shanghai. Tip of the spear for this FaZe Clan T-side. And even this round, again, with that late fake that Rain's able to post up, you saw the pressure come out from the CTs on the retake. Uncertain as to where that last player got off to. They were playing in the dark all half long.
Kerrigan's just getting imbued by the crowd energy. I didn't think anybody would be even louder for G2 at this event. I thought, okay, it'd be Mongols. No, it's actually G2 in playoffs. Nico chance yesterday, but FaZe have them beat out maybe. Kerrigan takes one to the dome, have to fall back.
Nico's gonna try to gun him down, charging forward. We praised G2's pistols throughout 2024. That stat has been dropping off as their struggles in the playoffs nearly cost them versus Heroic. Nico's gonna keep trying to push this back line, but you gotta be too careful. Hunter not able to trade just yet. He's gonna get pinched from both ends, finds the one, gets himself a second, and a chance to eject. But you put Rox back into another clutch, and these two Ts try to tee off simultaneously.
And he has time to work on this a little bit. You gotta be careful.
Game fallen fool to Snacks. He'll take his head clean off, and another tap needed, but denied. Big moment for Hunter, the guy who calls G2's pistols.
Hey, exactly, yes, and that is true to today. That's what I heard. Hunter grabs one here for G2. They struggled versus Heroic on the pistols, losing 5 out of 6 in that series. That was pretty crazy, and credit to Heroic for that, but they still won the game. But as we can see here, they're gonna need him. And it's not just the call, it's Hunter's fragging.
I think you can start to feel the squeeze on G2's pistols. I think Maui Snake and Dust had a good conversation about how last time they played T-side Ancient Pistol, they went 5 guys running through Red Room to A and looked lost. This seemed like something that had more protocols. It comes off of the back of a Hunter multi-frag, sure, but it didn't look as desperate.
Honestly, running with this bomb already as they start to clear out positions on the B site. They seem to know what's going on.
Oh, this was looking like a good AK to get the pinch on. He knows this player's coming for both ends. Double frag is great. MOUZ here, cleanup duty, easy, made possible by Util. And they're going to make mincemeat of the FaZe Clan in mid for round 14.
You can see it here in Shanghai. There's still fandom here for G2. They're cheering for this comeback every step of the way if they can make it happen. All right, we'll come in swiftly here. Og on Rops.
Yeah, what's with that?
Sometimes see Kerrigan play it. I mean, it's just a great gun. I mean, for me, AUG is going to be one of the guns that has a more commonplace in professional match. It's not a silly gun. It's very good.
Okay.
It can supplant,
Tell yourself that.
Can supplant me off in positions like on Nuke, Ramp, and other spots. It's real. It's real. It's not just funny. So
it's in the server. We'll see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, I think it's worth what it costs. Rops is in this sort of rare Android form that, look at this, perched up on top of Big Box. That's a great position to get boosted, actually. That does mean they rely on some donut control, but if this default leans this way...
I feel like this definitely catches somebody off guard.
Honestly, how do you pre-aim this?
You mentioned, though, maintaining donut control is necessary for this position at a ROP. So's Red Room. And we've got Rain keeping an eye on it from the back lane of B site.
Yeah, but it gets smoked off for a second, so let's see if they dismantle the setup off this. But, yeah.
Have to. So, a move you can put back up your sleeve for another round, and, well, Frozen can take it up
Bomb spotted.
into his own hands for the first one.
Bomb spotted, and now they'll be worried about Donut.
You have a reason to be. Molotov in his feet. Rops gets a bit more damage onto MOUZ. Hunter turns around into the Donut. We've got a G2 T-side starting to take shape.
That was a great shot from Snacks.
But again, still a trick up their sleeve, right? We didn't see this Rops original setup get spotted by G2.
Yeah. Flusha tweeted the other day, I didn't know saving strats for playoff was a real thing. Saving strats for the major, and it looks like FaZe.
That's funny, coming from a Fnatic player.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait, I forgot how funny Flusha is.
Yeah.
And he was boosted up, too. Imagine that round with an AUG. Bring back overpass.
Soon enough, brother, soon enough. I think we saw a certain sharpness from Frozen there as he pushed A main, got his first frag.
Yeah.
Nice to see Monacy get the instant trade, though. You know, he's been given a little runway now at the start of this T-side to get online, and we've got a questionable round now for FaZe. So as long as they don't pull something squirrely out of their back pocket,
yeah.
Time for G2 to make a game of this.
Yes, and I think G2's greatest strength and why they can stand above literally anybody else is because they do keep it simple enough to flourish with their amazingly top-heavy team. But these guys, MOUZ, Nico, m0NESY, when they get entry'd on the site, this is a team that can lose the opening kill on an entry, then instantly trade back with 3. That's how powerful and consistent their entry fraggers are. That's where they're definitely going to be able to find success here on this T side, if they will. And it's, in my opinion, going to be imperative for the CTs and FaZe to try to take pick plays to make sure that they don't let that ball reach maximum momentum as they entry out of certain choke points. But here we even have Snax joining the fray with a great kill on Rops to make that one much easier. He's already got some good kills this game.
Still a bit of a looming threat for the FaZe clan setup in round 16. That double M4 combo, it's out there on the field. We'll see if it can get into the fight. Threat of a pistol push through smoke. Kerrigan takes the route, sure enough. Yeah, they figure what that out. They figure that one out. Still looking. He'll be hunted down.
Got a little help with that one.
Some great intuition.
Yeah.
Rob peels away. Still definitely enough tools out there on the field. You know he's locked into the corner. MOUZ has got to be cautious that there's a second player in this pinch, but be wary because MOUZ is down to 8 bullets in that magazine. But maybe he doesn't need more. It's a Glock swap.
There's a gun back there that they want to grab, and Rain will be here to be the second layer.
All the while, deep B positioning coming out from G2. So while we watch these kills in mid, which awkwardly start to go both ways, and Snax takes a bullet to the face, tagged down to 20 health. Rob's actually getting his hands on a rifle with a duel down on that ramp.
I mean, he got digs for nothing.
He's out of here.
Yeah, 58 health, and they might be chasing him, but he's not that low.
Keep the Kevlar, keep the AK. Let this 6th round get added to the board for G2.
Nico on the hunt. Should be a shot in the dome. Oh, m0NESY, excuse me. G2 up to 6 rounds. Looking healthy here on T-side. This is where the buy comes back.
Yet to drop a round on this T side.
And we see the crazy X Factor moments that are reaching the brim for Rops, but they're not going over the line in some of these important moments. That's what's saving G2.
Second rifle round coming out from the defense. FaZe's second real chance to stop this hemorrhaging. Frozen tries to get flashed up into the elbow, will find one, and can't quite manage. Hunter's multi-frags have been so good, but it's actually Snax right with him to just pull apart this initial CT setup. They wanted that fight, they went for it, and it cost them. Both teams doing good work on the T side in mid.
Got to be very impressed with Snax's work so far here on T side. Just the few kills that he's getting are critical. Hunter as well, halfway in a smoke. That could have been an instant 5v3. One smoke buys time to get the re-clear up in mid. Let's see how G2 respond to this.
Right now, it's as simple as clumping up on that ramp, looking to execute. Utility gives away what is to come. Kerrigan tries the duel. Whoa, he gets the double!
2 and he's out.
Spray into the face of Snax. Man advantage established. Kerrigan doing it on his own from the back line.
And Cave is clear. Their spots will be understood.
We saw that activity in middle. Easy climb up for FaZe. They keep it silent as they get ever closer. Hunter yet to see that player on the short side. m0NESY's looking to deal with it instead. Jumping into the crack, trying to hang on for dear life. He goes down. Brokey survives the shot from m0NESY. FaZe. It's 11. Off his game.
Off his game, man.
And you brought it up at the start of this map.
Yeah.
You said, again, for m0NESY stats.
Yes, for his standards.
This second.
It's a rare sight that doesn't make anybody happy, but it is something that has to be brought up.
Brokey barely hanging on there with 8 HP.
Can't tell me that's not a critical moment.
Massive.
The comeback was happening.
Second gun round is FaZe's first CT win. And we go right back to an aggressive stance out of the B tunnels, joining up for bottom mid. This time FaZe opt to go vacant in the middle of the map to challenge up the ramp from Nico. A little bit labored though, loses a bunch of health. Brokey here for cleanup duty, blind. So Hunter trades out his cousin, fast cave push, denied, and all that time Robs is actually able to come back into the B to keep that man advantage. MOUZ on the back line, he who bailed them out yesterday.
Rob's being aware of himself, though, by pushing up a little bit forward. He could come back and check this. I think MOUZ knows it, but he's got a great opportunity here. Let's see if MOUZ will be bought enough time.
Yes. Keeps himself down under the radar. He's gone.
Interesting pathing.
Now MOUZ is going to find a back turn, executes Kerrigan, and he's still thinking about the threat of a long player.
He actually doesn't know if that's the same guy.
Sure.
He thinks it's likely, but he doesn't know for sure.
He thinks it would make sense. And honestly, until you get Robs out of here, the ramp cross is compromised. It's going to be compromised.
Wait, they think he fell back.
Oh, look! Robs is in the middle of it all. Taps again. Does not miss heads. MOUZ tasked with another clutch. Doesn't get the better of the Estonian. 21-12 for FaZe's 12.
Wow.
They had an inkling. They had a thought. There was a rumble of a threat in the back of that bomb site.
That's a tough one to communicate for sure. And with the way that Robs is clearing it, m0NESY's coming out. I don't know. Did MOUZ not come up short and clear the cutout on the site? If m0NESY is walking out,
full cutout. I think Robs was along the wall.
No one was there. But I mean, m0NESY's looking out to the left, and default's already clear. Either way, again, it's because Kerrigan shows up. They don't actually know who's playing long. Robs gets away with that one. Of course, due to his own prudence as well, right? Not exposing himself to CT when he's fighting the site.
Yeah.
That's obviously a chess move by Robs. He's incrementally improving his position without being too risky. That's how he plays this game.
Yeah, he created that position 30 seconds earlier. Costs him the flank on the cave player, but when it posts the round to the board, that's all that matters in the end. And what could be the end includes Hunter limping into this one with just the Tech-9. He's been the best piece for G2 so far. m0NESY gonna be swinging out middle. Red room smoke means no vision. He's got MOUZ ahead of him. Nico's fight's a little awkward. Nade chips away on Snacks behind him, and FaZe just used that util to cool things off at the gate. MOUZ is going to disrespect it, though, looking for another backline flank, perhaps.
He's still sitting in front of the smoke. This was space he could take and might still want to try. There it is, m0NESY in with one.
Critical.
Immediately pulling the attention of Rain, but they've got to be worried about the op, so pushing forward might be the solution. Oh, and they've got their own op, actually. Oh, beautiful, man. The second scope doesn't fall for it.
It's the right decision. Did they see Kerrigan? That T pulls back, but it doesn't look like the cave player's reacting, so it looks like Kerrigan's got the flank on. And Robs actually gets the better of MOUZ again. Now, Kerrigan maybe doesn't activate any further because things go well elsewhere.
Look at how much control they have of this map.
He's going to be found out. Nico gets the better of the lurk. Maybe calling for his cousin to double back. No, they're going to go in. Commitment into the A site. Flash for the lane as Hunter's hands will indeed be busy. But he actually comes off of that bomb plant. Snacks is going to have to cover from backside soon enough. A second fake. Still Rain doesn't bite.
Wait, they can't even cover the default right now. Hunter has to wait.
And Rain revealing himself. Snacks knows damn well he's out here, but Nico plays a dangerous game and gets shredded by that off. 2v3 to try to close map 1. Rain has been known to this position, goes straight into the challenge versus Snacks. Hunter, can you do this? They need to bank on not the 2 stars, but the supports, and he falters. Brokey flawless, 3 kills to close for FaZe. Ancient is a blowout.
Oh my God, an absolute masterclass of a first half. And X-Factor moments were denied by Robs, and he still had an absolutely pristine scoreline. Unreal performance across the board. Worrying signs here for G2.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet. On to the next one.
major has never been just a major.
Комета, преследованию которой я посвятил жизнь.
The mission I'm willing to dedicate my entire existence to.
When I leave, I want nothing else.
Only the major trophy.
This is the major.
Это major.
Ovo je major. This is the major.
This is the major.
This is major.
Det her er major.
Dette er major.
Altså major.
It is indeed a major, and FaZe are within touching distance of another major final, a masterclass on their map pick of Ancient. And I've got to say, guys, I mean, I'm doubly surprised, really, not just because FaZe won their map pick and won the opening map in the series, which has kind of been a rarity in the playoffs, but also, I mean, G2, very, very cold right at the start, and in particular, m0NESY missing from the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? And it was definitely apparent on G2 CT side because, you know, sometimes he was in position to make a play, couldn't make one. T side that clutch in the end as well, but man, this is the FaZe clan that everyone was hoping to see, right? This was like, when are we gonna get the real FaZe clan? And it is in the semi-final of the major where they get it started from the get-go, really, and it was just a masterclass on T side in terms of calling, sure, but also the players delivered, and Robs with another stellar game.
Let's talk about playoff Robs. He's here, he's activated. Obviously, look, when we're critical about players, it's usually through the lens of what we know they're capable of. You're never going to be critical of a player that is playing at their level, even if the level isn't particularly exciting. But Robs was, at the start of CS2, arguably the best player in the world. He just had an understanding of the new game that other players hadn't mastered. Since he became jaded, he kind of faded out and wasn't really doing what he can. But man alive, these playoffs, right now, he's unplayable, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, he really is. And I mean, it comes back to the fact that he is playing a slightly different style on the T side than we're used to. I mean, in the past on Ancient, this guy would just kind of lurk outside A. He'd maybe support Frozen at middle. He wouldn't really go for a lot. Now they're sending this guy into Red Room, playing aggressive lurks, cutting off rotations. He's trade fragging into sites. He's doing big things, and he's also willing to go for more plays on the CT side as well. And what you saw in that first half was just an 8 unanswered round run from G2, or excuse me, FaZe, just based on the fact that they were able to consistently get mid control, hold it, and then just have so many different mid-round variations they could go to off the back of it. And I just feel like G2, A, weren't shooting well enough to defend against it, and B, sometimes got caught second guessing on exactly where they needed to be, just because, you know, Kerrigan, the chess master of the game, just kind of moving his pieces perfectly on the board.
Yeah, I guess when he goes A all the time, it's a genius move. When someone else does it, you know, it's a lack of depth, right? But you could tell, and we'll get into some of the details a little bit later, but it's all about conditioning and seeing what the weak point is. I mean, that's just how Ancient plays, man. If a team doesn't have a fast A round, you know, they're not going to find a lot of success on T side. Why? Because the CTs very often put a lot of their resources in mid to B to try to stop that early mid control. Why? Because you saw what happens when you don't have mid control on the CT side. You saw some of the moves that FaZe was able to pull off when that happens. So it's all a game of sort of cat and mouse, and it's all about timing. When are you going to call it? Are you going to hit the right read that you do it when the CTs are focused on mid to B?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always tough in a situation like this where you're G2 and you can't figure out a way to shut down FaZe's mid control, because then it forces you to have to respect Red Room flanks. It forces you to have to worry about your back line, and so therefore it pulls some of the attention away from the site defense, which is where FaZe were able to capitalize either by going ahead and pouncing on the A-bomb site with great trading and spacing, or, you know, setting up fakes a little bit later on in the game. And I mean, ultimately though, when you're showing up and you're getting 10 rounds on the T side of your map pick, it's always going to be hard for G2 to come back
also,
at
Richard,
that
we
point.
talked about first time they faced off, everything went wrong for FaZe. Early starts were bad, mid rounds not good. They were losing clutches like 2v2s, 3v3s all the time. How does this game start? By them winning a pistol, holding off a retake 3v4, right? So already it has changed. And I think for most part in the first half, didn't have to do a lot of clutching. They were just playing from ahead and winning rounds clean. But, you know, G2 did make it look a little bit interesting in the second half, winning 4 in a row. And then what happens? A 3v4 from FaZe with Kerrigan getting a multi-kill on B, and another clutch right after that from FaZe clan in the mid-round, sort of outmaneuvering G2. So in really every aspect of the game, it's a 180 compared to the last time these two teams faced.
Yeah, and look, obviously we have to talk about, you know, that T side. It was so well done by Carrigan, so well orchestrated. Certainly helps that you win the pistol, but I mean, some of these executes, they were just textbook stuff, Yanko.
Absolutely, and I think even when you could see G2 sort of adjust and be ready for it, this is like the second gun round. So again, FaZe is coming towards that A bomb site a little bit slower than first time around. You can see MOUZ and Hunter sort of expecting it. They're posting up. This is an anti-A main setup. If you come A main, we're gonna shoot you, we're gonna kill you, right? So first of all, Carrigan with an insane entry kill here, sort of jump spotting and then just landing and still getting the kill on MOUZ. But Hunter's proximity really surprises them. What happens though? An HE from Snax who's coming over from CT spawn. It's like, you have a flash as well. Why don't you flash on the right behind Hunter and he can still keep fighting? Then he shows off his shadow. Brokey is able to adjust, find the kill. m0NESY doesn't expect Frozen to be in Donut. And that's another round for FaZe Clan. You can see like the details, even when they were sort of in position for it, just still couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and look, it continued. We've got another round to take a look.
Well, this is the brilliance of Carrigan, and this takes all the previous gun rounds to be able to do this, right? Final round of the half, you can see it's just him putting the early pressure. He's gonna die to m0NESY. You can see two guys are behind him. They're not coming. Why is that? Because now two players are gonna go B. So now Snax is like after this, oh, it was a fake. It was a fake. Everyone on G2 is communicating. Yeah, they were just they were faking. They were gonna go A again. Look where everyone on G2 is on X-ray. They're all towards the B bomb site. While the bomb is planted, they still don't understand. It's A. This whole time it's been A. So they're actually out of time in the end due to the extra utility from FaZe. I mean, this is about when Carrigan was saying in the interview, if we can't match them in firepower, we need to be smart. Like, this is a sort of a thing you can do. Although probably only when you're playing from ahead and have conditioned the opponent, but this was his mastery at full display.
Yeah, it was a thing where they didn't really throw a lot of feints or fakes throughout the course of the game. I mean, yeah, they were grabbing mid control and they would kind of hold and wait and kind of manipulate Donut, threaten Red Room, you know, go for this to straight up executes. Obviously, one of those was just like a brute force Carrigan entry on MOUZ boosted, and then a team kill that helps them assist the site. So I don't think G2 were prepared for FaZe to all of a sudden in the very last round of regulation to throw such a deep fake over at B and then make it over to the A side again for a finishing touch. And at that point, again, you're up 10-2. Very hard to fumble a game with that big of a lead. G2 certainly made some efforts. They won the pistol. They had a couple of good T rounds in their own right. But at the end of the day, when you're that far behind, it's going to be tough to claw that one back against Carrigan.
Yeah, and now this is the real test, right? You've got these, you know, young players over on G2. This is it, right? MOUZ, certainly, this is a new level of competition, a new level of pressure. You go into your map pick already 1-0 down on Nuke. And while I know G2 are obviously very good on this map, we talked yesterday about how FaZe are no slouches. So this is real crunch time.
I mean, this was FaZe's map pick in their heyday. Carrigan is going to have no problem really, you know, developing a game plan on Nuke and finding an approach on it. But I think for G2, it's about bouncing back, right? Like, these two teams are both very bad at pistols. That's why you see them splitted. So I think that's going to happen again on this map. We saw what Nico did yesterday after, you know, sort of having a poor ancient for G2, stepped up on Nuke. Like, it's going to have to be more of that for G2. And I'm not going to say, I think they can win without m0NESY going lights out because Hunter has stepped up. It seems like, but it's, you know, the level of difficulty, if that is the case, is going up exponentially. So hoping for them that, you know, he can step up, because you saw in that second half some of the rounds, like in the clutch, first in that when he doesn't kill Brokey, then even with the op, it was him and MOUZ in the 2v3s, like they are looking a little bit lost, like the communication is super hectic. They need to clean that up if they're going to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's going for them is they have won this map the last 8 times in a row that they've played it. They've beaten FaZe before in this tournament, so they have the ability to do it, and they are very strong because they're able to play an effective up-tempo play style where they're able to kind of split their talent up and pressure multiple points at the same time. You know, Nico, a great yard player, MOUZ, he can take those entries at ramp or upper. So I think that dual pressure is going to be very key to them being successful, as well as just making sure they have clean takes together as a unit where they load up their talent and they death ball in. And I think, you know, you mentioned m0NESY not needing to have have to step up. But it would sure be freaking nice, right? I mean, this guy's supposed to be the best player in the world, and what makes their defense so strong on Nuke is typically because MOUZ is such a mobile operator who can change the game while you have Nico guarding the yard and you have MOUZ guarding the ramp. Like, that three-pronged defense is usually what gets them success on this map. So they need all of that to kind of wake up right here now and to not get shut out by FaZe, which would be unbelievable.
And you saw Donk just in the first semifinal, terrible first map, right? Bounce back and was able to lead his team to the grand finals. So you're hoping for MOUZ, due to the year that he's had, that he's going to be able to repeat it. But one thing that we didn't really touch on is, yes, FaZe, G2 has the upper hand on FaZe in these head-to-heads, but historically, the few times that FaZe has won, it was in the playoffs. It was on the stage in the arena. Problem is, they didn't make that many of them lately, so they didn't face up in that sort of an environment. But that was the few times FaZe could take down G2, it was in this sort of an environment.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we saw FaZe lose to Vitality on Nuke yesterday, but what we did see is what they do have as win conditions on this map. The fact that Rops is willing to be more aggressive in lobby, willing to take entries into ramp, willing to go up first in upper executes and do it successfully, by the way, I think does give them like an added weapon. But I think at the end of the day, the other thing that they're going to have happen is they're going to have Rain be able to handle Nico on the outer yard.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that just a little bit. We got a couple of minutes while the players are getting situated. Yes, what are FaZe's keys to victory here on G2's map pick?
Again, I was already kind of saying it, like, just keep that, dynamic Rops going. And then the other big thing is this Rain, being able to handle Nico at the yard is going to be critical. And also just being able to defend against that much talent all across the map is also going to be a big one.
Yeah, for their CT side, right? I mean, this is where yard, we all know how important it is on the map, whether you're going to go head-to-head or it's going to be about finding information and being able to get the good rotates in. Robs on this map is extremely mobile. I think he's the ramp player. I think that's where he spends the least of his time at. So it's going to be tricky for G2 to sort of figure out what the setup it is that FaZe is going to go for. We'll see if that means that G2 is going to do a couple of more set rounds so they don't have to play the guessing game and just try to condition FaZe a little bit more. But yeah, I think that's it. And for G2, I think the fact that they did win a couple of rounds on T side, right? They weren't completely shut down and didn't just straight up lose 13-2. I think that gives them a little bit of hope going into Nuke.
Yeah, that fan's not got any hope there, as he's looking a bit despondent. What do you think about FaZe's key to victory here, Dust?
I think FaZe's key to victory is just to kind of keep everyone settled. You're a map up in this series. You're coming in the underdog on this map. The recent form's been a little bit shaky, but Kerrigan certainly knows how to play this map and knows how to move these pieces around the board. I mean, I think Genko hit a very key point, the fact that Rops is so mobile defensively. He's not just some ramp player that's always there. He will go for the risky runs through Secret to try to help outside. He will go for aggressive plays elsewhere. He will stack, and that's just about, Kerrigan willing to kind of, midway through a half, move the pieces around, go for a dynamic defense, and not just let their, players get static. And that's going to make it hard for G2 to read on what's best. Whereas G2, they just need to be able to get their stars woken up, and they just need to be able to play that ballsy, aggressive play style that has led to so much success already for them on this map. I mean, that's really what it boils down to at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think for FaZe also, if you recall yesterday, I mean, it was a 0-8 start on their T side against Vitality. And I think the problem was you saw players a little bit slow, some missed smokes here and there, but they ended up winning 4 gun rounds to make it 8-4. So eventually they settled. And now they're already warmed up. They just won map 1. It's like, it looks really scary for G2 unless they can step up.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see if these younger guys are going to be able to get it done. We've highlighted MOUZ. I mean, it wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for MOUZ. You've got to believe he's got something in his locker that he can pull out here, right?
Yeah, I mean, certainly. But the other thing is this. When G2 played them last, they won because they won 9 rounds on the CT side in the first half. And we know how big Nico was on the CT side yesterday against Stroke. He was a nightmare. There was only 2 rounds the entire half. He didn't get a kill. He had 6 3K rounds. Now, reproducing that, probably going to be a little bit difficult, but this is a guy who looks calm in the heat of the moment on the CT side of Nuke. He needs it now again.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out if he's able to deliver. We're going back to Shanghai to get into this one. If G2 want to be in a major final, it's time to go nuclear.
Damn right it is, Richard. I mean, and here we are on Nuke, of course, picked by G2. We are going to have to see Nico tap back into the stardom that he showed us when it came to the CT side yesterday versus Heroic. Launder 6 triple kill rounds or more on that Nuke CT half. He'll have to wait to get there. He has said in the same interview, of course, that his T-sides are where he struggled, where he didn't feel his comfort.
Yeah.
He sure as hell doesn't want to leave anything on the line. It is now or never for m0NESY and Nico.
100%, and it's true. His CT stouts were incredible. His T-sides were obviously very average, but since they won the game, that's all that mattered. Rain. And now, I said this before, and maybe I'll get to it in a second. Frozen close to taking a duel. Lots dropping around him. Rops goes down in hell.
We're starting to get it, huh? Headshots coming through from everybody. m0NESY the one to double down. You got lower compromise, you've got Brokey not sure where he should head off to, but if Frozen can do something from inside A right here, right now.
I mean, they're going to the place where the CTs are left. Like, they're not split 1-1 right now.
There's a chance he's
Oh, MOUZ didn't see him.
Now he has.
Oh, and the bomb. Oh, the bomb goes down the ladder. MOUZ is spotting with the bomb.
It's a gift from the heavens.
You can't afford something like this to go wrong, too. Peeled out of heaven.
All the pistol rounds they've posted throughout 2024. A strong start to so many halves, but with their backs against the wall.
Now, it can be a calm situation if they know that they can push ramp off this play. It's a long way from upper to this spot.
You're right.
So smartly they do. Now the question is, are they worried that FaZe are going to make that next move and try to cheat downstairs? And it looks like no. Vent is open for them. Time is ticking. And with that,
they're going to scramble.
Brokey's thinking about going downstairs. They're hoping, though, it's upper still, all the way to the last second.
Everybody's going to have to scramble. Brokey starts to get ahead of this.
Yes, he does.
Obviously, no smoke for the bomb plant to be covered. Brokey's right on those double doors. It's fast steps down control. That's one T cut off.
He can open the door.
You could, but he doesn't. So Nico's now able to get back up, but his head instantly blasted. Snacks has to clutch again. This is his forte. This is what he does. And as he taps away, it's the first one down. He's got 3 points of health, and he's denied. Frozen keeps it cool as ice, and FaZe will rob the pistol.
That is a real big mistake out of MOUZ in heaven, man. I have to say it.
2v4.
2v4, and the bomb dropped at their feet as he peered down the ladder. That was the nightmare situation. If that had turned into a simple upper pop and someone watching the ladder, obviously they would have been safe. But this is pretty much the only way they could have won.
Oh, that much cleaner.
Oh, man. All right, so the interesting story for me is, you know, we saw the 6-3K CT side out of Nico on this map to win a game that they could have lost, right? Beautiful stuff. The best nuke player on Yard probably in history is Nico with a rifle, but the best nuke performance that I've ever seen was Rain at Antwerp on a rifle, okay? And the last time that they played, and recently with nuke, it hasn't been like that. But now, we're at a major, Connor.
And FaZe, they don't lose in semis.
They have never lost a semifinal at a major.
m0NESY trying to take a duel into the garage. So right now, Rain is locked into this angle, will not be able to shuffle out without getting into a gunfight versus m0NESY. Actually, that utility just disrupts things enough in the outer yard for him to slip back. He'll be playing behind blue box instead.
They were waiting for him for so long.
Yep, and he got away squirrely. Rain looks to come back at it. It's actually Frozen with the first blood in this round. Rain just sectioning this off wonderfully. He did such a good job of dodging the threats while taking the fight on his own accord. Snacks, it's a scout, not an op, and it's just off the mark. Easy pickups from these M4s at the distance outside. Hunter loses his head. The fork by will net them nothing. Not a single kill versus this FaZe clan.
And the question will be, is it going to be 2 comebacks that G2 have to muster up if their T side isn't good enough? I mean, they definitely can still win T rounds, right? They have some good C halves. They also have some halves that fall super flat. And just with the looming threat of this being the potential last map for them at the major, how much is that going to add to the pressure of calling? Oh. Ouch. I mean, you can stick your nose in the books and look at FaZe's recent games and everything like that, but
why does it
again,
matter?
It's modern day nip magic with this team. There's one roster that has it. It's FaZe somehow.
Even after some of the bleakest moments, somehow, some way, they tap back into it. Nico trying to tap a head off someone's shoulders, but CT is going to sit comfortably back.
And you can see the angle that he's holding, specifically if someone walks up.
He's no better than to give it to him.
He'll be looking to clear hell. He can hold this off. It's guaranteed information. They're trying to starve G2.
Sure.
Right? They have Deagles, which is heavy artillery. They can only move so slowly, like tanks around the map, looking for their one chance, 1 or 2 shots.
Snack's not being shy about it. He's trying to keep FaZe preoccupied with that A floor, but here's another piece of utility. They've been just layered so well. Smoke after smoke, now a molly. And Rob's obviously pressing this MP9 into the bodies. That frag grenade finds a bit more chip damage. Easy cleanup for a couple of frags, and then Brokey's here to sweep it. One Desert Eagle to connect after Nico's, and it's MOUZ. He's got 3 more to go. And getting his hands onto that M4 could prove a problem for FaZe Clan. He's gonna sprint it downstairs. The site is occupied back behind this silo, and he misses his next chance at what could have been maybe a bomb plant if he's lucky. 3-0 FaZe Clan CT side nuke.
Certainly would have opened up the back of the site, but yeah, if we look at the map right there, FaZe have a good idea of where everyone's gonna be. They don't expose anything outside. They bleed the time off the clock, which is their main objective. And by the time it gets over to the ramp, Brokey is ready to Molotov it to support Rops. So everything looks solid for FaZe. Now it's G2's time to respond. Where they've had their best T-side rounds is their upper pops. This is where they can absolutely be fearsome.
Easy duel for Nico.
Nice duel, yeah.
He's pulling one over Rain at the very least, and he uses that as an open invite to sprint down Secret. But it is quickly preoccupied. Robs is here awaiting him. Robs, in fact, gets active, and that's going to cost him. Nico finding a second kill on the round, and we get this instant move from G2 downstairs. Hunter, the only player to sit around up top. MOUZ is going to cut them off, and there is no open rotation here for FaZe without a fight, but they'll win one. And Kerrigan has shown us clean Counter-Strike.
Wait, there's a lurky battle that's happening outside. I don't think that this round is possible anymore, but okay. It is a matter of Hunter trying to deal with the op that could be back in CT. He has an inkling that Brokey's over here. So this is a great round, obviously, out of Nico. And it's a tactic as well to get the first kill. With the smoke getting blown open, though, that could have been from the CT side. But Nico taking full advantage of that opportunity.
And so we see it here, Launders. A marked improvement out of the gate from the pieces of G2. Nico and MOUZ were quiet as Ancient unfolded. Much better look. The opening moments of Nuke. Again, T-side could be the struggle, but they post one in the 4th.
And I mean, all they need to do is get it slightly close. Nico has over 280 on his last Nuke map, and it's been a solid map in general for G2.
I feel like calling that performance world-class doesn't do it justice.
Yeah. That's one of his all-time best Nuke performances, yeah.
And as you mentioned, that's really saying with somebody who is so consistent, outer yard, CT side of Nuke.
And I think the only reason that Reigns contends is because it was a grand final, so the circumstances. But in terms of pure raw quality CT side.
And consistency.
And the other thing about Nico's is that there were a lot of lower rotations, right? It wasn't just finding 3 kills outside every time.
Here he goes yet again. Making quick work of the crossover to the red, but
instantly.
He'll be found out. His counterpart all half long shall be Rain. Showers bullets through the smoke. Hunter gets around the corner. This could cause a little awkwardness in the setup, but we do have a player coming back around from health. Still, they miss it. Hunter remains on a swivel. Brokey missed shot. Hunter's going to try to dive down that offer, and now Snacks activates into main. They have flushed a defender up into heaven, and so this road feels open for Hunter if he can best Robs.
He's looking sharp right now. Yeah, he wants to take this duel. And they're working on getting to heaven, but right now upstairs is honestly fine. Like, we've got a player in Mustang watching his back. One rotation downstairs from Brokey as he starts to dip out.
Rosen sitting up in the rafters.
But I think like it feels like G2 realized that this is a bad idea, but a little bit too slowly now, because we're getting Brokey now into an interesting spot to be here at 40 seconds.
Yeah, he's put himself on that perfect line in the sand.
Watch for it, folks. It comes down to this shot. He will have an opportunity for it.
And I don't doubt the headshot capabilities of these AKs, but Brokey missed first chance. That is the
They have to run him down.
For G2. That is their invitation to hit this site. And as his hands are busy with util, double doors denied. Bomb hits the ground. Brokey, like a laser, gets himself the second, but you've got m0NESY into the 1v3. Looking to move around this bomb site, uncertain as to where they come from. Beautiful! He takes his Rob's head off, and now he scours for that bomb. And as he puts himself over towards Decon, the fake that could have been, but his hand's busy as Frozen, ice cold, clutches 1v1.
Yeah, another clutch for Frozen in this map already, but this is one where they have a significant advantage, right? If m0NESY wins that, it's a very unlikely spot, but in general, FaZe have control, and they have control, Connor, in a 3-on-4 situation. This time, when they get pushed and delayed through the back of health, that's where it looks a little bit too jumbled up for me when I'm watching G2 work the map. FaZe somehow, with less material, are able to take more space. This is both Snacks and Hunter getting very key kills. And then, I mean, of course, Brokey saves the day here. Wow. And this is despite missing his first opportunity to slow them down.
m0NESY-esque in that second kill out of Brokey. But the numbers game push FaZe back into a response. Instant round win right there after G2's first.
Sometimes they'll try to get MOUZ to get through this vent smoke for an early lower advantage. m0NESY smoked out of his opportunity to shoot back against Brokey. They are sharing this smoke, however. Oh, so much pressure across the map. Silent, though.
Get one player in, there's two more to cross.
Oh, it's hard to call this timing, but FaZe, they've got to.
We got Brokey versus m0NESY.
There's it, there it is. They can open up and take lower. Rotations here from Rain.
Trying to throw himself down the vent, does get around the corner first. Will peel the player off, but didn't anticipate that second as fast as maybe he should have. We get Frozen into the duel next. He's unable to win his, but Kerrigan somehow is killing players elsewhere.
With an op.
After the MP9. Swaps into it. All of a sudden, m0NESY is no longer part of this equation. You're going to have a plant attempt inside of that smoke, and it will go down. Even though it gets exposed right thereafter. Kerrigan double kill on this op, and we have thrust Hunter into a clutch. But to do this on half health, outnumbered by the brightest piece of FaZe Clan's attack back on Ancient, you have Rops here in the mix.
They decide not to smoke the bomb. That's the one smoke they've got. Hunter has this door to work with. Is it going to be Kerrigan to cover with the op? He's on 3 kills looking for 4.
Surely not. We've got a nade for the doorway. That's going to expose it. Kerrigan gets off the defuse. Now he has to stick this. Hunter's going to swing down, but the bomb diffuse is close, and he'll get it. The coverage from Rops off the back line.
Oh, it's a little awkward in that last moment. Control smoke's just enough. Kerrigan's 3K works. The rotations are fast enough. G2 lose another position that actually looks pretty promising for them.
Kerrigan somehow getting an MP9 kill versus m0NESY, and then getting his off for the double.
Oh my God.
Seems to have just somehow split in between them. Or was it a flank out from lobby?
I mean, that was just, and that was a pretty done situation for Hunter with the smoke on control with the time left over. He was hoping it would come up, but miscalculated. FaZe up 5-1.
My God.
MOUZ yet to get on the board in this match.
We saw him slamming desks on Nuke versus Heroic 2. We saw what that series led him to. We've got Frozen on the top of Puck. We've got Tech9 bursting through. The defense falls. Ross slides out for him. Rain is off of main. Double kill from him, but Nico's Deagle connects. And you've got Brokey up next. In with the rifle. Down the ladder. Has to dodge away.
It's scary for them, though. He's got a full kit of utility.
Look at the speed here.
Damage. Damage is really heavy. Oh, that nade.
He opens it up. Snack shuts this down. Tech9 from G2.
Okay, again, it's the upper pops, right? When we talk about the real strength of G2, it's being able to surmise 3 entries with no response. Rops is the only one to come through to get the kills to make that viable, but ultimately, G2 have to rely on rounds like this, but whatever gets them through this T side is all they care about. It might look like a bad start, but in terms of the ratio of rounds, they're still on pace. They have a chance here to take out FaZe on pistols. Great round for G2 to win because they were saving at the same time.
Just like that, FaZe on their toes. Teetering is this T side from G2 to just run rampant with some few rounds. But right now, these pistols are going to try to deal with Nico.
Oh my God, it's perfect timing. They see
Hold on,
nothing
man.
out in yard. The T's are going to move right away.
We have literally watched G2 lose to USPs and a P250 on this very map.
I mean, Kerrigan confirms the action. They're not really in a position to retake, obviously, but
still this Desert Eagle running around with Rain. There is an AK on the field in the hands of Frozen. This 4-player pack from FaZe in position lower. There's the peek from the USP, dealt with swiftly by MOUZ. Sure, he's low, but they line up, and then that rifle gets into the mix. It's a little bit costly, but not nearly enough.
Yeah.
G2 won't fumble this one.
yeah, it looks scary, but they exchange the information outside for G2, knowing that there isn't some sort of stack towards the ramp. They can run it and get downstairs quickly. G2 still very much in this game. It's not been the most beautiful string of rounds, but now they have a chance to take advantage of another low buy.
We get more of a crush. Looks like an aggressive swing into the trophy room. MOUZ, easy track on the first kill, but his teammates have to deal with Hunt, so the CT still join forces, jumping around. MP9s continue to tear flesh off bone, and we go 3v2 for FaZe.
Uh-oh.
Forced is this fight. Taken is Nico's head, and desperate is a 6 HP Snacks.
Man, it's 3 kills again for Rops.
It's a flashback to that USP round I just mentioned from Heroic.
Yep.
Nearly mirrored, but improved with MP9s.
Why that happened? Sometimes if you know that they're going to crush lobby from a ramp and hut and squeaky push, the best way to play it is actually not to play too many players inside of lobby. It's to play one spotting so you're not too claustrophobic. Because that's why you do lobby crushes. You can squeeze a lot of space fast. And in this spot, obviously, there weren't too many players from G2. Oh, and Ross, that's a 4th on this round.
Huge.
There weren't too many players from G2 inside the lobby, but then FaZe kept going and killed them in the hallway to enter the lobby to pick up the pieces that were lost.
One of those situations where you don't want MOUZ's death to be in vain, but had you just cut your losses sooner, they could have stayed in spawn. CT's unable to push beyond that. Yeah. They get roped into a fight that gets real stringy.
They sort of lose track of exactly how far FaZe have got. But you know, that's FaZe with follow through on their punch, right? They're not coming in for a cute pick. They're coming in on a round where they're here to destroy anybody who's around. They want to pick up guns.
Hell yeah.
You know, they're happy to push.
I mean, they play that round with the same tempo G2 threw out that upper Tech 9 hit.
Man, this is wild because that's obviously a round that G2 should have won, and they've already won one round like that, but it would have put FaZe in a buy-safe situation.
Sure.
They could have more than recovered the half off of it.
All Kerrigan just did was cancel out that one mishap upper. We get deep smokes from the CTs.
Dude, they keep using this tactic, and Nico keeps running into it. He caught Rain off guard once, but overall, the fast outside crosses are obvious to FaZe.
Regardless of the Nico death, we do still have footing lower for the T's. And more to come. Shots astray from Heaven. It is going to be Kerrigan to pick up the mantle here, rotating down into what is a 3-player pack. Of course, unconfirmed. Will he be ready for all? You'd think surely not. And they'll be cautious about their approach, putting a boost up on the corner. CT pieces elsewhere, of course, still sitting upstairs. Kerrigan takes this into his own hands. There's the barrel, confirmation, spray. Now they come at him, and he will track Snacks on the jump.
Yeah, but both spotted. Bomb there. Walk out here, and Squeaky, this could be huge for MOUZ.
One down from ramp is Rops. Meanwhile, we have to watch this MOUZ fight upper.
Why is Frozen being so careful, man? He is really watching for this, but MOUZ surely. Oh, he missed it.
Yeah,
okay.
Finds it in the end. Misses the shot for a second and recovers.
But they're going to come back upstairs.
Of course.
Yeah.
Opens the invitation through the vent, and that just gets FaZe out-rotated as they sit down on that lower site like fools. Brokey's dual Berettas burned out from heaven.
They're actually worried about someone in here.
Will FaZe actually throw this back at the A site for the retake?
2 mollies and a smoke to use.
Rain is yet to reload. That's going to make this gunfight awkward. 8 bullets. But at the moment, you've only got 2 of these T's in here. That third piece in Hunter is still all the way back on lobby. So now that Molotov's going to keep him off. MOUZ gets flustered, burned down to the back of the site. Odyssey from down beneath can't hit his headshots. And so good thing Hunter takes the other road. Robs is looking for that bomb, and Hunter has it right ahead of him. So he has to tap it once. And with that fake, this round goes the way of G2.
Okay.
Nothing Robs can do about it, but it comes at a cost.
And that's the best mid-round so far. They really took full advantage of MOUZ getting out in that spot, and it really felt like it could be a lower hit, especially with 3-spotted with the bomb. So nice one for G2 here. I think throughout Ancient, we saw nothing but good mid-rounds out of FaZe. It's nice to be able to say that for G2. And you know what? With that 5th kill, it's going to be extremely expensive here. A lot hinges in this half on this round right now as G2 go for broke.
And we go back and forth economically. Nothing seemingly stable.
Again, with the outside crosses that Rain's watching for, this time a new variation on the smokes. And Rain puts himself into a new position.
He's, though, going to push through that deeper wall. No problem. Oh, head spotted. And he tracks it. Wow.
That's a mistake.
Wonderful rifle control out of Rops. Does it queue up Rain to make the next play?
He doesn't ride on the inside of that smoke and thinks that Rain is his only threat on the cross. But of course, they've tried this so many times.
Frozen going to play it a little more cautiously than Kerrigan did. Last time this was compromised, just jump spotting, and he sees it. He will take up a position backside instead.
Now we have to watch this interaction between MOUZ and if he's going to come out of the ramp, because that's the next help beyond Brokey for lower.
Still floating around in lobby at the moment is MOUZ. Downstairs, Brokey takes an angle. Because Frozen's played it cautious, Brokey will get 1 shot and a huge shadow advantage. m0NESY made easy. Brokey, for second servings, sticks around. This is a dangerous game to play. All of a sudden, you're going to have players barreling out, so they think. But in reality, MOUZ still sniffing out this upper hit. And it is all on Kerrigan to hold it on his own. With just the 5-7, his position gets red, and MOUZ has opened up the door yet again. There is a chase through the vents. There's that fight here for Rain. It is a squeezed T-side in sight, but it is still bombed down. Retake to come through. Easy slice for MOUZ. He is doing it again. When push comes to shove, the Guatemalan steps up, and he keeps his head down as the CT drops back sight. 2 more up in heaven. Deal with him. Spray from Hunter's not good. FaZe retake this time.
They tried to dress that one up a little bit differently, but they had the same plan for how that round was supposed to finish. But FaZe were ahead of it, and they kept material high, and they hit their shots. Brokey in control there with Rops beside him, and they pick up 7. It's been just such a strong showing from FaZe in general in this half. There have been missteps here from both teams, and to be honest, even still, if G2 pick up 5, it's good, but look what's happening to Nico outside. You know, that fast play through the default across the secret is really losing its luster. I think it's becoming more obvious. FaZe clearly game planned before this match started for this exact tactic, and Rain in the kill matrix has come out ahead more times than not. And now Rob's even helping him out too. So what did G2 want to do to try to keep things different?
Final attempt on this T side before maybe Nico can stand in that spotlight. He has been bruised. And what was once momentum ripped out of their hands. FaZe go tit for tat on the force buys. Frozen able to get that first kill. There is a challenge still through Squeaky. Frozen has allowed 2 players to go downstairs.
Yeah, Bomb gets down there, and look who's here to cut him off, m0NESY.
It's just the Galil, it's 2 CTs, and the flashbang gets his crosshair off the angle. They sweep away him. All the while, Snack's just gonna go for that instantaneous bomb plant. His teammates are not nearby to help him. This is not a clutch, but it is still a key position, and it could turn into a 1vx. An unwinnable, unthinkable moment here for Snacks as he remains alone. He steps up with the first Tech 9 and a second tap. Further damage into Rops. Hunter again removed from that bomb, and still there is a player who waits. Frozen slowly down those vents, and G2 need Hunter now.
Okay,
Hunter. He gets tapped from the back, shot down by Frozen, and FaZe will establish their 8th.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that half out of FaZe. Surviving getting Nico in a really inopportune moment. Rob's at the top of the board once again. Solid rotations here for FaZe. beating the nuke stats that they've got as expected after map 1. It really felt like before this map started, though a lot of games in playoffs right now have been stomp from the other team into, you know, a close third map or maybe even another stomp, but I don't know if that's going to happen again here for G2. We're not saying m0NESY's name much this game, and the heroics that we saw from NiKo on CT side are now not just hoped for, they're demanded for G2 as they attempt to stage this comeback. 6 3Ks on CT side last time. The best CT side nuke of the major, one of his best in history, and they need him to do it twice.
NiKo said in an HLTV interview yesterday after that matchup that he couldn't even remember what happened on the nuke, but once he had that Deagle triple kill, everything just felt like flow state. He took every fight he could, he was aggressive and in their faces, and he wanted them to feel like the disrespect was very much there. Is he going to have one of those moments to kickstart this side? Because he is 5 and 10 coming into it, and if anybody's going to disrespect, it is FaZe with a straight up upper hit. Hunter from the back of the site, dual Berettas in hand, Snacks here to help. And it again is the support pieces to get the job done. Yay. It's a full house between Snacks and Hunter, and the FaZe attempt falters.
Okay, very nice. This is the first step on this slightly long road back to the comeback, but here on CT, again, they've got a lot of good things to look forward to. Nice round out of Hunter, backside. Interrupting utility, hitting his shots, and multi-killing with Snacks above him.
Yeah, Snacks really putting himself in a great spot to get Hunter into sectioned off 1v1s. Hunter never facing more than one target at once. Momentum out of the gate for G2. That waning success in pistol rounds starting to grow into a dark cloud above this G2 squad. Not in this series. And not with a bye like this. FaZe, no chance at breaking through this defense.
Whenever Connor says that, it's a bad sign, I won't lie.
Flash comes through, Snacks from the top. Easy mode down from the heavens, off one.
Jesus, you threw him the easy right there. Easy mow down.
Easy-ish. They survive with 3 here. G2 cut that down to a 2-round lead.
Yes. And if you're just watching CS for the first time, of course, this map does lean CT side. The map leans G2 in general.
If you're watching CS for the first time, where the hell you been?
Where the hell you been, man? You're missing out on a lot, but at the same time, you're coming in at a great moment.
Yeah.
This playoffs has been stacked. The story's been immense. It's the first 2 majors in CS2 have absolutely delivered on all fronts in that regard.
Again, they're going to try with a bit of tempo, huh? Frozen instantly into what could have been a Hunt duel. Blinded is the player backside, but fine is Hunter above him. Oh, and Snack takes the head off the player lower. NiKo right up the face. It is a slaughter yet again.
Oh man, shout out to Snack and Hunter as a combo upper. Ironclad hold. Made that perfectly easy for NiKo to watch the smoke walk out. And you can see from that molly, you couldn't stand up there on Hunt. Committed to that spot, but with Snacks right there behind him, he was safe.
This defense looking well tethered. We praised that game plan from FaZe. We said that they were successfully zoning NiKo as he attempted his T side, but we're gonna have to see something a little more spectacular than these flat A smashes.
When we talk about individual players' goals, you know, we always assume like their goal is to be the best player they can be to win the major. I have never heard Hunter say anything else except for my goal is to help NiKo win a major.
Yes.
Not even for himself.
Exactly.
It was his dream in the first place to play with NiKo. In fact, that's where it stopped. A player himself who has multiple top 20 appearances.
Easy pickups for m0NESY at this distance. Couple pistol taps. MOUZ is here to add some to the tally. So unfortunately, this one scout out of Kerrigan, not gonna get anything going. G2 ready to tie this game up early before NiKo has even really had to step up into the gauntlet of this CT side. Frozen time limited here, desperate. Done.
Taken out. Tie game. Looking to hold their heads high here at G2. After getting trounced in the first map, we finally see smiles on their faces.
Those are Nico chants
again. Is
again.
it Nico chants again? Yeah, Nico.
This fandom has been real here in Shanghai. We all anticipated the Monacy show, but in some of those absent maps, Nico takes up the spotlight right now, takes up a key position behind red, outer. Smoked off from his teammates, but still that looming threat for FaZe to have to deal with. The tension drawn over to the smokes. That's gonna prime Nico, you'd think, for a peek. He buys time slightly, goes down, and will only bring one with him. It is a quick enough trade from Frozen and an instant move from Rain to sprint over. If they think that Incendiary stops someone, they are wrong.
No tags, nothing heard, no one playing a leash to listen to Rain running downstairs, but just in case, slowing down to a crawl. Nuka's always been the map to bring the most out of the best players. Usually offers, this is where you get tested in Tier 1. You've got to be able to win Nuke. But the special part about it is definitely the riflers. Players like Rain and Nico have innovated their positions more than anyone else.
Outside, but Monacy peeking with a util in hand. They seem very wary of this A hit, and they're not wrong about it. We've got two players to come barreling out front of the hut, both denied.
Crushed by Snax.
Dude, Snax off this top rope is just owning.
Too serious.
He just continues to tear them apart. 3 players dead. Robs into the clutch. 2 kills deep. Wide swing, and he didn't quite see him. Hunter lucky to blend into the wall.
Yes, he had his camo on, Hunter.
Comes out from the bushes to put G2 on a 1-round lead.
Whoa. That was definitely a scary moment, but shout out to Snax for that hold.
Snax is right there in the thick of it. Key holds on A site throughout this defensive half. And Snax's name there each and every time. He is on the brink of catching up to Hunter at the top of the board for G2.
And even in the first half where he was struggling to sort of meet as many deaths as he had, he was getting key kills. You could see them. His aim was good, and honestly, even on Ancient, even though that was an overall bad map for the team, he looked like he was ready to step up to the challenge. Snax's first major here in a G2 jersey. And that's where it's not a meme that he's won one before, even if it was a long time ago. The one thing that hasn't changed in the last 10 years is the pressure. Nothing means more than the major.
That AK, that one rifle here for FaZe sits on top of Silo, and it just missed its chance at clipping Nico's wings as he posts up inside of Garage. And Rob's providing Overwatch has allowed FaZe to move all these pieces over towards Secret Stairs. All 4 players, barring Rops, ready to hit downstairs.
Man, if they don't have somebody ready at ramp to replace, okay, there we go. Mulp's already lower here to meet them.
Running. They're coming in. His spray is only good for the 1.
You know, they got this message a little late. I mean, the walk-up was so silent. Incognito mode here for FaZe Clan as they get this bomb planted, and Rops is still in a lurking position. Hunter, what a shot!
Back-to-back denials for Rops out of the hands of Hunter. Sure, the numbers downstairs have caught G2 off guard.
Nico has the key utility, Molly and Smoke.
4 players secret sneak into the post plant. Kerrigan's Tech 9 ready to rear. Molotov ahead of it. Defense starts to move out through the doorway. Kerrigan still goes unnoticed, but he gets swept away swiftly by Snax. We've got Brokey to give himself a flash into the AK, trying to get on top of the bomb. They will do so with time. Snax a part of this retake. Everybody here for G2, their lead grows.
Absolutely. Snax and Hunter taking over to lead G2 to a 3rd map. That's what they're looking for. And it's a little bit of a worrying sign here, obviously, when FaZe get to control side with that many players, and Mulps has only just moved in to a good position to hold it, but they don't lose this round.
What a round to keep you on your toes, though. What's supposed to be this impenetrable CT side. Just had 4 players catch it off guard. And that Brokey flashbang was pretty damn close to denying a bomb defuse.
When are we gonna have the m0NESY moment?
Before or after a Nico pop-off. Both feel inevitable, both yet to be seen. MOUZ primed for the secret peek as Nico takes up the same spot as last round. This sea of smoke grenades keeps everybody cautious. And Rain spotted, has to reveal himself. Nico yet again does not activate. And unlike Rop's last round, it is now frozen to take up a more passive position, sitting still on top of main.
Just very heavy resources right now towards outer, right? In Nico's position, it's hard to rotate out if you think someone's top mini on silo, and with his lower rotation getting pushed back, the commitment on this side of the map means they're probably worried about ramp. The bomb is still here in lobby, they're waiting for pushes, but they don't know Nico's here, so that's one thing that G2 have going for them.
Like a statue.
Frozen waited this out. Oh, finally spotted! Whoa, what a clear!
That's what we're talking about. That instant Nico headshot, but he's unable to double down. Snacks on the front of the site will be exposed to Hunt. Can't run. Hunter can. Gets off his position. Beautiful spam. It actually sets up Rops to get the kill out from Hunt. m0NESY's eyes from up above find nothing for the time being.
Yeah,
and time is the issue. 20 to the clock, as bomb will be on the front of this site. Rain ends up running it to the back. They have been caged by what is left of G2. MOUZ on one end, and m0NESY up above him. Rops was lights out all series long. And if these CTs don't come at it at the right time, if they can't section him off, watch this. m0NESY first, goes to the jump spot. A little bit of damage, but yet to get cracked. And we have MOUZ closing that distance. Rops tries to puff his chest, tries to get them to fall back. m0NESY point, but here goes Rops.
No.
Around the front of the site, both CTs outplayed, but he dies. He falls, and as they swoop onto bomb, it's G2 to take 11.
Oh, another chance that is so close. Could have come down to the wire right there, but very careful for m0NESY up in heaven to never give up that kill, forcing Rops to turn attention to the front of the site. Scary moment for G2, but another disaster averted. Keeping FaZe at arm's reach, forcing them to use another tac pause. It's interesting, we're watching Rops actually get better at some of the opening kills and the closing moments where, you know, the unlikely clutch, but for a player that's hitting 20 kills a game now, those ones are slowly getting a little bit away from him. Not to say it'd be easy versus a team like G2. But, oh man, that kill from Nico is unreal.
That spam that comes through main to get the second kill for Rops.
Yeah.
Hunter gets turned around because of it. And so nearly able to outmaneuver those last two, but not enough.
Just the perfect amount of pressure right there for G2. Another buy comes in, and G2 have been kept slightly honest, but they've still got thriving bank accounts. I think it's in the key moments that we look at Snacks actually fragging that make these positions look comfortable for G2.
How unexpected, and yet how welcomed.
Hunter as well.
Nico will maintain. Does he run this risk? Oh, the timing
they're
is critical.
it. Wow.
You saw Frozen for a second, had his back turned, and there was a third player as well for FaZe about to come through that smoke, but they try it on 2 different halves of the map, and m0NESY will not fall victim to such silly games. Rops is unable to snap that shot over. We go 3v3.
Oh,
that advantage here for FaZe. Doors open into the site. Hunter has to turn, but can't do it fast enough. It is Rain again with a critical kill.
Okay, m0NESY stepping up to the plate. He's got the up in the 1v2. There's still time here on the rifle.
Frozen gonna be planting that bomb. m0NESY has to think, does he want to challenge yet? No. Can't just throw his life away. Can't just go through smoke. So now vision regained.
One
and of course, one player sits on top. Rain. The shower that could just wash away the hopes of m0NESY as he quietly steps ever closer to this site, predicting as he hears that jump shot,
Then they peek and oh, they give it up. They give it up.
I mean, they did a perfect swing, high and low setup, exactly where m0NESY was. I mean, that's actually a classy play out of FaZe. Maximum pressure and a nice kill at least.
Not afraid.
But yeah, not afraid, and they set it up perfectly. So, man, Hunter tried his best here to make do with the pieces, but to be honest, Frozen, his awareness was beautiful.
Really appreciate that double up inside of the squeaky doorway, trading out, trying to keep forward presence on an A site, but one that otherwise still crumbles.
Again, still enough money to make all the purchases they need on G2.
What a high-level round of Counter-Strike, though. 6 consecutive trade frags in that round, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
That's what makes FaZe games so exciting, is the way that they bring new looks to their defaults, and everybody has liberties. You know, it was Kerrigan who said, I want wide swings. I want over peaks. I want people to play with confidence.
Yeah, he said, I want the hardest run possible at this major.
And this is what he's getting. FaZe are their toughest opponent. Now this is a round where you really want to make G2 sweat, because
trust me, they are.
This is most of their money. But conversely, G2 could win almost exclusively off this round. FaZe going for broke.
Nathan sails just a little too far.
Oh man. MOUZ is close to reloading. They are ready to run in front of that. And, oh, he just dies instantly.
Oh God.
There's no one here to support, man.
Kerrigan already down to the base of ramp. You can see CT scrambling.
No squeaky lurk in place. They're actually worried about it.
MOUZ dies with nothing. You've got the bomb here on Rain. Cautious, of course, still.
Oh my God, look, the utility. They don't have anything. They really got to hope that G2 aren't here to stop the plant, and they are actually right that there isn't. Wow, yeah, they've got G2 sweating. They're worried about this. My goodness. They have a fair bit of utility. They have kits to work with, but this is a round where ammo is a resource, and FaZe, we're in a position where they couldn't play a long drawn-out one. They can't do multi-fakes. They couldn't even take outside control into anything else. They didn't have the utility to do it. So MOUZ using that ammo was just enough for them to say, all right, let's attack. You know, if he mollies shallow there, they don't swing. They'll only swing behind that. When he mollies deep and they're that pressed up against the glass and they've heard him shoot some ammo, they're gonna jump on that attack. You could call it lucky, but they created the opportunity. In a game of probabilities, it's all about creating as many chances as possible. And FaZe somehow, even on Nuke, are able to keep up with G2. The lead was one thing out of the first half, but it was always about whether or not they could close on T side.
Looks like m0NESY is going to look to enact a bit of revenge here with MOUZ. The timing's quick.
This kind of prophylaxis is the best way to deal with a problem that would happen later. They have trophy control.
Fight first. And how far do you fight? What sort of a chance do you give? There are plenty of players inside of this lobby. MOUZ is going to find them caught off guard. Nobody's looking. MOUZ, oh, he only gets the one. Do they still activate? Will they test snacks? They pause for a moment. We praise those mid-round calls. Can Kerrigan keep everybody calm?
And m0NESY dips out. FaZe will reset now. And G2 are trying to figure out what they're going to do.
If anything now, you've lost your original ramp player. Sure, Kerrigan calling from the sidelines, but you have snacks sitting on a quarter health. Desperate here next to Hunter. A Molotov to be thrown out by Frozen. Players already coming out through the door. Rock able to hang on. Snacks burned off his perch. Rain's able to get the second entry, but here goes. He turns his guillotine against them, and m0NESY right there to clutch. Step not into his monocle. That's where G2 have their 12th.
16 and 14 off that round. One kill from the top, but that is the meat of the work done by Nico. Not the first time he's helped out in an upper hold from that position.
Same spot, bigger outcome.
Scary when their key players and Snacks and Hunter are the two to die without their kills. But who better than the two biggest, most consistent stars of G2 to close that one out?
In a questionable Nico half, all things considered. 10 kills prior to that triple. Better late than never.
And Snacks, man, pushed out in Hut in a round like this.
Just like last round, MOUZ goes for trophy room. This time, Snacks is gonna take over front Hut. And so maybe G2 starting to feel like push has come to shove and they have to fight back.
The walkout's coming slowly, but they have made it just in time for those smokes. In exchange, they make some noise, but Rops has vent control as well. Is this gonna be another situation where G2 are slow to rotate, but Rops is sitting in the vent? Once he clears control steps, is he just gonna go back? Yeah, surely. Frozen's outside as well. G2, they don't know what's happening.
Moving pieces around.
They're still holding for lurks. Oh, okay.
Holding.
But to be honest, Frozen was the, extra spot, extra piece.
Not nearly a key part of what is to come here for FaZe. They don't just limp out onto that site. 4 players flood through single door. Utility is non-existent here in the post plant for FaZe. G2 on the brink of a map 2 win.
That position can be so powerful, but now it's Kerrigan inside the vent.
5v4 called forward for the retake. How will Snacks get down this vent and when? First, it looks like the ramp engagement will happen. They sent the artillery to try to soften that back line. We get 2 kills here out of FaZe. Now they have the edge, or so they had. m0NESY finds his, Rain takes it back, and it opens the door again for Hunter, but denied at the turn. And as they turn on both ends of this bomb site, FaZe push us the distance in regulation.
They're giving us all 24 rounds here on Nuke. And look at that money, folks. It's this moment they allow FaZe to cross outside with 3 players while they have Rops already snuck downstairs, no timing called. They do not rotate through ramp to cover this. They don't get in position in dark. And actually the dark molly gets missed. There was an opportunity there for G2 to take advantage of this, but they just did not have the comms to feel comfortable making that raid. This is a sore spot on the map for G2. And like the prophylaxis we saw with the trophy push that helped them get the flank on the upper pop that last round, they can start secret here like they have a couple of times before and not worry so much about Nico playing in a Liege, holding for mini reps, because that hasn't happened yet. But rounds like this are where Kerrigan can be the scariest. T side versus a buy that's low. Accumulating all the information for all of the adjustments the CTs have made.
This fine-tuned war machine looks to rear one more time, and it's a beautiful trade frag from Nico. Completely different position than you'd expect. He's hyper aware of the threat of more players in lobby, but there's a bit of caution here offered by FaZe. They let him get his hands on the AK. They don't just come barreling at him for the trade frag.
They can already smell the lack of money, but who better to pick up that gun than Nico? A massive upgrade from the MP9. Wow, this is unbelievable. They've got 4 walking outside, nobody holding lobby.
What's that, util?
No lurks inside of the ramps.
Can m0NESY do it right now without the trusty op? Yes, he peeks in, but he doesn't finish. Kerrigan, Nade's gonna have his name on it.
And he's being hunted down from the side.
He hears it.
It's a bad spray.
Unable to stop Rain. We go man advantage FaZe. Nico's gonna be drawn back from the positioning he established so early on.
But what was the contingency plan? Without lobby control, they can't really change up. 35 seconds, Kerrigan's coming back to rediscover whether or not there's been a push.
Back turned.
Wait, his timing could be everything, Kerrigan!
Able to sweep away Hunter. Snacks now to come out from the vent. Snacks has been so key, but he will go down with nothing. And Nico looks to recover from a spot that haunts his dreams. A flash into the backside. Molly at the feet of the planter. Into the fight he'll go, but no, not today. Not versus FaZe. Kerrigan forces OT.
You almost never see FaZe operate like that in the mid-round. 4 players, no flank watch, no lurk in place, and it's Kerrigan to come back at the perfect moment to the lobby to get the kill that makes the difference.
Damn right it does, because what if Snacks is set up by Hunter inside of Squeaky? How foolish Snacks looks in contrast.
They were confused why no one was there waiting when FaZe expanded for space outside.
And Monacy missed his spray.
Monacy had more than a miss there. That was a really rough spray on an M4. And it does, only thing that matters is the round score at the top, but right now that is the exact problem for G2. He's been bought time at this major, and this is a very sort of unbecoming event for him, but also unlikely. We haven't seen poor performances over the course of a week, and it's not been poor by any means. A 1.30, it's a dreamlike scoreline and rating for almost every player, but not the player going for #1. Not the player that has been helping Nico bring trophies to G2 this year. Not when you get sprays like that.
Nico instantly in behind Red. They're gonna try to fight out her. Honestly, here with him. You've got that op in the back of garage. You got the rifle tucked behind Red. Smoke over top. But Nico's still out on this island. Now effectively divided, and Rob's successful in his opening endeavor again. He is the star of the show tonight.
They hold the same way for him.
Totally denied. Absolutely prepped for the Nico fight, round after round, half after half. Sides be damned. This is FaZe Clan.
Some people say this is Nico's last chance to win a major. If he leaves this team and Monacy beside him on this last dance, he knows just as well as everyone in the second half of his career, the chances will be few and far between. Here we are in overtime of map 2, and FaZe could be the team they destroyed all year long, could be the team to take this away from them.
Snacks will find nothing, empty-handed, and it looks like this overtime round has nothing for G2 to be proud of. Absolutely pulled apart every fight prepared for. We don't see how Robs kicks it off, but I can guarantee you it's clean, because his sprays and his headshots have been so accurate all series long.
For Hunter to want to do this for Nico, his only dream to play with his cousin, his brother.
And Robs is gonna put him down just like he does all the others. Triple kill for Robs.
For him to lose this chance might be him never getting this chance again. Worked so hard to get on this team to play alongside Nico, and they have had incredible moments. IGL agnostic, Snacks, Hooksy, whoever, they have picked up chips along the way. But still, none stand more important than the major.
You can think of that moment as Hunter and Nico step forward in Katowice to hoist that trophy. Tears in Nico's eyes for the only time in his career. But not the major. Fan favorites.
He still, to this day, as mentioned in that documentary, thinks about Boston, and you cannot even blame him for that. The fashion in which they lost. And here he stands versus FaZe Clan in a last dance versus G2, the team that he was playing on at that major, potentially erasing this final opportunity. But you know what? Earning it. FaZe Clan. How incredible is it that they've made this T-side comeback, that they even bring G2 to the brink of destruction on Nuke after destroying them on map 1, after the form that they've showed. The team that almost didn't get into playoffs because of Furia.
Now just 3 rounds away. It's as simple as that. Robs has not been able to find his opening kill as swiftly in the last round. But it's not like we can look at any piece of this map and praise G2 for control. They continue to play on the back foot. Snacks given a chance. Here from Heaven will find Rain.
Okay.
It's a long-range M4 shot, but it's an establishing 5v4, and he has established success for G2 throughout this CT
Absolutely,
side. He
with
was
headshots.
essential inside of that A site on the defense in holding back FaZe.
But the lower rotations have been slower.
Yes. They have left a lot to be desired, but right now Nico's already down here, and he puts that smoke ahead of them.
But you know what? If they were confident in this, well, holding onto ramp is also the other half of this, and Robs has to time his lurk perfectly, but this isn't going to be an explode through ramp, right? He's solo. That means he can really take his time with it, and if they look to vent, if they look to vent for this play,
Nico's not going to give him that space. Trying to keep his head down, he will retreat.
They're making him go back, but what's Kerrigan up to?
Nade behind in case the chase. Robs, it's a chance. Oh, it's two, and both escape him. Nico from the rafters with nothing but a fast peek out of Monacy.
Oh, that
Haven't
kills
had
him.
to say his name. 4v2 is taken.
No, there's a first.
Oh no!
He can plant the ball.
It's gonna go down front sight, and we got Brokey and Kerrigan shoulder to shoulder in what could be a crushing clutch. MOUZ, Snacks, Monacy. They are the remnants. They are what remain of a retake demanded to keep FaZe off a clean streak in OT. And so they're gonna double up into the heavens. And these CTs work not with tools, but rather just their rifles. Brokey's gonna cut MOUZ off the play. He's been so clutch, but not this time.
There it is!
For Kerrigan neither, because it's Snacks to take to the top.
There's Snacks with 20. Chews them up like dog toys. 13-13 here. Beautiful retake out of him. It looked to get scary when it was a 3v2, and FaZe got the first kill, but they recovered. What an attempt, though, to get back upstairs.
Straight trade.
This is at the heart of FaZe, keeping options open this late into the round. It doesn't seem like anybody else could have figured this out.
Man, Hunter getting floored by that vent take. Whew. Robs missing chance. All the godly accomplishments of these two teams, but we're starting to see pressure hit the surfer.
Yeah.
Monacy missed sprays, Robs missed moments.
And all due respect, that's Robs on 27 kills. He
Of
has
course.
done a lot of work this game.
And he's gonna have to do more. Neither team wanting to go down. Battle of the gods on Nuke.
Oh, and there goes Robs again.
Who else? Snacks established. We get this rotation down from Nico. He found nothing in that round prior. In a world of 3Ks 24 hours ago, dies on B empty-handed. But you have given Monacy a chance to position on a critical line.
This is actually, I think, a beautiful move in this spot.
Completely left to his own devices.
With numbers up, it certainly feels like somebody could walk into this. If they're not worried about late big garage as they start to throw some of this utility, oh my
just
goodness.
missed it.
But surely he heard that.
He sees it now.
Oh, opportunity lost. How do they hunt him down?
Trying to jump in at him, multiple players at the same time. Monacy can't get around, missed movement, still he's got this chance. Flash will find him, no follow-up. It looks awkward.
Wait,
it doesn't look like Monacy.
MOUZ, no,
blasted.
Behind the stairs. He'll have to take a seat and watch this from the sidelines. We've got 3 Ts looking for a new route.
In such a tight-knit back-and-forth affair, a 3v5 cannot be afforded.
But are they working back upstairs? Brokey could get caught with the bomb right here and now.
Nico's gonna find his duel, fires a few shots, isn't able to stop it. Snacks from the backside, A-site's his. Hunter hides in the bushes, ready to chop this head off, ready to make a trophy, but denied. A nade to the back of the site here from Nico. The wall bangs off the mark. Rain pours down from the top, and it's 2 rounds FaZe in OT.
2 rounds for FaZe in overtime, and you see a crack of the smile from Rain.
They exchange nades, but Rain rails him. Nico hoping that Molotov would flush through him out, but it just doesn't happen. No one presents, and it's perfect cover from Rain.
FaZe lost to Vitality 4 times in a row, and they had to say nobody beats FaZe 5 times in a row. Now they go on to play G2, the hardest side of the bracket, their stiffest competition in particular, and they have to say nobody beats FaZe 6 times in a row. That's how many series that G2 have over them. And here we are as FaZe switch over to their better half on CT, looking to close out on Nuke. We learned from Kerrigan in his career that the pressure never stops mounting, even when you get your chip, even when you get Antwerp. You can fall in Copenhagen. You have to prove it every single time you showed up. But he's someone who's already proved it once. We aren't even in grand finals.
Nico's T-sides have been muted throughout these playoffs, and it is a huge ask of him to go again. He tries to pick up the timing. It is an instantaneous 5v3. FaZe Clan have mopped G2 outside.
It's the first new look from Nico as he goes for the run boost, and they still catch that.
Throughout all of regulation, muzzled in his attempts outside, and now 2 more frags. This is a FaZe Clan that is now 1 kill and a further step away from grand finals. Snax trying to do everything he can. 10 years since he himself won the major. And he will have to dig deeper than ever to keep him and the deadliest duo that we may have seen.
Maybe my favorite, Connor. Watching MOUZ and Nico, it feels new, but that doesn't take away from the amount of exciting moments that we have had put together between these 2 players. It's been an amazing journey, and you can absolutely credit Nico for a lot of the development that MOUZ has had. But this is competition, and it never gets easier.
The shots. The smoke in front of him. Robs disrespects that, and still MOUZ can't catch him, because obviously caught off guard. Brokey tries to stick his sniper into the blown open door. There is so much pressure just on these lobby players to try and survive, let alone get this round rolling.
Everybody knows what this means. Every kill could be the one that swings their advantage to close this game out here and now. What is the golden call for G2? Look at the crowding here of FaZe inside. They are matching the exact energy that G2 have. They are ready to rotate over to ramp if it ends up going that way, if there's a fake. They're watching this. This could be it.
Drops on top, dies instantly. MOUZ finally getting his revenge. Rain's not able to multi-frag, so Kerrigan himself slides through, and they're able to jump down. They're gonna put some pressure on this lower site. We have seen spectacular moments from Brokey on this doorway.
No.
The first one this time's free. MOUZ makes a misstep, a mistake that could cost him more than he can imagine. As his rifler is set to depart, he has to watch from the sidelines. Snax will be rewarded. 2v3 pays off. Frozen from the control panel, and a missed chance from Brokey reopens the hopes here of G2.
Time, they have to plant this
Fake
bomb.
plant, it's great, but Snax is greater.
He has the final word. Snax in one of his best maps ever on a G2 jersey when it matters the most. 24 and a final op shot to give G2 a chance at another overtime. That one went to ramp, Connor, and that one was one where FaZe were not playing secret. They were not playing big garage. They were not playing back CT. They were waiting for an upper pop or ramp. They had pieces in place. G2 absolutely had to frag their way out of that, and they did.
Counter-Strike's forte is its history. That was a tale we said as Mongols stepped forward into playoffs, representing Asia for the first time. We are here in the spotlights of Shanghai for the first time for a major. And history is what Snax has. 24 kills, now tying Hunter, not just as the questioned leader, but stepping up as a star. A diamond under a world of pressure into round 30. In the absence of MOUZ's frags, in an underwhelming Nico half, you lean on Snax.
Nico, the player that this year is 88 and 53 versus Donk in the head-to-head kill matrix. With everybody asking the question, how can Donk be #1 if you've got someone like Nico? But here he is, getting erased one more time.
Rain has had his number this entire map. Nico has been a non-issue at the hands of FaZe Clan.
And Rops has been the final boss. Every test after test, passing with flying colors.
Reinvented for this major. Lines up one, but doesn't get greedy. He will silently peel back somewhat, but not gone. They open the door for the potential Hell Wrap. G2 are scrambling.
They are scrambling, they are spread out. And soon we'll find out if there's still 3 fingers on this hand. Rain catches Hunter.
The immovable object that is Rain. When you need him, he is here. Brokey confident as he has all his teammates still behind him. And in the last attempt for G2, it is flawless from FaZe. In what seemed like FaZe Clan's darkest hours, it's G2's falling stars that light their path to Grand Finals. FaZe are forever.
Yeah, Carrigan on your screens there, the smile of a Labrador, but the heart of a lion, and it was a pride that got them over the line. Everyone firing on all cylinders against G2. Heartbreak for that man. The major continues to elude him, but you have to think he will get his one day, but it will not be today. FaZe to the finals.
Absolutely incredible performance from FaZe, man. Form is temporary, but class is permanent, and these guys have just done it one more time. When it seemed unlikely, considering their form coming into the playoffs, they take down Vitality, who they struggle with all year long. Now they take FaZe, who's beating them every time they faced with these two lineups against each other on stage. Just a completely different team.
Yeah, unfortunately, the last dance underneath this night sky, the stars did not shine as bright as they needed to. Meanwhile, FaZe looking fantastic. They are going on such a phenomenal run. We have not seen something like this out of FaZe since Chengdu, since early portions of this year, since the last major, where they are now slaying the favorites time and time again as you see them shatter them off the board there. That's G2 gone, Vitality gone yesterday, and now they're one step away from Carrigan hoisting his second major title.
Yep, shades of Cloud9 for this one. People right at the start of the RMRs, there were question marks about whether FaZe could make it to the major for real. People said they were the most likely to falter, the most likely to fumble. They got there. Then it was, okay, you know, you're at the major, but you're not going to make the playoffs. This isn't the FaZe that we know and love. And then they proved the doubt was wrong again. Then they made top 8. And we said, okay, top 8, that's incredible. Well done, Carrigan, you've done it again. But surely you're going to lose. Surely you're going to go out against the better teams. And no, they have gone all the way to the final. This story is absolutely incredible and compelling.
You couldn't write a better one. I mean, it would be so hard to come up with something better. I mean, you don't understand. Like, after the last major, this team went on a slow and steady decline where 5th and 6th was the best they could ever sniff. And then they were even at times getting eliminated by teams like Complexity and Senegal. The last season of EPL, they were just so not themselves. But at the Blast World Final, they got that one win over Navi, and they showed you a little bit of hope. Then they come to the RMR, and they go through. They come to the major, they go through. But then you get to the playoffs, and you feel like, okay, this is where the last ride stops. Surely, against Vitality, the most favorite team in the playoffs now that Navi's out of it. But no, FaZe say nay, and they do it again against G2, and once again, Carrigan silences Nico.
And the terrifying thing, Yanko, that G2 just found out, all of a sudden, this phase where the players were missing, Rops, Brokey not stepping up, it was only Rain, really, that was getting it done, a little bit of Frozen here and there. It turns out when they all fire together, they are formidable.
Yeah, absolutely so. And in the Vitality game, it took FaZe 8 rounds on T side to start winning something, and against G2 it was 7, and it was just in time for them to be able to take it into overtime. But I do have to say, unlike Ancient, where FaZe was just running circles around G2, G2 lost this game in the end. Like, they had a great CT side, right? But towards the end, just some really poor decision making, some struggles from certain players on certain positions where really, you know, rounds with advantages being lost, too slow rotations, felt like there was miscommunication all over the place for G2, and FaZe in the zone that they are in at the moment, we're ready to punish that.
It's one of those things where I thought G2 had an okay T side. I think they left some opportunities on the table.
Hold that
but
thought,
oh well.
Dust. We are going to Shanghai. We've got Rain for the winners interview.
这是一场2-0的胜利。站在我旁边的正是来自 FaZe Clan 的 Rain。Rain， 这是你们今年第7次和 G2 交手了。 你们输掉了大多数，但却赢下了这最关键的一次，以这样的方式晋级决赛，什么心情？
That was such amazing 2-0. You've played against G2 in the past year 7 times. Yeah. This is the 7th time. You've lost most of them, but you win this, the biggest one, the most important one. How do you feel about this game and walking to the grand final?
I feel amazing. This entire tournament feels like a revenge run at the moment. We're beating our former demons, it feels like, and I'm just happy to be here, happy to play the final, and I'm really excited for Spirit tomorrow.
我现在感觉非常的好，我们整个这样的一个上海 Major 其实都是在跟我们内心的心魔在作战，我们在跟那个邪恶的自己作战。但是我们现在锁定了前2，我们可以去打总决赛了。我现在感觉非常的好。
说到战胜心魔，你们要知道，你们在上海，在中国，你们前2次的大赛冠军都是在这儿拿的。想问问你们在这里打比赛，真的有 buff 加成吗？这个 buff 在你身上吗？
Speaking about the devil, do you really feel here in China, in Shanghai, is your like charm place, and you really feel the buff? Where is the buff?
The crowd here is amazing. Every time we come to China, they're chanting our names, they're chanting FaZe Clan. Hey, thank you guys so much for the support.
我就是觉得在上海，在中国打比赛，我很享受观众朋友们给我们的欢呼，我很享受观众朋友们大叫我们队伍的名字 FaZe Clan， 然后我很喜欢大家为我们加油，我觉得我很爱这里的粉丝。
接下来要问一个很有意思的问题，因为在刚才打进加时赛的时候，我们看到 Rain 你把耳机摘掉了，这个举动，这是什么情况？这是你们战术安排的一部分吗？
So we saw you took your headphone off, walking to the overtime. Was that a part of your gameplay, your strategy?
No, I was just really zoned in, and for some reason I thought we won the game, and I just started celebrating. And then they're like, guys, Howie, put your headphones on. And I was like, yeah, my bad, but I was just very excited to make the overtime.
其实不是啦，因为我当时非常在这个游戏的，在这个比赛里面，然后我忘记了我们的比分，我当时以为我们已经赢了，我不知道我们要打加时。我把耳机摘了之后，然后我的队友我在说队友你们在干什么？然后队友在说把你的耳机放回去，你在干什么？然后把你耳机戴上，我们还要打加时。
是，我觉得 FaZe Clan 现在在舞台上的状态真的非常非常的好，而1周前的 FaZe 和现在的 FaZe 状态判若两人。你们是触发了什么关键的按钮，让你们的状态调整回来了？
You were absolutely amazing and on fire right now on the stage, but compared with a week ago, you performed a little bit differently. What secret switch you turned on during this week?
I don't know. I think we just feel the love from China. We just want to come here and prove that we are still one of the best teams in the world and just play good Counter-Strike. And so far, we have Robs is playing absolutely amazing this tournament, and the numbers he's putting up is really helping us out. And we just want to prove ourselves and prove to everybody else that we're still one of the best teams.
其实具体的我也说不太清楚，但是我就觉得我来到上海来打比赛的时候，我们就觉得有一点点这个加成的成分，而且我的队友 Robs 他打得非常的好，他的击杀数、他的数据都非常的棒。然后我觉得我们就是想向世界证明，向所有的粉丝、所有的队伍证明，我们是世界强队，我们还是那一个 FaZe Clan。
那最后一个问题 ，Rain， 你在中国有非常非常多的粉丝，今天他们仍然等在这里，想要 跟你合照，想要记录你们的胜利的时刻，有什么想对他们说的？
The last question: You have so many fans in the arena and around the world. We saw a lot of audience wear FaZe Clan the merch. And what words you can give to all your support here?
Hey guys, thank you guys so much. Let's hope for tomorrow there's some really good Counter-Strike versus Spirit, and hopefully we lift the trophy again here in China.
谢谢大家，谢谢所有支持我的粉丝。然后我希望大家期待一下我们明天总决赛的发挥。我希望明天我们能再次在中国举起奖杯。
希望明天 FaZe Clan 可以再次在中国举起奖杯。再次恭喜 FaZe Clan 2-0晋级决赛。接下来让我们把画面给到 Marshall。
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访。那在我身边的是来自 G2 的 Taz 以及我们的 Pala。Taz,
commiserations, you and G2 are now out of the Perfect World Shanghai Major. I know it's tough to talk in circumstances like this, but can I ask, just generally, what's going through your mind right now?
I'm just fucking proud of my boys, of the whole team, how we handled all the pressure, everything during this half a year. And I couldn't be more proud of them. And this is the loss that we will build up on, and definitely not something that will destroy us.
想问一下 Taz 现在之后比赛之后的情绪是怎么样的？那 Taz 也说到了，我真心为我的小伙子们感到骄傲。虽然说我们的旅程止步在此，但是这场失利，我们一定会吸取教训，然后在未来从这场失利里面重新站起来。
We know you wanted to win, but you made top 4. What do you think about that placement, Taz?
I think that it's a disappointment, but also I need to give good words to FaZe. They played a really good Counter-Strike. They were just better today, and I mean, old guard, huge respect. Hard to find words now.
我知道每个队伍都想更进一步，但是你们对这次前4的成绩是怎么看的？我对我们的成绩当然是有些失望的，但是我想今天我们的对手 FaZe 确实比我们的发挥更好一些。老男孩们就是这样，今天他们确实更胜一筹。
Final question, Taz. Of course, difficult to look and discuss about what could be next, but any words on what's next for the team?
What's next for the team? We will fucking come back stronger.
想问问下一步队伍会怎么样？我们一定会卷土重来。
Taz, final words to the fans at home, and of course this amazing crowd that has stuck around to hear from you.
Thank you very much. 谢谢. Thank you.
好的，那也是感谢 Taz 接受我们的采访，我们把剩下的时间交给分析。
Yeah, obviously a dejected figure there, Taz. He's been in that position a few times as a player, now as a coach. It's never nice to have to come out and, kind of talk about what the future might hold because we are about to go through a very uncertain period. But, I like the angle he's going for with he's proud of the guys. There was a lot of pressure on us. A lot of people thought this was definitely our time and this isn't going to destroy us.
Well, yeah, definitely not. But I think just for G2, very damning that their 2 best players in this series were Hunter and Snacks. Yeah. I mean, that's just really a condemnation on m0NESY, MOUZ, and Nico. Like, you can't, I can understand Ancient a little bit. It was a lot, Nico wasn't in the action. It was a lot away from him, but Nuke is your playground. And Rain, once again, just unfortunately owned them on yard, right? How many times did he find the entry kill on him? Nico was unable to find impact in either half of the map. You could tell the frustration sort of coming in. MOUZ, similar situation on ramp, a couple of rounds where, you feel like just the bare minimum would be enough. Struggles there. His frustration was apparent on camera. And for m0NESY, unfortunately, it felt like all tournament long, it wasn't the best player of the world level that he got us used to, this year. And it's very unfortunate for them that that's how things unfolded. But I think more so for m0NESY and MOUZ, who are younger players. MOUZ, his first major playoff, going to be a learning experience on how to handle these sorts of games.
Yeah, it has to be a learning experience.
Yeah, right.
Because obviously they're going to be the stars now. Nico is going to be leaving. We know he's going to be joining a new team. So you have to take the positives from this where you can find them, develop your skill set, and like Taz said, come back stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that MOUZ, despite not having a good game today, again, we talked about the key matchups being him versus Rops at ramp, and then, the yard battle between Rain and Nico were going to be the big ones. They lost on both of those fronts, but what we can take as a bigger picture about MOUZ as a player is that since he's come on the G2, at times he's not taken the ideal roles for himself, but still performed at a very high level. He obviously had phenomenal impact yesterday, in that game on Mirage where he was an absolute menace to help, kind of move them into the semifinals, and he's just in general helped them, win 2 trophies and do a lot. So yeah, in his young career, he is still certainly a player that G2 can rely upon as a star going forward. It's just now going to be about what is G2 able to build around him in the future, which is obviously something that we can only speculate about, and we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Meanwhile, for FaZe, another fantastic performance, another major final. This one probably the sweetest of all in a way because, when they went to Boston, they were the super team. They were supposed to do it. Copenhagen probably, again, was kind of a little bit expected. Maybe Carrigan would win in his home city. Obviously they took Antwerp prior to that. And then, here you are now. And this one's a surprise and a very pleasant one. They've just played increasingly well as the tournament's progressed.
I mean, just the level of opposition they've had to go up against in the playoffs, and the world's best player is waiting in the grand finals. I mean, this would be maybe the most, I think definitely within the context, the most difficult run for any team to a major trophy, because FaZe did not only have to go up against 2 top 5 teams, they went up against 2 top 5 teams that have beaten them all year long, right? Yep. Like maybe against someone else they have a better matchup and then it's not as big of an issue. So they overcome their demons in FaZe and in G2 and Vitality, and now it's just the demon of the grand final because they were the favorite in Copenhagen against Navi. That one slipped away on the 3rd map, so one more chance for Carrigan to write history.
Yeah, well, look, let's start breaking down some of the play before we do the broad strokes. So we want to take a look at some of the early rounds and how kind of FaZe were able to, get into this game.
We're going to take a look at a couple of rounds that stopped FaZe from having a great T-side. It was okay, but there were some missed opportunities out there, and this is one of them. They're able to get the pick on Brokey at ramp with MOUZ's AWP here to kind of kick off some action for themselves to get some map control. They also catch Rain in transition on an even trade here in the back halls to get into the lower site and get themselves a 3-on-3 post plant, which you're going to like them in. But Kerrigan has this crazy flank on radio, able to pick up an AWP when it's all said and done, be going to the 2v2, able to get the op pick, and then this high cover from Rops to allow Kerrigan to stick to defuse is beautiful. And then this is just another round where they just get crafty. They don't have a whole lot of money. They buy SMGs. They rush into lobby. They just overwhelm FaZe with numbers. And these are rounds that FaZe could have easily won to give them a better T-side with more cushion for the second half. But it also just shows FaZe craftiness to be able to win these rounds, to at least give themselves a little bit of running room going in the second half.
There were too many ugly rounds for G2 in this game. I mean, man, pistol round, you're 4v2. Why is MOUZ peeking with the bomb under ladder? Why don't you just go away? This round that you showed, why is he peeking into Kerrigan if they're going to go B? I mean, so many, mind-numbing decisions from the players where you have advantages and you keep throwing them away. You could tell that they were nervous. They were not themselves in this game. I mean, towards the end of regulation, the 5v4 retake towards B, we were watching. I was saying this round is like they're not winning this retake after first 10 seconds because they give too much space on secret all the time. Nothing happens, right? The retake is too late. They still want to go vents when there's 4 players alive. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, this is a round that really helped FaZe just seal the deal. T-side rounds were a commodity this round. This round, they delayed the smokes at outside to not let MOUZ get an op pick, and then they catch Nico on red and get themselves a 5-on-3 advantage. Also because Rops, again, we talked about how he's been willing to get a little bit more, willing to go for duels on the extremities. He gets a huge ramp pick there as well to give them an advantage. They're able to roll into the lower bomb site now at the 5 versus 3, and then kind of the rest is history here. They close out this round. This is, again, one of the much-needed T rounds where they were hard to come by in order to close out this series to move on to the grand final.
And it's just got to be said, Janko, what you're watching there. I mean, this is like a masterclass of what Rops has been doing as he's got better throughout the tournament. At the start, back at the RMRs, all of the talk was about, critiquing his game, how he hadn't had impact. Since the playoffs have started, he has just dominated in doing the Rops things again.
He's been surgical, just, finding openings like these, putting pressure, right? Constantly being a thorn in his opponent's side, because when you prepare for the game and you watch that in your mouths, you're like, well, I mean, sometimes this guy might be alone and trying to peek me. Sometimes there might be 3 more guys with him and they're just going to pop on me. And the way you play against those 2 different things is completely different. And if you play against the one, they do the other, you're screwed. And he was struggling to deal with just ramp in general, really.
I mean, also just think about him defensively. His ramp room presence was widely known throughout this game. Even times with the AUG, one of the few people to use that weapon, he helped close out the game with that by getting a kill, staying alive, but not giving up on ramp entirely and just running to the lower side. He was waiting to see, is there going to be another opportunity for me? And that's what makes him one of the most dangerous anchors in the world, is the fact that he can just hold his ground, but he can also maybe look to extend the play, but he never overdoes it. It's just such good intuition about figuring out when can I get more, or when do I just need to go ahead and get out of here with the advantage I've already gotten. And he did a fine job of that throughout this series and really throughout this entire playoffs. Like, this is old school Rops back at it again so far here in these last 2 series.
Yeah, and how they've needed him and how they've missed him. And honestly, as well, a little shout out to Brokey for, I think in the past 2 series, he's kind of elevated his level. He's still not the classic Brokey we would associate with, but he's definitely done enough to remind people what he's capable of. And so that brings me to kind of the final question of this segment before we start wrapping up the show. You've seen Spirit all tournament. You've seen FaZe all tournament. I mean, how do you think FaZe are going to be feeling about that matchup?
How can anyone go against FaZe at this point in time, right?
Sure.
I mean,
they've done the unthinkable.
Yeah,
right?
they took down the two boogeyman, right? And you also look at the run. I mean, Team Liquid and MOUZ for Spirit, sure, no slouches, but not the same caliber of teams like Vitality and G2, right? So for FaZe, historically also is one of the teams that they've had success against. And yeah, at the end of the day, Carrigan versus Chopper in sort of the grand scheme of things and the approach and the game planning, you know who you're going to side with, and it really does feel like it has to be the donk show for Spirit to have even a chance in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing you would say that Spirit might be able to do is just have better overall talent. Like, you're going to take Donk as a better entry than Rain. You're going to think Shiro's a better opera than Brokey. You're going to think that the fact that they've been able to kind of transition Donk away from being a pure entry rifler into more of a trade fragger, kind of using him more efficiently. But they just got finished beating the best damn trio that we have talent-wise in Counter-Strike just now. Like, they neutralized some of the greats. So if that wasn't enough talent to stop FaZe, it is hard to believe that Spirit have enough, especially considering that, once again, I think Kerrigan's going to have a massive advantage, not only in the veto, but just in the mid-rounding when it comes to the IGL slot.
Yeah, I mean, but lots to think about, obviously, as well. You know, we sometimes think Carrigan might be cursed. It's going to be a pretty long night's sleep, but we'll see if he can make history tomorrow. Now, this is the schedule for that tomorrow. We're going to be having a fun show match, so it's going to be an hour later than we've been starting usually. So you're going to get all the reveals. I think we've had a few teasers out on social media already. And then bang, just like that, we're into the grand final. Crazy to think it's come around. You know, we've been here for weeks, and this is what it all boils down to. It's going to be Team Spirit taking on FaZe, just a plethora of talent on the server, and a super cool storyline. Whatever happens there, we're really getting into uncharted territory. So guys, final thoughts for the day?
Oh, no, just a pleasure, you know, holding down the desk with you two gentlemen once again, as well as working with Sam, Blatt, and Maui, and just looking forward to a great grand final tomorrow. It should be fantastic.
Yeah, another great day of Counter-Strike, right? FaZe continues to shock the world, and just looking forward to the grand final tomorrow and see if they can do it one more time.
You were supposed to say how sad you were about G2 not being in the final and that you were going to start drinking immediately.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know, I got out of that business so I can just be objective and not really have personal investment into who wins and who loses.
That's absolutely what I've come to expect from you, my professional Yanko. Anyway, there we go. That's the end of the show. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Whatever happens, we are going to be entering into a new age of Counter-Strike. It could be that Donk and company are going to be starting their new era, or Carrigan's going to be putting the cherry on the cake that represents his. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.